a raja. I am the raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना, आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the raja, 'cause I am the raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला। मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी। क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया। Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना, आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the raja, 'cause I am the raja.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the voice not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 the life ain't cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss lady or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내게 따지 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거른 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh so hero 망설임없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's a threat. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and now there is nothing, and everywhere we go we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights seated like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, blown to the banner. Well, who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang, run it back. Team with the versatile, ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabes que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete y vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, ¿cómo piensa que no? Traigo la peña, las de Sheriff Fellow. Llama chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré ti por el suelo.
Sakai clears over to one, and Cloud is no trouble. It is already there on the line of sight. Even if so, Westside continues. It's Ray. That's the call.
Doesn't quite go the same way. That is
You think it's a dead song, how they want to meet them at the middle, but if Cloud and West
difficult fight. Sayonara, the man himself, the person we were talking about deserving all the love, gets the frag and he just
play for sure, the arrow comes in, he immediately breaks it up and somehow Nurka! Serial starts off well, and he ampies
shots like that, trying to get themselves out using the Astra Star.
just none the wiser. That's one caught and Serial! Right, Serial last time around was the hero. This time's around, he starts off solid, but not traded just fast enough. And the wall came down in time to save Serial!
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
The day has come where we must say goodbye to 4 of our teams, Alpha versus Omega. Which teams will come out on top? Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of EMEA Clash. I am your host Kumquat and on the desk today with me is MP. How are you?
I'm so good. I'm happy to be on the desk. I'm happy to be on the desk of this tournament because it's such an interesting format. It's a proving ground for the challengers teams and maybe a testing ground for these VCT teams that didn't get to go to Master Santiago.
Yes, I agree completely. And actually, we talked about it a little bit with Chronicle yesterday on the interview, and he said that it was a great opportunity to test some new thing, new strat, new roles even, because we've seen Westside on the Euro, we've seen Chronicle pick up the Arbor. It was only 2 days and already so many good stuff to see.
Yeah, there's some different compositions coming in, and like you said, Chronicle picking up that harbor is one of those testing grounds that I kind of talked about. I think we're gonna see more today, especially when we have NAVI there. They kind of have this rolling situation, but I don't want to get too upfront quite yet, since it's gonna be such an interesting to look at, back at the highlights and everything that we had yesterday as well.
Yes, we have a lot of time to discuss this before it starts. Another thing that I want to highlight is the format, because yes, today we have the first switch between Alpha and Omega. We have actually several teams, so 4 teams today that switched the bracket. NAVI and Stallions are coming from Omega and today fighting in Alpha. And Carmine and Focus coming from the Alpha and fighting in Omega. And one thing that I want to say is it's gonna switch again after today. And be prepared, French fans, because there is a new opportunity for a Carmine job life if everything aligns. So this is for the French hype.
Oh yeah, and you probably love the French hype. I do myself love the Finnish hype, and we have 2 Finnish players today. Vitality obviously in the upper final as well. Those are the plays or games that I'm gonna be looking for, and I think the national pride is always great to see. We have a lot of different nationalities here, and I love to see those players play on this stage.
Yeah, we missed, unfortunately, the job like Carmine before, but there's a second chance, and I'm really happy that we have some Finnish strengths with you on the desk today, so you can speak a little bit more about a culture that I don't know personally, so this is good to see. But yes, the bracket is finally entering the action. I really like the format because it's completely new, right? We've never seen this, and with a game as chaotic as Valorant, isn't it the format, the extravagant format that we were missing?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I love that these challengers teams, they have the shot to prove themselves, maybe take a win against these VCT teams, because they don't get to play against them that much. Maybe they do in scrims, but in officials it's a whole different playing field. And not just about the teams, the players as well. When you have a player on a team that is challengers level and you have that player pop off, that can grant them opportunities in the future for tier 1 teams. They're like, oh, this player was incredible when they played against us. So I think this format is amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And I think players from tier 2 are actually aware of this and showing the best that they can to have a chance to maybe catch the attention of some management team. But before we move forward with our main matchups, we have a little bit of something for you. It's obviously, you know it now, the second clash. Just a quick reminder, for each team we selected a special clip with one of their best recent plays. During its matchup, you will be able to vote for the best plays between the two that we present. The winner will move forward in the special second clash bracket that has nothing to do with the Alpha and Omega, and the winner will be elected at the end of EMEA Clash. You can see yesterday we've seen Enterprise Sport and Focus, Ulf and Job Life. And today we will see Team Vitality and Yukam, Carmine Port and Foot. It's gonna be Team Vitality and Carmine are actually joining today.
Yeah, and I love this second clash because this completely plays into what we talked about. This is the proving ground for these challengers teams. If they can have a highlight in this second clash that goes all the way through and wins against a tier 1 team, I think that could be really, really good. If you get like a 5k with something, you pop off with Jet or whatever, I think that's a great way to get your name shown in this format and in this show.
Yes, and as we said, you are winning eternal glory, so be sure to be the one to win the second clash. Just without further ado, let's look at what Vitality has to offer today.
Ooh, I heard this clip is gonna be juicy. Jumpy on the backside. I think it's been lovely to see Jumpy play this duelist role, and this is one of the reasons Clash is such an important place, because we see these role switches, we see Jumpy popping off. It's a little bit shaky on the end there, but I do like that clip.
It's very good, I must say. Jumpy has been insane also on EMEA Clash, and I like the double your duelist meta because it gives the opportunity to many people to actually play on duelist that were not necessarily playing duelist before, like we've seen right here. So very good clips. It was a good start. I must say, I agree with you. We've already seen the UCAM clip, but I don't remember. So let's refresh our memory.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see what is happening here. The same map, Breeze. I feel like Breeze has been quite popular map in this year, obviously coming back to the map pool a little bit different. That was a beautiful setup. If you quite didn't see that Yoru Sova ult combination is incredible and getting so much ground on the side, so much information. Sova just popping that Hunter's Fury, getting clips, getting picks rather, and getting that ground on the side. I think both of those plays are incredible in their own different ways.
Yeah, it's two different identities, because one is more with the guns and the other is more Valorant, knowing the strats and using your stuff the right way. So it's two different way of thinking, and I think I like the Ultimates one. Do you have a preference?
Yeah, I mean, I do love the ultimate one, but I do love Jumpy being on that Yoru this year. And obviously the Finnish bias is gonna be a little bit on that side. But it's hard to say. It's tough to say. I do have to go with Jumpy, just because of the Finnish preference, but I do love the ultimate play as well.
Alright, so it's one for each, and either way, we're not the one to choose. You are the one to choose on the chat. No matter where you're watching, you will be able to vote and decide which team you want to see advance in the second clash bracket. So this was it for the second clash. This is a good way to start the day, right? We have a lot of good plays.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see more good plays today. I think we're gonna see some few highlights here and there. I think we have some highlights from Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I think we will see them after, but right now we have some tweets from the community. So let's see what the community has to say about EMEA Clash. We've not seen them before, so this is new to us also. I like the first one because I actually blacked out on the broadcast yesterday. At the end, I was like, oh, I was not able to remember who was going where.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. It's hard for us to keep keep a track where people are gonna go in the bracket, right?
Yes, we have to guide people. We are the shepherd of this EMEA Clash.
Yeah, I saw that focus tweet as well. I love that. If you go to a site and see that tower there, yeah, you have to run away. Or maybe take them all. I don't know. I love this organization actually interacting with the fans on X, and I do love them having these memes around. I did see a few other memes as well, but these are incredible.
Yes. Some is a bit spicy. The one from Vitality is a direct beat to Giantex. Hard one, but I must say the 13-0, that's complicated.
It is. I love UCAM already. Kind of trash talking focus, saying I'm watching you. How did it go? It's probably not the best tweet right there for UCAM. They lost the focus, so it kind of backfired for them.
Yes, definitely. But thank you for all the community which interact with us on X. There is a hashtag EMEA Clash, so don't hesitate to use it, and maybe your tweet will be featured on the broadcast tomorrow.
Yeah, you should definitely, if you have some memes in your pocket, you should definitely join that.
Make us laugh.
Yeah, make us laugh, indeed. I do love, most of those were from the organizations, but you can actually join that as well. So I would love to see some of the fans interact with us as well.
Definitely. And now, it is time to start the grown-ups talk with today's planning. Things are getting serious today because, as I said, we are saying goodbye to no less than 4 teams. This is getting pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we have seen any real upsets in this tournament quite yet, but I'm really keen to see whether we have those today, because there are some games that we could see upsets. We have to take a look at the lower bracket right here on the left side and on the right side. I think the 2 teams that could make the upsets today, or we could call the upsets, is UCAM if they win against NAVI, and Enterprise Esports if they win against Carmine Corp. I'm wondering whether you think there is a possibility in upset in Team Stallions versus Job Life and Focus versus Besiktas, or are those teams kind of level to you? Because to me, they are kind of on the same level.
I think they're on the same level. Maybe this is actually hard to say, because I felt like from the beginning of this tournament that Challengers League a very different way of playing, and there has been some things that I did not predict. For example, the Stallions winning against Enterprise, but then losing that badly against Giantex. It was a bit surprising in my opinion. So I think when it comes to Challengers team, it's not easy to predict.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely isn't. I do love that we've had some close matchups, like the Vitality Focus match yesterday. Breeze was an even feat, and Focus absolutely had a chance to win that, but couldn't quite close it out for the third map. Vitality was the better team there, but we have already seen some advancements in those challengers teams, and this will only make them better when they realize what went wrong on those matches, and I do think we have time for those upsets as well.
Yes, and there were some matches that we did not see on the broadcast yesterday. It was Carmine Corp against Foot and Navi against Ulf, courtesy of Valorant Turkey. There is some highlight for you.
yatırımı var. 2 tane ortalar olacak. Stavuzu tutulmuştu. J 4 çift geliyor. J bir tane vurdu. Onu kıracak ardından ikinciyi de vuruyor. Hatta yine de ama Moves bu arada. Ooo! Yok Moves. Bunlar. Bu esnada çıkmak zor. İlk kili aldı Suketsu. Yalnız arkadaşın üstü. Maşallahı var. Konuşabiliriz belki ama Hero'yu şimdi öğrendik. Link tarafında dikkat edelim. Cross teker teker cross'tayız. Ve son Hero'nu da vurdu. İnanılmaz bir kılıç aldı Hero ama yani burada biraz açıyı kaybetti ve bir... buraya bakmıyor Filu. Kayarak son. Çok iyi geçti. Harika.
Wolves were so on point against Navi 2-0. 13-4, 13-9. I think they surprised everyone there.
Yeah, I mean, Navi kind of struggle with roles, obviously having to switch up comps, and I think Ulf capitalized there. Navi has substitution right now, so I think that's something where Ulf was like, okay, we can hit there, absolutely. But it still was a surprise how dominant that match was. I think KC fought as well. KC had a very strong breeze, but Foot just clawed their way back. We saw some highlights from Loon, Yetu J as well, Saigetsu and Hero, and we're gonna see those players in the upcoming match. I'm sure we're gonna see more highlights as well. I'm really keen to see what these players have to show today.
And today, as you said, we have 4 matches. We will see 2 on this broadcast. We will see, obviously, the clashes between Tier 1 and Tier 2. So Navi, Yukam, and then Carmine Corp against Enterprise. But you can follow the other matches on our partner broadcast. You can see Stallions against Job Life on Valorant Turkey, Dach, and France. And Focused against Besiktas on Valorant Turkey and Dar. So don't hesitate to go there if you want to follow, but for us we will focus on what will happen on this broadcast, and what will happen is Navi against UCAM. This is gonna be a difficult one. I think UCAM is not one of the best challengers teams in the tournament, but Navi struggled yesterday, so maybe there's something to do there.
Yeah, I mean, UCAM, they have been around for forever, obviously with different iterations of rosters. I do believe, I share the same thought with you, that they maybe not be they maybe are not the best challenge team in this tournament. I think Stallions are great. Focus already won against UCAM. But I do share the same sentiment. They probably do have a chance against Navi, just because these roles are so difficult for Navi right now. When we look at the Navi roster right here, we obviously see Kolosha coming in. Ruxic is away, is on the side because of arm injury, so Kolosha kind of has to fill that slot. But Ruxic is this Viper player, and you're bringing up a duelist player, so it's been really hard for Navi to fill that, and I think most of the time Navi has had to adjust with the composition. Like we saw yesterday, they can't really play that Viper composition in Haven, so they went for the double duelist, because obviously you have Filu, you have Kolosha, you want to go with the strengths of that team. Kolosha, I think he's kind of this unknown quantity for me in this tournament, because in terms of how he can perform at this level, I think this should be a good match in terms of confidence for Kolosha, but it's still a question mark in terms of where he's gonna fit in this team in this tournament.
I think if you come from Northeast, you should have seen him playing, but I think he's done amazing in this region, no?
Yeah, Northeast, he played for Boris. He was incredible. He was one of the reasons why Boris got so far last year. But still, this is a different level. Obviously, you're playing against the Challengers team now, so this confidence builder matchup could be good for Kolosha, but it's still a question mark to bring such a young level. But I know Angel knows what he's doing. He's been at this for so long, and there's a fun fact. Angel actually had his first Liquipedia recorded game a month after Hero was born. That was back in 2006. So the experience is definitely there.
Definitely. And on the side of UCAM, there's 3 new players in 2026, and I feel like they're not exactly sure of how they want to use this roster. Because, for example, there's 3 players who play Waylay, so Famsi basically all Zera, and I'm quite surprised about this.
Oh yeah, when we look at the season in Spain, we see that best of 5 game. There was Bult and Famsi played 4 different agents in that one best of 5. These players, they have so much flexibility in terms of the agents. Like you said, there's 3 different players that play Waylay, but there's other roles that they can fill in as well. Bolt going for the Viper, but then on the next map it's Olizera who plays that. Then Olizera plays for Killjoy. Then all of a sudden he picks up a Teho. So the flexibility is definitely there. One of the things I'm questioning is, can they have that marginal difference in agent expertise when they flex this much on different agents? I think usually when you play a single agent, or at this moment you cannot really play a single agent unless you're absolutely a beast. You have to.
Or if you play Yoru, because it's almost everywhere. So.
Yeah, I mean Yoru is great, but when you're always flexing, it's really hard to actually get that marginal expertise in that agent. I think that could be something that UCAM has to look for.
I completely agree, and I think I want to align. We've seen this a little bit on the statistics, but Bisq had a very good chamber game on against Focus. They lost, but it was close, and it's quite interesting because chamber is kind of a margin agent that some teams pick here and there, but it's definitely not meta, and he managed to make it work.
Yeah, and I love how they played with Bult. Bult played that Sky, and he was always supporting that chamber on the defensive side, even though the chamber necessarily doesn't need support. Bisq had a brilliant, I think he had brilliant operator game, creating a lot of pressure on the other side. Obviously didn't quite go their way in the end, but I think he incredible in that focus game. But he was also smashing in the top of the leaderboards in stage 1. Filu on the other side, he's a young, ambitious player, has been exactly in the same position as the players in UCAM, because he actually played for UCAM a few years back. And I think last year for Filu in Koi was a bit rough with some great performance, but I do think Filu is looking for a new way into this scene. I think he's looking for a new way to pop off.
Let's hope he finds this in Navi. For now, it has been a bit complicated, let's not lie, because their run in the kickoff was not that easy.
Yeah, it was a bit rough, and obviously when you have new players coming in, it's sometimes hard to slot them in. For me, I think one of the key parts for this roster, one of the key parts why Navi could be great is Xiao. Xiao has been with this organization for as long as I can remember. He's obviously been with them from, I think it was 2022 when Navi picked up the FPX roster. He is the cornerstone of this team alongside Angel. Angel obviously now in the coaching role, but I do love Xiao being the IGL, Angel being the coach. I think this dynamic is perfect and brings a lot of stability for Navi, even though we couldn't quite see that at the start of this year in kickoff.
It's very rare to see that longevity in VALORANT. Obviously the game is still very young, but even in other games, seeing a player stay almost 4 years in the same team, it's kind of a rare occurrence. So definitely is bringing a lot to NAVI. And we have the map veto ready for the game to come.
Ooh, I think this is going to be really interesting. Yeah, Corrode obviously taken away from the side of Navi. I think they banned this Corrode against Casey, and
I think they ban it all the time, yes.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's a good map for UCAM, so no wonder. Breeze, I think Navi's you can ban Breeze against Focus, I'm sorry, as well, so I think that's a great ban. You can pick in Burl. I think this is a direct result from yesterday. Navi had a terrible Pearl against Ulf. So UCAM goes for the Pearl pick. I love this. You kind of go for the weaknesses of the enemy, and Bind going for second. UCAM has a terrible track record there. I think 1-5 this year, so Navi has been decent on it. No wonder. Haven as a last pick, it's a comfort pick for both of these teams. Both of these teams are really comfortable in that map, so no wonder to see it as a decider map. And I do hope we go all the way to Haven, because these challenges versus VCT teams, I think especially yesterday, they've been quite quick, so I hope we see some tough matches today.
Yes, yesterday was not easy because obviously we had two very good teams. Let's see if maybe today UCAM will be able to do it. As you said, Evan and Pearl are two comfort pick for them. They also played the Breeze before, so there is definitely something to go and take there.
Yeah, okay, Navi, they're not going with the veto right now. They're kind of switching up this composition. Hero is a great Cypher, so I do love them flexing on that. They don't switch anything else other than that Sentinel role. Hero, incredible Cypher, like I said. On the side of UCAM, I think they're sticking with the same composition that they're really comfortable. They've been comfortable with that this year. Obviously played only 2 matches in Pearl, but that's more than Navi has. And Navi has only played once, lost it terribly against Ulf yesterday. Quick switch in terms of that Sentinel role though.
Let's see if UCAM can take down NAVI, and bring us at least to 1 win for challengers. Go with the game with our lovely casters.
A big shout out to the desk. Thank you all, and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, myself, Mad Dante, and joining me again, it's the ever lovely Volt. How are you doing, boss man? I hope you're excited.
I'm really excited. First of all, a couple of players that I do recognize, of course. In 2025's campaign of Meta, in our eventual attempt to maybe eventually get the Ascension, I've got to see both Jesse and Bisk, actually, at 2 separate teams, of course. Bisk was a part of the Ultimates that did make it to EMEA, didn't have the best of runs in there, didn't make it to Ascension. And Jesse was actually the IGL of Twisted Minds at the time. Now that that mantle has been lifted, maybe he's been allowed to be more of himself. And I will say, he's definitely shown his mettle. He's definitely an impactful player on the controller. But maybe the fragging output is one of the things that can be a bit of a problem. The same can actually be said about Navi as a whole. Kalosha or not, I feel like they were a little bit just down in terms of their output. And maybe that would have taken them to Santiago.
I mean, kind of the Navi's performance thus far, I think, is why we've seen kind of the map pool kind of break down the way it is as well. We'll get to see the agents as well, the agent select coming through as we are about to get into the map. Just a moment, ladies and gents, here we go. We'll get to have a little bit of a discussion about this now. Volt, you and I were having a very spirited discussion about just the kind of state of the meta right now and how many people are like running the double controller and such. We're not seeing either team rock the Viper.
I mean, it makes sense. It's like one of those maps, at least the Pearl, that not too many teams play the Viper anymore. You can theoretically still play the Viper, but I feel like there's a lot more value in agents like the Tejo, like the Fade. If you're playing double duelists, that is also a thing. I haven't actually, though, seen a Killjoy in a hot minute, so that's something that Olizera is picking for comfort. Something that they have rocked twice, both against Barca and Nova. But now against the VCT team, Killjoy could definitely be exploited because she doesn't give you the same level of freedom that Cypher has with the tripwires, but I would definitely say her util can be a lot more valuable when they're hitting on the side right now.
I mean, Kalosha's already been knocked down to 75 HP, make that 0. Hero at least able to get the refrag out, but I don't think you get much more of a clear example of how Killjoy's utility can just create a big level of contention, especially down that mid-doors angle, and you get to see the Asters as well. Xiao and Jesse both just kind of lurking ready, waiting for each other. Jesse walks away the victor, so you don't have to worry about any gravitational stars, any pulls, anything like that. If you can get yourself back onto the site, as the trades are going 1 for 1 for 1. It's a very close fight here, but sociably, the position is going to be known here. He is just being held. The spike is ticking down a little bit. Right click, I absolutely adore. The reload comes through. Spike gonna get halved. The swing from Olizera, but sociably actually able to clutch it out here. A very, very back and forth pistol round, but a nice showing from Navi to start us off.
And a great round from Sociably as well. Like, it's very important because, you know, you and I were also talking about how Sociably was not doing too hot in kickoff. And
yeah.
Like, Xiao, you'd understand, you know, like the IGL tax and all, and Navi being a new team in that tandem, but realistically, it's a lot more about finding that stability, and it is great for Sociably to actually be able to step up to this platter. It's not really going to be the toughest compositions, because I would definitely say, like, we've seen Stallions now, we've seen Focus, we've seen a lot of the VCL level teams, and I would definitely say that in terms of pure firepower, I would say that UCAM is probably a notch below all of them. But in terms of tactics, they probably are going to be the most tactical team of the bunch.
I think that really is just highlighted in the agent composition again. You know, that Fade, the Fade Tejo decision from them there, that double initiator kind of style rather than just going for the straight double duelist that Navi has. That's, I think, not an admission, but certainly a highlight or a kind of acceptance that they are going to want to play a bit more strategically. They are going to want to kind of pace themselves out here. Jesse just not really getting a little bit overzealous there, but just managing to get the wrong end of Filu's Marshall. It's going to be enough to just force this full rush down the B site. Famzi and Olizera going to be calling out a lot here. The Seas is going to give away Olizera's position. They do know where he is, so this slow walk becomes an absolute sprint down towards Elbow. The Classic's doing work though. Filu gonna do the exact same right back. 4K on for the ace. If he is given it is a different question altogether. Sociably holding heaven, knows what to expect. Filu even gets the plant down, so a frag or death gets the dimensional drift, which for round 3 would be an insane thing to do.
Yeah, and that's why Bold really not wanting to give that duel away easily. But now that Filu is pushing forward, the duelist is ready to take a spoil. Gonna check heaven, not really gonna find much home, and the hunt isn't as on as you would expect from an RV that should feel pretty confident about that one, because they only got 3 players remaining, and Boulder's not going to do that much more damage. 2 kills is not really the worst outcome in the world for UCAM. Still a little bit of damage, but they're going to be walking into that 3rd round that we usually label a bonus in pretty good hands. An Outlaw and a Marshal, a couple of rifles as well. It's still going to be dangerous for UCAM for sure.
You haven't, oh yeah, you actually don't. Filu does actually survive, so needs to get the ult orb or get a frag to get the dimensional drift online, but it is very possible to do, right? That A orb, we do see that's exactly where Navi are going towards here. Even if it's not a full execute, they get the orb online, they get the dimensional drift, and suddenly Filu doesn't really care if he has the outlaw, because he's able just to cause a much bigger distraction, create a much bigger problem than UCAM might be able to face. If he just falls and dies though, the firing squad from Jesse and Bold enough to take him out of this round, so not going to be a big concern. Actually, Navi now basically having to rely on Colossus sliding in with a Guardian to get the space controlled.
Yeah, but I'm really glad though that, you know, we're talking about Navi, we're talking about what they're bringing to the table. They didn't bring the veto back, which credit where credit is due. Like, Hero individually was really good, but I feel like they just didn't get the most out of Hero and what they could have had from the veto, which is again is a thing that is global. A lot of teams that do also pick the veto on Abyss don't really find as much value as they should, and right now Bisk wouldn't be finding the most of value of that Marshall either. It's only Xiao really that will be in the range of dying to a single bullet, but UCAM is the one that are more proactive. They take Xiao off the angle, and a tough task now for Navi, down 2 players on that line of sight, and they will need to take Bolt clean, at least either him or Famsi, that are holding such defensive angles when they're entering the site.
Sees into special delivery could be something here. The special delivery just going to hit alone. Bold very patient in dugout. Kind of sees 2 of his team die. He tries to go for the spray actually on a Sociably. The spike not going to initially get planted. So only 10 seconds left. The spray through the smoke going to be good enough. Sociably falls. The fades get it. Other and Bold adds a 4th notch onto the side of his gun. 1 away from Nightfall as well. The ult economy from Navi looking very, very solid, even if the round didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, 2 ultimates ready. It's a big round from the IGL by all stretches of the imagination, but the start from Kolosha there, that was really impeccable because that kind of did lead them into a lot of the good parts of that round, right? Because they wouldn't have made it that close if it wasn't for that initial entry. And y'all speak of the devil, I guess. We're taking a close up to Kolosha, who's stepping up tremendously, you know, like from Boars to NAVI. It's one of the great things about NAVI, right? Like out of all the organizations, they're the ones that I would say outside of the Turks that are the proudest of their national heritage, as they would say.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are proud of what they do. Speaking of being proud of what you do here, Filu's gotten this good aggress here, but has that corner been cleared? Okay, finally we see Bisk just actually teleport out. I was really expecting the gate crash to stand down. The counter Nightfall about to come through. The scan as well, the Teho drone. That's a lot of utility. Sociably's not going to survive. The spike not going to be planted. For anyone that doesn't know, yes, patch notes are involved, and Teho now does damage with the special delivery here. Kolosha as well, about to receive a decent bit of damage. Xiao not really going to be a concern here. The lurk up double doors decent in theory, but the timing just not working out. Jesse's not going to get spotted at all. UCAM answer back very quick, very cleanly, and an expensive round for both sides.
And we see the value of Teho there in spades in the entirety of the round. Not just the special delivery, but the fact that there's so much space that is going to be eventually bought by the rest of the util. Like the Salvos bought some space to isolate that 1v1. I say a 1v1, but it was like basically utility that got into that position, and Kolosha still did really well to find a kill there because he was supposed to be dead for sure, but at least he got his one. It was a playable round for Xiao, but in the end of the day, UCAM seems to be firing back, and now it's Kolosha that baits the shot from the operator, instigates the overdrive. He spots two more players on site, but he's not aware of a third. At least now NAVI got the man advantage and they can play wherever they want. They already pivoted him back into that B side with a triple rotate.
I mean, it's a great way, right, just to really express the map control, because Kolosha now didn't get the gun picked up, right? That was an operator from a quite awkward angle, so manages to drop it off. Gets the gun picked up, sorry, apologies, but drops it off to Xiao, who's going to be playing off-site anyway. So a really, honestly, a really big kind of heads-up play there. Xiao's going to want to be playing kind of down that long angle anyway. You can already see him posted up there, so makes sense to drop it off to the Astra. Kolosha could just be, at this point I half expect just some movement, just to be a distraction and be really annoying that UCAM have to deal with, because Neon just jumping around like a mad bunny rabbit is actually some of the most distracting things you have to deal with. We'll see if it does any solid work here. Jesse, though, and Paul just walk back onto the site. The low buy, though, the Sheriff's still going to do. The Cosmic Divide going to be enough to completely make the operator just not a factor, and Jesse's got a great angle here. Hero has to just hold W to get into the Cosmic Divide. Won't even be allowed. The last bullet from Jesse's mag buries Xiao and pick up the op for free.
Well, that man was an IGL before. Now he is here for the impact. It's the 8th in total for Jesse, doubling his tally for that round. And it started really well for NAVI, but it was the post plan that just went so well for UCAM. They understood the assignment and it cleared halls without losing a single player, which that was the big breaking point of the entire defense, because that allowed Jesse to get the points for that ultimate. And now they're cycling back in their own util. There's still an Euro theft on the side of NAVI, but unlike the past few rounds, they really do need that first blood now. Kolosha gave them a luxury. Now this feels much more like a necessity to actually break open UCAM.
That's something they can do, because the flash is solid there. Kolosha looked to be in the initial comfortable side. Jesse, a player that we just didn't really talk about too much, all things considered, just been kind of sitting back on the controller doing what you would ask of them, but really been stepping up onto this Pearl here, showing the power of Astra, especially as well in his counterpart Xiao, not been really able to be given the same space. Of course, attack Astra, you really do need that post plant to work out for you. The hop is going to come through from Bald Armageddon just to waste time. Xiao actually falls, the world ends, shatters around him, 50 seconds still left, but Navi losing 2 players before they even get onto the site. Vol.
Well, I mean, still Hero and his presence on site. They're still trying to put the spike down, but it's not going to be easy with Fancy holding that line of sight. Great work from Sociably, but still a couple more to clear out, and it's going to be a tough task to take care of Jesse. Leaving Hero now in the clutch. They line up with a high-low, and he's almost able to break that one apart. Just not fast enough to get Jesse on the head, and it's a 4th round for UCAM.
It's feeling very, very smooth for them, to be honest. These defenses, these retakes, and I mean, you've got your Astra going 11-2. It's really, really just quite extraordinary stuff. The Cosmic Divide as well played to absolute perfection on that round or two ago, and the ult cycling as well. I mean, Bisc already with the Dimensional Drift online, Bold halfway through the Nightfall. The economy's looking clean, and I mean, as a heads up to Bold as well, there's a gun in his hands that maybe doesn't break polite manners, but it certainly means that we'll be seeing a lot more of it after this round.
Well, chaos could ensue still. Navi are trying to rely on Kolosha's pace. And we talked about the role swap. Like, I mean, Hero's still on the Sentinel, but definitely now afforded a lot more resources, or a lot less resources rather, on the Hero's side. That they're trying to perhaps let sociably play around in this game a lot easier. And of course, with the weaker weapons, the Hero Vandal in the hands of Kolosha is going to be very patient to try to absorb that utility. A space that is granted now for the Cypher. No utility on the art side, and that could be the X factor that they need, but it's not going to be easy to break through. Bold still got the haunt, and he can easily just line up players with that Odin.
Yeah, he really can. I do just want to actually highlight Jesse being basically the main controller style there, so maybe not given exactly the credit that Jesse does deserve just based on his previous performances, but he's certainly making a name for himself on this map here. And the rest of UCAM looking inspired by this performance. The Odin shot's not enough for Bolt to get any frags, a lot of good damage, but anyone that's played Valorant knows 1 HP can be the difference maker. I actually can't believe, I actually cannot believe that Bold was allowed to reload that Odin. Kolosha just not giving him, or just giving him all that space. Sorry, the fight here having to be around just this full spike. There's no Astra Stars, at least online just yet. Xiao activating the first one now. Kolosha falls though. The Sheriff shot's not going to be able to land, and there's nothing online anymore. There's no more stars left. They just shatter around. The universe is falling here. I thought Bold jumped off the spike, and I did get a bit concerned that maybe we weren't going to be seeing that diffused. Still handed off to Olizera to get the lockdown online, and another round for UCAM.
Yeah, happy one for them as well. They played the round pretty well. As he said, I'm still surprised myself. The Bolt didn't actually get anything off the Odin, but he got away because Bisc decided to use the Dimensional Drift. Because they cleared off the site itself. Then they forced them off the site. They thought that they could play the post plant, and that relied on Kolosha getting the kill on the slide. And it was such a good shot from Bisc to catch a sliding Neon with the operator.
I hope we get to see it again. I hope we get to see it again, because it was a clean shot, and we get the highlights coming through as well. I believe that is the timeout has been called. See if it is the tech or if it is going to be a specific timeout. Just got the call there. Navi forced to really call the first timeout, and I mean, it's to be expected. Honestly, the attacks, they're seeming solid. But whether it is just the pacing's a little bit off, the positioning from UCAM is just solid. There is clearly a gap in what Navi are doing, and I kind of want to highlight, I think, personally, they're spending too long on the site without a spike planted.
Oh, absolutely. And, I mean, that's the thing that I feel like UCAM is trying to do by design of the composition. When you have the Tejo, when you have the Killjoy, when you have the Astra on top, you got layers on layers of just site extraction. So it becomes very difficult for Navi to stick the landing in the site. Like, while they can get the site itself most of the time, they cannot really find the expansion that they would want to get. Like, I mean, the last round is Exhibit A. Like, they didn't get to open up Secret. They didn't get to open up Duck. They didn't get to go to Flowers. They just had to leave site off the ultimate. And now, again, they're given A main, but I want you to look at how aggressive UCAM is at controlling the space that is the important choke point. Bisc on the operator, they've rotated back into Art, and while they've opened B-Link, they are trusting that Olizera with the lockdown can stall enough on the B side that they can play for their own retake.
It's really interesting to see, right, the positioning, because off the back of that, like, Olizera's up on Heaven, right, for B. He's not really looking after double doors, and there's no alarm bot there. There's nothing set up to stop that, but you do have Jesse all the way in the back line to see if anyone tries to slip through the sewer grate, right, to get that flank. So a big heads-up play, and one that's difficult to read, and it means that as soon as Navi walk onto the site, there is the position from UCAM to regress back on. Hero trying his best to put the cape on to carry his team away. Not going to be able to get the frags that's potentially necessary. The Killjoy just going to be thrown down. Lockdown not going to be given any space. Feilu doesn't care about your smoke though, Bisk. Going to need a little bit more. The Cosmic Divide yet again comes down through. Not the best one though, because it is going to give a little bit of weakness here actually. A potential mistake indeed. The shorty from Feilu is enough. And because of that, an unfortunate use of the Cosmic Divide spells UCAM's doom and puts Navi back up onto the board.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's how the cookie crumbles at times. UCAM had such a good read on the util in its entirety, but I feel like that was one of the few times where I was just a little bit surprised at how the round concluded after initial protocol. Like, Hero getting 2, them being that aggressive early on, because you know that there will be players spraying down that line of sight. They don't want you to get in the site itself, so them not being agile, holding down the smoke, that's never really the thing that is going to happen. The thing that's going to happen here is going to be Bisk again. Oh, that is such a clean shot on the Kolosha. He's struggling despite his movement.
I mean, this is the problem, right? This is, you know, you've got the flashes. Both Kim and MP were talking about it earlier, just about how kind of egregious, maybe not the word to use, but how ubiquitous, that's the word I'm looking for, that Yoru is just everywhere. It certainly does feel that way.
To find both
it might, yeah, to be honest, I think maybe both of those words completely accurate here. The Nightfall being used, the proactivity from these ultimates from UCAM is just so good. They are not concerned. There's no hesitation behind them, Vol. It's very much they know what they expect from the ultimate, and even if it doesn't work out for them, there's almost just kind of a shrug. I mean, yeah, the Cosmic Divide from Jesse didn't work out in that previous round, but he's already halfway to another.
Yeah, and again, like Navi, outside of that individual hero play that we have seen from Feilu, they look beat tactically. You're a team that is led by Angel, for goodness sake. So that just feels a little bit unfortunate for them. And it's not like that they're bankrupt of good ideas. It's that UCAM just have more layers than the other composition, and it just becomes so difficult to play around. Like, you can tell, like, the salvos, the Astra Stars, everything in that round that can make specific parts of the map uninhabitable. And it's very clear that UCAM has studied tape on Navi, and they know the, like, you know, we got the heat maps for where players like to play. I feel like we're getting the heat map of where Navi like to play in the post plant, and it has been exploited by the other side. This time, no TP from the Yoru. All these Eras trying to hold his best, and they've actually denied the entry on the B site. So that hero rifle now doesn't have the space to play, and it is forced to be a reset from Navi, a force that might lead them back to a more defensive A site. But with the time that they're going to spend re-clearing the space, it is going to basically alert UCAM by naturality. If they're not going to be here for the next 20-30 seconds, we can use our util. The drone working its way all the way up the pillar, and that has already made Ollie Zera make his move with Famsi as well next to him.
You've got the Killjoy turret as well suddenly moved up, right? It's now looking at double door, and the fact that you're seeing all the Zera adapt the Killjoy setup, right? That's so difficult if you're an attacker to deal with, because usually you're like, okay, well, you know, the Killjoy alarm bot's kind of here or there, that's not a concern, but if it keeps moving around, you have to adapt, you have to do something! But all that you do is walk into Famsi and Jesse and ace between the pair of them, and that's from the rotate called, all from Famsi's use of the Tejo drone there. You want to talk utility, Vol? You already mentioned it. That was beautifully done from UCAM.
Yeah, they are looking like the better team. Like, they understand the map a lot more. And credit where credit is due, Bisk has been doing some wonders with the operator that has making the B side not only difficult in its retake, not only that the post plant is a struggle for Na'Vi, but they do not even get away scot-free. And he pivoted back into the A side. This time Kolosha gets the better of the op, but not of the second man trading. So even despite beating Bisk to that line of fire, just the presence of that buddy system proven to be a difficulty again, and it's only Hero. And the other avenue that could have been caught by that Yoru, lucky to get away with his life, he's on 36 points of health still. So they're down a player, Hero's pretty much wounded, only got a minute to play for, and it just feels like they need to go back into that embrace of the operator once more.
And the thing is, right, I mean, we're starting to see it, right? All credit to UCAM, right? These shots from Bisk have been good, but we've not been seeing him kind of forced out of position because of the blind side, right? We've not really been seeing a fantastic use of the flash from Filu. We did see it there. We did see a really nice setup, Filu and Kolosha come through, but the setup from Bold and from Bisk was just too good. Both of them then turning the flash and getting that damage done. Again, it's layers that we talked about earlier. It's the angles, it's the setups that can happen, the patience as well. Filu dies with another blindside in his hands. He loses that Yori flash. And as you said, Volt, they're now just staring down this operator. 20 seconds left. The Killjoy nade, it goes through. Do you really have any chance of your Navi, especially? I mean, Bisk has already been handling this, but you've just heard it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, even if they do put the spike down, this should be all but over. A player on the pillar, 3 more on Heaven, but there's a chance for Shout to isolate some of those duels. Jesse with a crucial one on Sociably, and there's still a Shout that will momentarily exist. Thankfully, Bisk with that dimensional drift comes in at the right time. That is a hero's entrance. And right now, Na'Vi flustered by the Spanish champions.
Flustered really is the word. I mean, I know we've been giving him a lot of credit, and Bisk, Bold have been, everyone has been doing. I mean, Olazera has even just been sitting there, but those 2 kills have been big. Those 2 assists have been huge. Everyone from UCAM doing exactly what's required of them. Jesse doing just that little bit more to make UCAM look as dominant as they are. And I mean, yeah, Kolosha's not really getting these entries. The blindside's just not really making Bisk work for these op angles. It's tough for Navi because this is that kind of composition you mentioned earlier, Volt, of just it doesn't have as many layers. And I mean, I think Navi wishing they were wrapped up a bit warmer.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. You know, we were talking about this, you and I, on the green room a little bit before the game. Is that we were talking about how important the Fate Prowler is in taking away the position of an Alper.
True.
And how many times have we seen the Prowlers actually clear off an angle outright? Not really that much.
No, it's and because we did talk about it, because for anyone that doesn't know, the Prowler does not last long enough that if you fire it from like the top of B long from the hall near the attacker side spawn, the Prowler will just run out of time before it like gets to either the top of the box or like back of elbow where the operator usually does sit. So you have to push up a little bit to get the Haunt to kind of tag that, or to get the Prowler just to get the lifespan. But then again, you need Filu to be using the blind side. You need to be able to push up at least to that pillar where the Prowler has a bit of a higher likelihood to survive. And I mean, stacking utility has become very much the bread and butter of this game. You want to fire out something like a drone that needs to be shot, and then while your opposition are shooting at the drone, that's whenever you put the flash, because you have to aim at one to shoot it. But if you're looking at that one, you're going to get flashed. If you turn from it, you get stunned, but you avoid the flash. And UCAM really just don't seem to be getting pushed into those type of circumstances. Navi, not with the utility presence that I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would have been the best case scenario, I would say, if Navi were at least able to find some of those duels outside of it. Because I feel like that's what the composition is reliant upon, is that Hero, being Hero, usually can find a few kills on the extremities, but they haven't taken those duels on Art and B-Link that much. Which is the other thing that I'm a little bit surprised by Navi, because when I see that UCAM composition, I feel like the 2 mains are really gonna be very tough to take without finding something on those 2 connectors. So for them to ignore it completely, like how many times have we actually seen them play in the early round with that mindset that they're having here after the timeout. It's like, we don't actually hit main early. We keep Hero on the extremity late. He can try to contest whoever is reclaiming the space. And then on the other side, that is exactly what I want to see from them. Clear out the Killjoy utility if it's there, take Art if it's there, and you need to fish for a duel. Which is why UCAM are doing what they're doing. If you see them, they're also understanding that Art is going to be the object, so they are clearing the side itself, letting them get nestled because they got their own layers of utility that is just going to be better in the post.
Oh my days, but you need to have your team survive. Bisk just doing something with that operator. Still manages to take out Felu, despite just a very clean kind of push on, right? The overdrive from Kolosha forces UCAM to back off, but Navi have never really struggled to get onto the site. It's keeping this control with no ultimates to deal with. Meanwhile, Armageddon and the Cosmic Divide. Olizera really trying to force Xiao to make a move here. Bisk has died, has been at least taken down twice due to that specific angle. The frags from Navi are good. Olizera has to do everything, including deal with the Astra that is sneaking up behind him. Eventually, that angle will get sought, will get found. Olizera falls and Xiao at least off the back of the timeout put a concessionary round onto the board, but UCAM really did look dominant. It's now up to Navi to see if they can pull off a better defense.
The great thing for Navi is the composition, as good as it is from UCAM, its attack is not going to be as easy as just let them put the spike down, play the util, play the Fade util, play the Astra util, and hope for the best. That's kind of how it goes, right? Because there's like 2 or 3 more angles that much utility cannot cover. And then it becomes a much easier round to play when you're on the side of UCAM on the defense. On the attack, though, this is where it's gonna become more of an open fight, because unlike the Killjoy and unlike the way that they're playing it, the operator is not gonna be out early. And if UCAM finds the pistol, this might be game over already if they get to double digits early. And Navi, I feel like their one saving grace is that they got that initial round. Imagine if they didn't get the pistol and it was UCAM that was ahead. It was like 10-2 already.
Yes, it would have been, because Navi, the 2 they initially got until that was the first 2 rounds. They took the first pistol round, they took then their kind of their buy up, they're expected to win, and then suddenly UCAM just answering back. We get to see, you know, look at this. We've been seeing the occasional Prowler, the occasional blindside coming through, but it's not really been enough. Bisk, even if he does get flashed, even if he gets repositioned, right, you've got the backup, you've got that support, and it has very typically been either Bold or Jesse to kind of back him up there. That duo of absolute destruction here as we cut through, and the highlight's going to eventually end. We are in just a potentially last gasp for air here for Navi. They do have the double duelist, they've got the fast rotate, so I do like to see that from them. It is going to be a bit of an easier defense in that regard, but if UCAM just don't respect them, don't give them the space, that could be where Navi struggles. They have to hope UCAM plays at a slower pace, which hopefully they should do given the composition, but we've seen what some teams can do. W keys have been held for a lot longer than maybe sometimes is expected.
Olizera a lot closer than what Fido expected. It's a good trade from Bisk, but it doesn't really guarantee them the site yet, because they're not aware of where the Cypher is present, and they are aware of where Bold have found the space, a player to his right. It's a pivotal duel in this round, and Xiao handles it expertly. And that pretty much denies the space that UCAM were hoping that they would get an advancement even from Xiao. It's gonna buy more time if he doesn't die instantly, but if he dies, that's the side itself open. They're splitting themselves up into a 2-2 with a very deep rotate coming through from Social Blade, and that leaves a lot of pressure into the IGL's hands.
Oh, and Xiao with that. The IGL not really able to call that there. Just decides that, oh well, has to watch his teammate die. Xiao does get the information, but this is kind of the thing, right? The information's been gained, but the spike still gets planted fairly comfortably. Only 4 HP for Bisk, and he's deciding to be the one on the flank watch there. That could be a mistake. An errant shot in any limb will be enough to take him down. Kolosha being the 1-2 defuse as well, despite that low HP. Hero falls down to it, half defuse now on. Swing from Kolosha, okay, 9 HP, doesn't care. Able to get the 3k, get himself the spike diffused, and Navi a pretty critical, if not entirely necessary, pistol round that goes their way.
game could have gone very far away from their hands. Now, it should become a lot more manageable. UCAM, of course, with the spike plant, can still spring a few sheriffs around. And those can be dangerous. We've seen it from both Filu and Bisq that they can easily find the value. But it was just that duel there from Bisq that made this round a contest. And then the retake from Navi, to give credit where credit is due. Like, they don't have the wealth of utility, of course, it being a pistol. And you won't have it when the guns roll around. But right now, they're doing pretty well with what they got. And it's about using what you got. And right now, it's 3 strong on Navi. But they cannot contest that orb. So Bisq is halfway through his dimensional drift. And outside of Filu, nobody's really taking space aggressively. And Filu's still got a gate crash. But if you can take their sweet time, they might catch him trying to throw a second one on the board.
Does Filu get this control here? The jump peak, though, very solid. UCAM understand this and just kind of pre-aiming the teleport. No one actually looks at Filu. They just wait for the gate crash. They all have a feeling there will not be an additional swing, but he still takes a frag regardless. You get to see how the Cypher setup can be very, very strong, very, very awkward. And Kiro, okay, if you just don't respect the smokes, sure, get yourself that 3k. Completely eviscerate UCAM's hopes and dreams. Olazera just kind of stuck now on his own. We'll see the classic, at least the gun barrel from Kalosha, but that's all he's gonna see. A flawless from Navi there, and 2 players, Hero especially, not buying a gun up means the economy for Navi gonna be very, very comfortable.
Yeah, look at that. 4 rifles. Sure, 2 of them are bulldogs, but that is a dangerous bonus for UCAM to walk into. And while, of course, yes, they're gonna be weaker in terms of economy in that round too, I feel like we've seen some of the struggles of their composition. They just don't have the exact same pace that the Neon does provide you, so you need to rely on the util a lot more, and especially on the attack, it needs to be valuable proactively, and it's a lot harder to do when you're playing a Tejo or when you're playing a Fade. Right now, they're doing the opposite of what Navi have done on their rounds. Navi were pivotal on controlling both A and B main wherever they went. Usually it was B main that they love to focus on. Right now, they're pressuring those links, trying to force a rotation out of Navi. So now is this next step that matters the most, and UCAM might have picked the right angle to send the Animo towards Art, because it's the weaker one for now. Navi are fixated onto Link, and they will have to aggressively clear into middle to regain some space, which might catch them a critical timing onto UCAM.
It could all be down to this timing, just as you said. Navi are very, very good at kind of clearing every single angle here. UCAM have been as well. I mean, again, that double initiator style, I mean, there is going to be so much kind of site clearing or so much utility to get you onto the site. But we've been seeing how Navi are functioning. They're not really worried about playing this the exact same way, really. UCAM just allowing Navi onto the site, dealing with the retake, and now Navi playing this the exact same way. And with the Sentinel actually online, with the work that Cypher especially can do, and Filu can do apparently if he just doesn't respect the smoke. Navi have been getting so many kills through these smokes. UCAM might actually just need to consider retiring the controllers if it's not going to save you. Smokes, walls, whatever you believe will protect you from being shot. Not going to be the case. Hero just has to stick this. Kalosha gets the shot. No concerns, no hesitations. A team ace for Navi, and suddenly only 1 round away from equalizing.
That's such a good return from Navi. UCAM a little bit slow there in capitalizing on the space towards Art, which bought the space for Navi to rotate, and despite them having the less utility, it was that crucial duels that they have won. Whether it is the kill on Famsi or the trade on underneath there. Both Hero and Shao, of course Shao swinging from Art, but the second player just finding the wall bank. That is critical for Navi's efforts, which are now 1 round away from tying this game up. And for the Outlaw, this is just a shooting gallery. Everyone 125 or under. And it should be pretty easy, but I say that, and it's actually UCAM to start out with the first blood. Sure, it's pretty quickly, but it's A-site now. A lot more pace present from UCAM, and they can probably catch a player or 2 off guard.
Maybe could, but honestly, Navi have got basically every kind of thing locked down here. Even the Tejo Salvo, yes, it does push sociably out of secret, but that's all it's going to really do. This is genius. This is actually a really good pivot. You were asking a bit more from the IGL here, from both sides, just to see what they could do. And to be honest, actually, the calm, nothing short of genius. It has been read out by Navi slightly, but...
Oh.
Huh?
That's a bit of overplaying, right? They're scared of a player being on site, so they're trying not to overplay their hand. But this is kind of the good range for those Stingers to find real value. They just need to be wary of Kolosha, because he's the one that could be the main detriment. The late flank as well from the Tejo. It's all good timings from UCAM, and this could be the round that they get control back of the game for it.
Oh, you need to be a bit faster on this flank, Famzy. Looks like you're going to catch up, but Hero not going to be one to hesitate, and suddenly the information's been granted. The neural theft gives away Jesse's position. So because of that, the flank just not really finding its value. Famzy getting 180'd on, actually just before the neural theft, I believe, even activated. So an excellent flank. But the problem is you have to chase after someone who's sprinting away from you if you don't want to give away that positioning. And an equalized scoreline here. Yeah, the timeout comes through. You have to imagine it's from UCAM, and I don't disagree one bit.
Yeah, and that is always going to be the problem with playing a single duelist composition in this meta. You can just tell, while UCAM got the right ideas, they just don't have neither the speed or the dive. Because Bisq is going to give you either the flashes to be more supportive, or he's going to be the dive, and then you need the support from someone else. But then that means that you're playing a composition without flashes. So it puts them in a position where things can be a little bit scary. Where, much like we have called of NAVI, I'll call of UCAM in the few rounds that they've played, especially in that gun round, they didn't really get to gain any space, despite how much util that they have. And that is supposed to be the strength of a composition like this, that when you hit the A side, for example, on the gun round, they need to hit it with intent. They need to like clear out dugout, they need to clear out art, they need to clear out flowers. There needs some sort of either extension, or you save enough of the utility that then the post plant still becomes difficult. But UCAM have been throwing util, I don't want to say haphazardly, but they're just throwing too much utility to secure their plant that they're not really worrying about their post plant enough.
You've got two angles, right? Do you commit more to the post plant, or do you kind of cut your losses and say that you're just maybe not getting those plants as comfortably? As you said, you know, the utility is not getting the value that it is, and the kind of way that you can force that value, either just win a straight up duel 1 versus 1. Bisq has been good whenever he's been allowed to see his targets. But going back to that original point, you know, at some point do UCAM just go, okay, maybe the post plant's just not been working out. Olazera hasn't really had time to like put the alarm bot down or get a single nade onto the spike without it just being dealt with here. A swing though, Bisq not going to be able to get the second one. Kolosha given just a little bit too much space. Able to get that refrag, able to save the op and do a little bit more with it. No flashes now anymore, as you pointed out. Cosmic Divide coming through. Oh, Kolosha actually threads the needle between the two that he sees. The operator not going to find one, so the Cosmic Divide creating a lot of security, a lot of safety. Navi looking set up to disrespect it. Salvo forcing it just to be that, as the spike now dropped. And the Cosmic Divide assume as soon as this is going to run out, that's whenever we'll see the engagement.
Well, up close and personal, Olizera trying to be the first line of defense. The Armageddon might have come too little too late. Sociably still able to find both on the other end. And Famzy caught behind the veil of that smoke. Oh, the lightning knows no bounds, and it will smite down the entirety of UCAM, and that's NAVI back on business. The 9th round, and they're finally back in the lead.
Potentially just playing for anyone that as well, like this is UCAM's map pick, so Navi opting for the attack starting off could have actually just been a very long-term investment. Just they weren't worried about their performance on attack, and to be honest, that seems a little bit evident here. They only got 4 on Pearl. You know, usually you'd kind of hope to get a couple more rounds, especially just because of how big the map is and how much control the defending team really need to kind of exert. So the fact that that Navi basically just said, sure, we don't really expect the most to come out of this attack. I mean, it's clearly worked out for them. The defense has basically been nothing short of 5 rounds back-to-back. UCAM just aren't able to break this.
There's really grounds for them that they would just need to break it. They'll need to take some of those duels and win them on the side of UCAM. But much like the struggle of NAVI, not really much of the speed to take it. Right now, though, bold. The last time around was not successful. This time, identified. I'm not really a fan of that Nightfall. It doesn't really give you art. It doesn't really give you sight. It's half and half, and the hesitation is gonna bite them. Filu with a pair. And that is basically the round over. The Yoru finds everything for Navi. Now it's just Jesse left to have a chance of an ace clutch, but that will not be the case. It's a quad kill for Filu, and it's double digits for Navi.
Heartbreak for UCAM. Honestly, Nightfall's been lost. Olizera's good for the lockdown, but the ultimate's looking a bit, spread a bit thin now. With only 3 rounds, really, if Navi can just keep this momentum going, which they do not show any signs of letting up. Jesse had such an excellent performance in the first half, but does need to be said, a little bit of just less of that for this second half here. The attack just not really working out as much. Does make sense, you know, the Cosmic Divide, the stars and such are a little bit more awkward to make yourself proactively, but even still, just that initial mechanics we've been seeing from Jesse fallen off a little bit. And the second timeout now used by UCAM, you can definitely tell that Navi are forcing them to sweat, and potentially all by design here, Vol.
And it's such a good way for Navi to approach that defense in its entirety. And a little bit unlike what UCAM are doing, you can tell, like, Navi understand that they need to take some of those duels off-site. They cannot just let the spike be planted and then worry about the game. But also, they're playing to their strength, right? They got the double duelist composition, Fido there, just playing the bait and switch. And I just gotta say, still though, not the biggest fan of that Nightfall on that round. If it was fully aimed at art, it would have been a different round to play. But they just did not really, I guess, respect either choice. And that's the main thing. Like, for UCAM, they're a younger team, a VCL team, and it's that killer instinct that they are really lacking. And right now, well, a killer is indeed in the house. Fidu already posted for the next. It's 3 kills strong for Navi, and UCAM crumble under the pressure.
Oh my god. Flawless is right. I don't think you can really say a better defense round to be played. The first initial swing from Filu gets out, rotates back towards Art, gets his second, leaves again to let Shao pick up the frags, and meanwhile Sociably just cutting down all the opposition with the Odin. I mean, yeah, the support from Kolosha as well cannot be overstated. Such a good rotate, such a good reset. And this is the thing, Navi went from 2 people stacked in Art to leaving it completely empty. They're so good at adapting their playstyles, and it means that UCAM, we kind of were asking them, you know, the utility looking a little bit haphazard, but they're having to consider every possible angle because Navi are forcing them to do just that. This time we pushed up B long, we've met them at their spawn, and we've taken 2 for the price of nothing. UCAM having to leave.
And it's both Duelist and the Fade. They were just able to hold down the line. I gotta say though, like, not really necessarily that Sociably that much. He was just there for a bit of moral support more than anything, and the utility working great for Hero initially, but Olizera is the one that still finds the better of him in the end. They clear out the Opper. Yes, the spike is there to be planted, but it's a massive duel to find by Bold and UCAM. Now fighting those timings. This round could be complicated. Chao on a single point of health, a single shot from the shorty is gonna be enough, and Fidu gets the job done. And while Olizera is able to put down the lockdown, he's all alone, and Kolosha once more could beat him to the punch, but now the lockdown is going to be effective. Too little time remaining for Fidu to just do anything about that one, and that might have to be around conceded. On half health is Fidu, time is the element, the bot is the ally, and the timing is perfect for Oli. He's got a 0 in his name, and that means the clutch is necessary.
Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Make sure to cover the angles that Ollie can. And if anyone did kind of see it there, UCAM are relying on this post-plant scenario. Olizera does throw the Killjoy molly onto where Famzy ends up planting the spike. So that's honestly something that I maybe would like to see, just a bit more proactivity, right? Maybe throw the molly into flowers, maybe throw it just into dugout, create that additional little piece of aggression, or at least consideration, that Navi have to do. Because, yeah, the retakes are solid. I mean, yes, okay, Navi gave away that one, but the frags just didn't work out in the lockdown, especially gonna do some damage. Velu, oh, the quick scope for 2! The Bisque frag was good, but that was on a different level. 2 members executed out of UCAM before they get to do anything else. Jesse not far behind, takes a shot to the legs, down to 5 HP.
I mean, if Navi are just gonna do it like this, no chance for UCAM, really. I mean, they've had such a good defensive half, but their attack was just a non-starter. We didn't really see them finding anything. Just a couple of heroics, and much like Navi, heroics is all that they got to rely upon, but unlike Navi, not too many of those that we are seeing, and now all Navi needs is 1. UCAM needs to find 3, and that means that they will need to find 3 more rounds that they've only found the 1 in the entirety of this half. And I mean, while the streak is broken, this is not an Undertaker situation. It's not like everyone is gonna just win after the streak is broken. Navi clearly holding on pretty strong, and it's that proactivity that they are doing themselves that we're asking of UCAM. It has been the bane of the Spaniards, and now they're gonna try again. Heavy presence on the A site, but I don't know if they can beat the AWP on that line of sight on Feeder.
They're very much trying. They want Bisque to get this ultimate. They need this dimensional drift online just to kind of avoid respecting the operator. But Felu's going to absolutely go hunting through that smoke. Doesn't find anyone, but gets the information at least onto Olizera. He knows that lurk is happening. The turret set up as well here, but this is kind of what I would really love to see Olizera just create some level of hassle. Just throw a Killjoy nade maybe on towards like Art Stairs. Create anything, because at the moment, 3 people are going to kind of force him down, rush him down, and yeah, okay, sure, they're not going to give you that fight for free, Ollie. Navi are just a bit too experienced at something like that. And the Nightfall as well. Now, the position's essentially switched. Navi and UCAM kind of looking like the opposite teams, but you've just walked into the jaws here, and Navi look hungry.
The save the day. Jesse still finds some value, and they're doubling down from the spawn position, but Shell just seals the deal. And that is it, Navi. With a defensive side that looked like it's a fortress. And while their attack did not look the best, Medante, that was the domination that we've seen out of them.
Yeah, I really want to see, honestly, I hope we do get it. I want to see how many flawlesses Navi got on that defensive half. Because for as many rounds as they got, it felt like we were seeing flawless show up a not insignificant amount of the time. And to be honest, that is the best word to describe Navi's defense. It was flawless. Every time the utility was being spent to get them off of an angle, they were just great at repositioning. The re-executes were fantastic. They knew when to stand their ground, when to rotate away. And at what point do you have to say, then we were asking that of the IGL. And I think it took a little bit of warm-up, but Navi demonstrated that in spades.
Yeah, and for sure, both teams relied on their defense, but you just have to say that the single duelist composition is going to struggle a lot more on attack. And this feels like an Ascent situation, right? Do you remember when teams would play Ascent in like the Giga defensive meta that we've had with the Deadlock and everything, and the Vice when she was in her prime? And we were like, if there's a team that gets 4 rounds on attack, they won.
You won.
Because you basically get 10, right? Usually.
Yeah, that's a throwback and a half, but to just get a little bit of a deeper dive, a little bit of more of an understanding exactly how Navi brought this back, we can throw this over to the Andalus to take it away, Kumquat and MP.
Thank you so much, Volted Dente. This game was a bit of pain to watch because I really thought UCAM could do it, but in the end, Navi were stronger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. On the first side, it looked like UCAM will take this map actually quite flawlessly as well. I did love how UCAM, at the start of these rounds, they were taking that A lobby, kind of pressuring Navi to go to the other side, conditioning them. Then UCAM would rotate Pisk to that side with the operator, absolutely demolishing Navi on the attacking side. UCAM, defensive side, great. But when they switched up to the attacker side, it fell flat. Couldn't really do anything for this Navi's defensive side. And when Navi gets this confident, it's quite hard to break that.
I remember the caster saying at the beginning of the second half that Navi need this pistol, but seeing the game right now, I feel like it's Yukam who needed it, because actually they usually struggle on the attack side, so their defense is very strong, but the attack not so much. Even in VCL Spain, they kind of had a hard time on the attack, and I think they hoped that they could scrap some rounds against Navi, but I mean, we all know right now that it was not the case. Navi was just too good.
Yeah, and like you say, in the Spain Rising region, they only lost one defensive side round, which is incredible for UCAM. But I think right here, why UCAM was so good on the defensive side and why this composition is actually such a good against Navi's composition. You have so much utility in Teho, Astra Fade, and I think UCAM's composition fundamentally doesn't allow the double duelist composition do that well on attack, especially the way UCAM played. They usually played either up forward in A lobby, pressuring Navi really deep, or far back on the side. Maybe Bisk was the only one finding picks with the operator, but they were never on site where usually Navi is the strongest on those double duelists. They wanna attack that side, get those kills instantly, get that control, but UCAM played it perfectly. They had a lot of utility for those retakes, but it wasn't quite enough when we switch up to the other side.
No, definitely not. I mean, Pearl tends to be the way it is played right now in EMEA, tends to be defense oriented. So yes, you will usually get more rounds on the defense side. But still, I want to say also that Navi got 4, which is better than any team who's played against UCAM on Pearl. Yeah. But it's still a bit disappointing considering it's a tier 1 team. I would have hoped that they get a little bit more. I think this is clearly a sign that Navy's Pearl is not top-notch, and if you're a VCT team, you can definitely pick Pearl against Navi.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can see that from how many times Navi has played Pearl this year. They didn't play it single time in VCT kickoff. They played it against Ulf yesterday. It was a terrible Pearl. They switched up their composition. One agent from the composition, but already that switch up shows that they're not confident there. I think we kind of saw that UCAM almost were able to utilize that Navi isn't that confident, but when we switched to the other side, Navi got a few of those great rounds, multi-kills there, got the operator online for Filu. After that, Navi just picked UCAM off, and I think that's right there where we see the difference between a tier 1 VCT team and tier 2 challenger team. Those duels were incredible for the side of Navi. When things get kind of messy, Navi were always dueling really well together, and I think UCAM, they left some gaps there when things got messy.
I completely agree. I want to ally. Obviously, Filu played amazingly on the Yoru, but I really like the confidence from Kolosha, because we talked about this a little bit before the game, and is actually joining, subbing in for the player that is having his arm fixed. And I think he's playing with confidence. He actually finds his space in this new team, this huge team that's playing tier 1, so it's new for him. And still, I see a lot of good things from Kolosha.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was one of the things I highlighted on pre-show, that for Kolosha, this match could be the confidence match per se, in terms of being able to kind of pop off into that tier 1. Obviously, he has a lot of experience in this challengers region. This is not a new place for him, and I think that's the place where he shines. Something we're not quite seeing from him yet is playing really good against those tier 1 teams, but I think this is a really good matchup for him, and I think that will continue on bind Kolosha. Actually, it's going to be really interesting to see where Navi will go with the bind, how they're going to switch up the composition, because Ruxic isn't playing. Are they going to pick up that Viper that they usually play? Because that's Ruxic who is playing that. Hero, yeah, he could maybe transition to the Viper, but then you're left with the Teho. I don't think they're going to have Kolosha play that Teho. So I think might be a little switch up from Navi in terms of that composition when we go to bind. I think there might be another double duelist situation, and I do love to see that, especially when Kolosha is popping off like that and Filu being incredible with the operator.
I completely agree, and I think Kolosha is bringing this opportunity to double duelist, because usually it's sociably we will play the Yoru when they want to play double duelist, but no shame to sociably, he's an amazing player, but I think his Yoru is definitely not his strongest suit, and it's kind of a shame because of how strong Yoru currently is. I think you cannot play double duelist comp if you don't have a Yoru that is really, really on point.
Yeah, I think Sociable going to that flex role maybe has gotten him not too comfortable with the Yoru. Obviously, he hasn't had the greatest performances this year. I do agree with you that Sociable used to be that duelist main with Jet and Raze, but nowadays he's kind of playing that flex role, being the initiator on these teams, and it's going to be interesting to see what the pick is going to be for him in this map. Are they going to stick with the same thing? I'm not quite sure.
Well, see, the second map is going to come out quickly. It is bind for both of these teams, so it is it bind though? No, yes, it's bind, yes.
Yes.
Sorry. So it is bind, and it's not a map that UCAM plays a lot, so I'm a bit scared for them here.
Yeah, it's not a map that you can perform quite well. I think they've only won one bind in this year, which is kind of scary, and they actually lost 13-0 against Novo Esports in the Spain Rising region, so the bind is probably not the best for UCAM, and we kind of saw a switch up yesterday, or rather 2 days ago against Focus. They went for a different composition with this Chamber that you highlighted, didn't go with the Waylay. I think Chamber was pretty good for them. Bisq was incredible with that. I think the operator gameplay from Bisq was really good. 25 and 17, got multiple first kills. I loved the dynamic that Bolt and Bisq had with the Sky and Chamber being able to support that and kind of doubling up with the flashes. Is it quite enough against this Navi roster? I'm not quite certain, because they lost against Focus, which in terms of when we see VCT team and Challengers team, it's some form of an example that Navi is probably a step ahead here.
I agree with you. I think Focus, we've seen them yesterday against Vitality, and they actually played very well. So they're definitely not a team that is below the average level of the challenger teams we have here, but I still think they are overall less good than NAVI. So if you were not able to win against Focus, it's gonna be even more difficult with NAVI. And yes, this scoreboard doesn't look great. As you said, they lost a lot on bind, so definitely not one of their strong maps, and I think this is why NAVI chose it.
Yeah, I do definitely think that this was completely counter pick against UCAM. Obviously, Navi, they are comfortable in different maps, especially when they play against quote-unquote lower tier teams. There is probably a reasoning. There's probably some comfortability with their composition as well on bind. I think they know exactly what to pick here in bind, and I think we're gonna see that in few seconds. But I'm really interested to see whether they're gonna stick with the double controller. Is the Viper gonna be there for Navi? I don't think so. I think they have to switch away. But no, Hero is actually picking up the Viper, but they still run the double duelist. I love this. Kolosha going for Waylay and Filu going with the Yoru. Filu had perfect chances to pick up kills with the operator on the previous map. I think we're gonna see the same thing here. One thing they are missing right now is the Sky and the Teho, but Fade coming in and Yoru having the flashes, I think that kind of fills up that position as well.
I agree. I think, and as anticipated, as they have Kolosha, they will probably go for a lot of duelist comp. And I'm not personally too disappointed that we lose the Sky, because I'm not a huge fan of Sky in the current meta. We will see what UCAM is are able to do with it. There is the comeback of the Chamber also on this, so let's fingers crossed that he has the same performance as he has yesterday, because it would definitely help them in this map against NAVI. But for NAVI, this is brand new territory, so everything is to get constructed, and we will see how to do this right now with our casters.
Thank you so much, Kim, and thank you, MP. I guess that we have kind of figured out the sauce of what this blind is supposed to be. Supposed to be a counter pick, supposed to be something that will make NAVI a little bit more comfortable with it being one of the most ubiquitous map with the double duelist compositions. Like, it was it and Split that everybody already played double duelist even before the utility Armageddon and like everything just being wiped. Basically, the utility got nuked in Hoffman. It was like this, the Thanos snap of utility that we've had to witness.
Yes, and then essentially then the buffs to Teho then became endgame, right? Suddenly the special delivery started doing damage because the stuns got nerfed and everything like that. So a lot of different angles to be considered, but no one opting for it. And Besk on this chamber, by the way, an absolutely, I'd say, scary agent. I mean, the trademark is very damn solid. Then the rest of his kit just makes him a good duelist. Seeing particularly Hero jump off of the Sentinel basically into the Viper. Been a big fan of just saying that the double controller means that Viper essentially becomes that Sentinel. And then, you know, the double duelist, which we've already kind of chatted about. Probably the biggest case is Sky versus Fade, because damn, Fade is just strong on this map, and we'll probably already get to see the utility coming through from Hero, or from, sorry, Sociably there. The wave dash is there, Bull though with up, okay. The shorty from a single shot classic to just shut down Navi's attack.
Well, that's the perfect start if you're on the side of UCAM, and all they need to do now is just find two more. Sociably still on the box, and Bolt can find a flash to absolutely wipe him out, so it already becomes in the hands of Hero. He's gonna try to start around from the showers and try to wipe the slate clean, but fortunately for him, it's Murky Waters on the side of the defense. They're ready for that peak, and that is the spike. It might be a flawless round here. Hero, at least slated with an ace clutch, and it doesn't really seem likely with how little health he has, and it is indeed gonna be the flawless. It's the perfect start for UCAM, and we can say that they finally can get a pistol on the board.
I mean, yeah, it's you can't really ask for a much better, much cleaner round, can you? All things considered, I mean, this just from Bold, absolutely beautiful. to get a single shot, immediately reload, that is kind of confidence. That's knowledge of what that Viper Wall is going to do against your opposition. And yeah, Hero just not able to get out of the showers. So a very nice first defense here. Bold already a good developed way into the Seekers. And for anyone that doesn't actually know, Besk has jumped off the Raze, gave it to Famzy, who's usually on the waylay, at least for the previous times we've seen this composition on the map. So we'll see how the movement from Famzy in particular comes through with the satchels, as the movement comes through from Hookah, and all the Zero with the buggy already good for one.
I mean, the shotguns are definitely paying dividends here for UCAM in its entirety. Not really that much that you can say about the approach from Navi. Weaker weapons, they of course wanted to use their numbers to overwhelm whoever it was supposed to be in Hookah. But just good read here from the side of UCAM, and now they pivot into the other side, still keeping Shao in there, which is going to trigger the guiding light, but it's not really going to trigger Bolt for much more. It's once again another hat trick from the Initiator. Well, Initiator by a roll, and I guess it's closer, an Executioner by trade here in that round. All UCAM need now is another player that's there low on HP. Last time around, Bolt got the triple. This time around, a quad kill seems very likely, and it is indeed going to be the case. So that's the ultimate already on the board. Seekers in the third round, and with UCAM finding another flawless. This third round is very scary for Navi.
I mean, that was what Besk got the Dimensional Drift online, if I'm not mistaken, in Pearl by like round 3. So nice to see that Bold's wanting to kind of do the exact same thing. But I mean, this is scary for Navi, but we kind of got called out by Kumquat on the analyst desk there. We were talking about, you know, the rounds that Navi needed in Pearl. At least it ended up not being the case. It was the pistol that UCAM ended up needing. So Navi on the... they got to pick the side, or they got to pick this map, of course, so UCAM opting for the defense to start off with. Really want to put as many rounds on this board as well, because I feel as soon as Navi get into that defensive side, it's going to be a lot of rounds going their way.
And for UCAM, Bisk struggled when he was playing the Raze. Now the switch up in the chamber, and he's just feeling a lot more comfortable. I guess they figured out whatever ailed them in Spain. And now in here in the international stage, Bisk taking the chips off the shoulder of UCAM. And Kolosha, VCL player usually a part of Boars, a team that has been making their strides in Northeast, but well, now no strides to be made. Survival feels like the only objective that is remaining for Navi, and while the hero is healthy, this doesn't feel like a round that they'll have much of a say in.
No, it really doesn't. They are walking. It's just they're walking back to spawn. That's the only position they're going to get really control of, and it would be good to see here if UCAM. I mean, they've already got the Seekers built up and used. Will we be seeing any type of aggression? Still 20 seconds, so actually plenty of time if UCAM do decide to go hunting. They'd have to pick up the pace, but they seem to just want to play this very, very patiently. They do not want to give away anything, and I mean, why wouldn't you? You've got some donated guns, you've got a Phantom now online for Bisk, the economy's looking clean, Jesse's just got himself one as well. So UCAM, no spike planted as well for Navi. I mean, yeah, you didn't get the 2 kills, but pretty damn flawless round for them, all things considered.
Yeah, great round. It's the 3rd round for them on the board. A couple of rounds still kept, of course, a couple of rifles rather kept by Navi. But I'm just worried about the ultimate economy more than anything. Because while, yes, we have seen the Seekers being used by Bold, there are still other ultimates that are going to be coming up soon. Like Bisk is halfway to his Tour de Force, which is not a game-winning ultimate, and there's still a long way away from the Viper's Pit as well. But the main thing is that Navi then are closer to those bigger ultimates. So if they get their strike going, even if they don't win a couple of those rounds, just finding success is pivotal. But right now, UCAM, well, they've been getting the better of them. Even a saturate doesn't do much to Famsi. Looking so comfortable on the Raze, and with the rifles gone, it's an attempt to re-clear showers. Maybe try to pick that back up for Navi. But already down 2. It's going to be hard straights for them for sure, especially with that rotation caused by Famsi. He's got even full util. So even them walking out of showers might just be a test in of itself.
It's going to be difficult. You don't really have that waylay to give you the space. You don't have the Viper wall as well to even cause a distraction down A short. So kind of just walking out completely naked, fitting enough, I guess, for the showers. But either way, going to be a difficult fight, Philo and Sociably. At least able to save the guns that Kolosha and Hero so beautifully donated from the previous round. The smokes are going to go down, the information granted. Gate crash as well, though. Definitely going to be some information given, and Bisk sees the barrel from Philo before he even sees him. And the snake bite, plus all other acid. I mean, Xiao put down to 73 HP, a Sheriff 20 seconds, and the biggest dream a man could ever dream. That's time just going to tick down. He gets the spot onto Famsel, another flawless as well. I want to say that's 3 out of 4 rounds UCAM have converted have been flawlesses. So I was saying that initially Navi's economy struggling on Pearl. UCAM looking to make another solid initial statement on Bind, and I do say that with a potential concern in my voice, because this is exactly how Pearl started too.
Yeah, and it's the exact same kind of composition, right? And MP talked about this, and he said those kind of compositions kind of disable the double duelists, and that's what we're seeing from UCAM. But that means that they'll need to get a lot more than just 7 or 8 rounds here on this first side. Eventually gets all the way up towards the box, and there's a lot more value out of it here. Double dash from the waylay, and it is caught, forced back on the other side. And while Navi get the site, Kolosha pays heavily in terms of HP, but gotta be careful. Hero, sure that he heard the teleport, but the shorty still comes in up close and personal. Bold delivers And NAVI stuck in the angle, spike not planted there, begging for a duel to go their way.
The gap in the smoke as well. Bisk will see this, and he does have the appropriate armaments to take the shots if he so could, but instead the TPs come through, but it's a super fast rotate. Might not matter though. Kaloshi able just to take down all the Zera, doesn't respect any sort of shooting, doesn't respect walls, doesn't respect smokes, whatever he can do. And seems like at least the rest of NAVI, they agree with it. This gap in the smoke has just been causing such a problem for UCAM, giving away everything in the potential push coming through. NAVI, an excellent hold, not even giving them the space to regress onto the site. Not flawless, but certainly feeling that way. NAVI finally won on the board.
Yeah, an important one there for NAVI. And not, as he said, not a flawless, but they got all the important pieces, which I feel like is the important thing. You know, they got the site taken,
Yep.
They played the post plant, they didn't even allow UCAM back into the site, which is another very important note to be taken care of. And now that they got the operator on their hands, things might actually be a little bit complicated for the side of UCAM, because they tried to use the operator the last round. It was even better adjustments from the side of NAVI outright. And now, in the perfect position is FAMC, and Bisk looking for the one hero. Trying to skate away for free, and he's actually gonna win the duel on the op head on.
Bisk has just fallen. Bisk has just fallen, and is this the same NAVI we've seen in Pearl? It's only one round answered back, a lot more to do, but this is that level. This is the exact thing they did. UCAM got the first couple rounds on the board. They got a lot of rounds on the board, and then NAVI just really tuned in to how UCAM were playing and just started asking questions that UCAM had no answers for. And I really like to see it. I mean, that's exactly, I think, just that fight from Sociably will be the difference maker. Bisk could have tried to steal away something, but instead he's the one that gives up his life essentially for free. And that means now NAVI, they've got a good rotate. There will be some noise heard by Bold, but it's only him on this spot right now, so it's going to be down to the remaining members all the way over on that A site when they use this part, when they use this teleport, when they use this utility to come back up their last remaining team member. At least a lot of the ultimates and a lot of utility being avoided.
Yeah, valuable play. Still from the side of NAVI, as he said. Out of most of that utility, it's a big duel to be won here by their side, but still some real value for UCAM to get themselves back in, and they are able to get past Kalosha, which has been the main bane for their side so far, and they're trying to work their way in. All the zero, the good one, and then he finds a second. Filu left alone now. It's only Shao that is outside of the site. Operator should at least be good for one, but even that is not gonna be enough. That is the man that has shown us his value at the start of the game. Now coming in clutch in the mid-round. Bold back on the Seekers, and he is back on putting UCAM on top.
Clearly not concerned just yet. 11-1. The secret to Navi's success: kill the opposing Sky. If they are still standing, you are not safe. The rounds will not go your way. And I mean, you really do have to say it. I mean, Kalosha standing in this corner, all is there. That's just a beautiful swing. And then off the back of it, just that really slow tentative push out of the box there, giving Filu nothing to work with in terms of information. No timeouts just yet, though. Navi getting that first round on the board does mean they've at least found a gap in UCAM's armor to some description, and they seem very comfortable. They can apply pressure, and Hero the one to do it.
Still a player in the backside, but it's actually identified. Bold. Well, that was a bold step to take, and Hero punishes. And now FAMC cut off by the smoke, not even an inch of space given to him or Bisk, and the call to save should be the one that is made, and it is indeed the choice that they are heading towards. And much like the Pearl, I feel like Dante, we're actually starting to see more and more of those exact same signals.
It's maybe a bit early to call it, but I don't think it's unreasonable to have that thought in the back of your head. And the most important aspect, right? Because if we're thinking that, then that might mean UCAM are as well, and that's kind of the last thing you need, is that creeping doubt, is that fear that you got the round sorted, you got the initial advantage against your opposition, only for NAVI just to, out of pure structure, out of fantastic aggression, snatch it away from under you, and especially getting a Thrifty on the board to keep their momentum going. The Viper's Pit, a lot of ultimates about to come online as well. This round, if not this, the next one is going to be a bloodbath, and both teams really will need to get that put through.
Yeah, at least on the output, Hero has been stepping up tremendously for the team, but it's also the same thing for the side of UCAM, where it feels like UCAM's actually been a bit more of a funnel. In both games, there's just a player that is running up top, getting the resources, getting the support. It's just the side anchors that struggle a little bit when they are thoroughly tested. And there was a call to be made there by the side of UCAM to push into showers, but it just didn't work out at all. And that is really the nature of some of those pushes, especially the one in the last round.
Yep.
Maybe we're getting the replays from a couple of rounds prior, but I'm just thinking about like Jesse actually taking that push into showers, and that not being the call that I would have made, not being the call that I actually see a lot of teams in my region of MENA struggling in when I'm casting the VCL teams, because they try to do these kind of things in the mid round, and the real problem is when you do that against a team that is thorough, that is very methodical, it becomes a struggle just to regain the space without utility. And you're supposed to be the team that does have the utility. You do have the Sky, you can use the Viper Wall, there's a lot of tools that they can use, but they're using the Viper Wall in an aggressive fashion, where I wanted to see where it splits up on the A site, is trying to give the entirety of the shower space to the defense, instead of maybe helping those players take the showers itself, and then leave that deeper angle that is outside of that little platform for the attackers. Instead, they want the whole thing. And that little bit of greed is what is actually putting them back.
I'm glad that you mentioned the greed, right? Because we kind of seen it from UCAM on Pearl as well, that they were non-committal with the Nightfall. And then that ended up being completely spelling their demise whenever they tried to push in through Arc, because they were non-committal. Bisk certainly committal with that swing. Hero just shutting him up. No concerns with that operator. Get that out of here. Saturate played off of beautifully. The blind side as well. Kalosha and Filu, a two-man army. The rest of Navi might as well just be sitting watching. Hero, good for Bisk, but the rest of that push, the rest of that execute, so comfortably in those two players' hands. And Bold, yes, you've got all of this control. You've got the entire attacker spawn all to yourself, but they've kind of moved on. They've got a bit more in terms of real estate, do Navi at this stage.
Yeah, bigger fish to fry for sure. But they kind of fried the whole thing into that round. UCAM now figured out, and I would not be surprised if they do take the timeout in the next round, just because they really need to restructure how they're defensively set up. Bold now could be tested. It would be a loss if he gets the rifle taken away from him. The economy is not that bad for UCAM, but just keeping that rifle allows them to still pick up the operator if they want to. And that might be the call here. Na'Vi now closing on that fourth round. And that is where we've seen them find their success. And again, they're playing a double duelist. They're supposed to have a solid attacking side with that composition, but also UCAM is thoroughly relying on their defense. And while Bisk started off solid, ever since that they figured out the AWP and the tendencies of where Bisk likes to play, Na'Vi have just been getting the better of that defense through and through.
It's really been kind of that moment, right? I mean, the defense works good for UCAM, but it's seemingly working better for Na'Vi. The saving the gun as well is actually massive from Bold, though, because look at the economy. Because you've got Chamber, the ability to cheat the economy. There's no neons. There's no real kind of Blade Storm. There's no Jet. There's nothing that does cheat the economy that you're typically seeing. So it's Bisk just to do it with this tour de force, but he can't find anything. And with this site controlled now, Hero just drops the Viper's Pit down. Navi know they want to get this round converted, and I mean, look at what UCAM are doing. They're kind of respecting that, yeah, they cannot push into this. They've lost their own Viper's Pit. They've got the full setup from Bold and Famzy, so we might see a potential fight back to the teleporter here, but honestly, with that amount of utility, I'm surprised that UCAM aren't at least prodding the Viper's Pit. Maybe the best word.
At this point, they understand that there's a lot of threat in their own economy. They're still trying to maintain, but NAVI have kind of grasped onto the momentum. And we've seen what happens when that is the case. Now, they got 4 on the board, and Colossia still got the conversion path, and they're so close to the orbital strike from Xiao. So I would not be surprised if that is the game plan here for NAVI. Just get Xiao the ultimate. That's him being the IGL, he must understand this. I get the ultimate. I make Ollie Zera's life a living hell if he decides to actually pop his own pit. Because that is like the game plan that I'm seeing. That Ollie might not want to pop the Viper's pit at the beginning of a round, just knowing that if Xiao gets the orb, he is going to be dead to rights in the pit.
That's the thing. I mean, we kind of seen these fight for showers, right? It's not going to be Navi's kind of initial choice, though. UCAM going to be the ones conceding or being given the initial space. The Viper's pit, a very specific angle to create such a hassle here. There's been no real control from UCAM on towards showers. Just that smoke off to kind of give the angle. A beautiful flick from Bisk. The knowledge there and the awareness that takes down Hero. A big frag. No Viper's wall to worry about now. I mean, you've got to wonder. I mean, you did just kind of see it flash up on your screen, folks. UCAM have been a very consistent team. They should be able to carry this momentum along. So despite being the underdogs in air quotes, it's Navi now to try and bring this fight back to them. Got a round or two on the board. It's been solid. But UCAM at least looking a little bit firmer. The foundation's not completely breaking out from under them.
The conversion paths could be so devastating. I'm just thinking about the raise, right? If Famsy's actually not caught into it, that could have been a very different round. Famsy trying to be patient, but identified on the other end. He still gets a kill regardless, and the execute is in, but well handled by UCAM. They did not allow them to expand onto backside. They just gave them bench, and they held onto that line of sight. Bisk getting the better of that one, and it's only sociably to find a single kill on the other half of the site, quickly handled by UCAM. Now they got 6 on the board, but they started off with the most important thing. Bisk getting a kill on the operator, and how much has slowed down the attack from NAVI?
That's a big question that needs answered, right? I mean, we've been seeing the kind of blindside setups. We've been seeing Kalusha and Felu kind of making life a living hell for Bisk at certain aspects. But Bisk has been adapting. He's been repositioning. He's been setting himself up at different spots. He's been getting extra assistance from his teammates in UCAM. So it's not been a dead giveaway. You've got that orbital strike now from Xiao. Olizera's already burnt the Viper's pit as well. So was maybe expecting a bit of a proactive torching of lamps that we also typically see. Not going to be the case this time. Navi just wanting to walk in on their own side. There it is. There's the orbital strikes. Half of this map being melted, but it's UCAM seeming to be the ones at least for initially falling. Xiao on very little HP will take any damage and fall. Spike still gonna go down. A Nightfall from Sociably that does just get thrown out, and the back and forth is absolutely crisp. The Trailblazer gets a kill. I have not seen that icon in months, if not potentially a year. The dog is hungry, and Xiao, unfortunately, that dog has him in the dog, not the other way around. Sociably, one person left just to try and get the timing. The guiding light is there. This is a clean, easy defuse for UCAM.
A beautiful round from UCAM, holding on to the showers there. Such a massive round from the other side as well, from NAVI to start off so solidly. They understood where the assignment was to be placed on those orbital strikes, but just the late play, the combination between Bold and Bisk was the one that won the round there from UCAM. And yeah, you would think it's Baham and how they let the dogs out into that one, but unfortunately though, for UCAM, still not fully out of the woods just yet. This round, it was won by a big individual play from both Bold and Bisk. They don't really have the ultimates anymore, and ultimates are gonna be a major concern. How NAVI, seemingly every time they win this space, they just basically one shower over. And that means that UCAM are basically playing 3/4 of a bind, because they're contesting long, they're playing defensively on hookah with that trip, and with them only playing for one half of the site, they always have to re-clear showers, and it makes it so difficult for UCAM to play around. And now that Bold is identified, Bisk might be under pressure on the other side, but Hero's being pretty patient. They know that Bold is in the teleporter, but there's no real pressure on them to get the move on. But with Bisk finding that kill, now the A site becomes more and more of a reality, and it has to be the site that NAVI finishes this half on.
Really does, but this is how that last round started. You pointed out specifically, Vault. Bisk gets that opening frag, and it is onto your Viper. So there's no Viper wall, there's no mollies, there's nothing to help out that incendiary to make that post plan easier for you. And you've still got to kind of worry about this as you push out of showers. The frags are coming through from Fancy, right? But you've still got that Sky, you've still got Bold in that angle that was a consideration, and it's always a panic, it's always a concern being trapped between two players of a team like that, because you want to get yourself onto site, but if your timing isn't flawless, you will just get ripped to shreds. And this is a crossfire, if ever a crossfire was. Felu's good for one, but it's going to be the only one, even if Bold doesn't get that kill somehow. By the time the spike goes down, or by the time the plant is attempted, Bisk gets the repositioning. The thing is, Vault, UCAM had this scoreline before. We know how that ended.
Yeah, and again, on the attack with a single duelist, so it's the exact same problems that have been posed on the Pearl. But unlike the Pearl, at least I'm feeling a little bit more confidence that, hey, Bind has been played ever since the game's release. So the map has been studied a lot more. You know how to approach the map. Maybe I'll say the value of the double duelist is gonna be so significant, especially on the attack. We've seen how much space you can actually get out of the waylay from Kolosha. But then my big question becomes whether or not that value is going to be continued when they swap sides over. Because that is the main thing, right? We've seen a couple of rounds where Bisk was impactful on the defense, but now I'm actually on the contrast. Like, how impactful is Bisk going to be on the attack in comparison to those double duelists? Because we know how valuable the waylay is, even on a defense. You still got the light speed, you still got the refract. The saturate is pretty much an ultimate ability with a $300 cost at some points.
Yep.
So there are definitely times where this game can go absolutely wrong, and we've seen Navi just catching UCAM off guard. And if they do that on the defense, this is where things can be very difficult, because this is where Navi has struggled with playing those 5-on-4s. And we've seen UCAM struggle even harder on both sides.
It's been a shaky one. It has been indeed a shaky one, and I really have to keep an eye on a Bull. It's just, again, another big concern was, I don't want to kind of necessarily call him out, right? But we've seen what Jesse did on the Astra, right? Kind of popping the 14, 15, 16 kills on the first half, and then I think ends the game around 19, 20. It would be a real shame if we do see that same performance reflected from Bold Hero. Certainly living up to his name. A decent chunk of damage, though, has been done. Will not matter. Olizera falls to the headshot from Xiao. It's a very fast, aggressive push onto the B site, met very heavily by a solid defense from Navi. And you do kind of see, just from that alone, right, how difficult it is to get out of hookah without waylay.
Yeah, just not having a dive. It's such impactful in that position. Like, the impact alone of the satchels not working for Famsi could be... I actually am worried about what it could mean as the implications for the entirety of the half. Because, you know, as we've said, like, when you got the Yoru and the Waylay, the entering itself is a little bit easier. Raze is one of the duelists that takes a little bit of time to getting used to, and sure, well, you would say, oh, but every duelist is used to the Raze. The problem is, Famsi traditionally isn't a duelist. Kolosha, however, is, and he's exactly showing us his value here.
Oh, he wants to live up to that duelist. He wants to live up to that reputation even more. He's trying to take a third. Love that confidence, though, actually, from Bold. Just immediately knows that that fight's been lost, but the refract, he just goes, yeah, I'll take the orb. That's fine if you want to donate that to me. Beautiful double tap from Olizera there with the information gained from Felu's shooting. So at least one gun gotten up. In fact, though, he's not wanting to try and risk his odds. Yukam, based on that Phantom throw over, it looks like they might actually just want to try and take this, get onto the site, get the plant, at the very least get this ultimate orb in front of them. If they can't do much more, sociably, he's waiting. He is going to receive the first member of Olizera. He sees Bold. Bold is not interested in those fights. He just wants more ultimate points. And that's exactly what he's going to get here. 65 HP, 30 seconds, spike on him. But even if he takes the TP, there's someone waiting for him. Remember at the start of the round, who was there for showers? Oh, Bold gets away. Bold gets away. Kalusha will not be met. Unfortunately, now has to chase after him. The spike might actually get... Oh, the double TP. Oh, the double TP could actually get the spike economy, could get the credits down. Oh, that's actually just cheeky, Bold. You're min-maxing every opportunity that you are being given. Takes sociably out as well. Okay.
Well, that is something that they'll be really happy about, as he said, an extra 600 credits. A kill and a plant. And by the way, mind you, the plant itself gives money.
Yep.
The player who plants the spike down. So they're going to be really happy about that one. You can tell NAVI, I would assume, are trying to look for any additional bit of firepower that they get. Still get the Judge, still get the Phantom. Kalusha also still on the Marshal, so I think that they're looking for one of those rifles that perhaps that they have dropped, but not really going to be the case here, at least from what we have seen in this round too. There's a signs that worry me, that I want to see fixed on round 3. I want to see that from Bisq and Famsi especially, when they're pressing on the angles like Hookah, like Showers early on in the round, because their gameplay is dictated on whether or not they can find that initial duel.
It's very much been off the back of that, right? Off those initial frags. Can either Bisq or Famsi kind of get those initial frags? And this is the thing with I'll talk about it in a minute because we're going to be fighting this. Bisq gets that opening frag. We literally just asked him to do that. So in theory, based on the way the rest of these rounds have went, UCAM now looking very strong to take this. Basically, the only thing that could break their hearts is if Xiao meets them in Hookah with that Judge. We'll see how that unfolds. But going back to that kind of original point, what a lot of people, I think, have really started to disrespect or maybe not understand as much anymore is with Neon and Waylay being as strong as they are, I think people's just overall satchel movement with Raze has gotten worse. And this is not just a call out on Famsi. Any players that I have seen been playing Raze, they do seem to be a bit shakier on the satchel movement. They seem to get stuck on their team a little bit more because you've not coordinated those pushes in so long, especially in comparison to like the Yoru Waylay, which almost feels like a necessity. But this is a fantastic push. It's a very aggressive smoke for Xiao to try and lurk with the Judge. He does get seized. No one's wanting to meet him in this smoke. It's the Boombot living up to his name. Famsi takes down Xiao, the Trailblazer from Bold. Not going to find anything just yet. Does catch it on the rebound, on the reswing. Hero falls. UCAM finally put around at the board and Volt as if by your request, it's off that first frag.
Yeah, and it's a very important round from UCAM. And we talked about it, right? We talked about the value that they would need to get off the initial duels. And they're able to find a good success. And they were also a little bit fortunate and not working their way into that Judge and not really any value being found by Xiao either. But now back to their business. I guess Navi are on all the right guns outside of the Outlaw, which while it is great and it has taken the game by storm a little bit, the real problem with the Outlaw in a round like this is that where's the chip damage really? And I mean, Xiao is the one that is like, hey, here's your chip damage. You're asking for it. Now there's a player on 100 HP.
I might have to turn my co-commentator's mic off because because both teams have been listening to the comms and it's meant a frag going each way. The Seekers are being played off of beautifully. The Showstopper, or sorry, it's not the Showstopper, it is just the satchel movement from Famsi. Plus the paint shells does get the control through, and that's what I was talking about, right? UCAM managed to break through very easily this push from Hookah off of the back of good satchel movement. So very nicely done from Famsi. Very good opening frag from Bisq. Exactly what we were asking from them. Kalusha get lucky to get away with his life. The light speed. Oh, beautiful work of the Saturate there. And does read Olizera's swing, so equalizes the man advantage. Goes for the kind of Hail Mary shots. The Molly is going to hit the spike. But there's not another one as far as I know here. That will be the last remaining Molly, so the time does need killed. The opposition does as well. And actually, Navi have just walked in, walked through. They're not able to get the defuse. It's pretty damn close, though. I wanted to see maybe what Kalusha could have done, what that timer would have been, but regardless, UCAM on to double digits.
I don't think that they would have had it anyways. They needed to stick it immediately. after the molly expires to actually have found the defuse. And even then, they could have just tanked a little bit of damage from the Brim Molotov, but they decided against it. Incendiary immediately powerful, and well, speaking of the Incendiaries, Shao was just caught with his in hand, and if he wasn't, that would have been a much different round for UCAM, and they've been getting those strokes of fortune for a couple of rounds now, and I gotta say, it's an elementary mistake. Out. Something that I would love to see changed, maybe a little bit improved here. Bisk with a sniper in hand. 3 players spotted, this time deleted by the coalition of players of NAVI. And while there's a good trade from Bold, it is still a 4-on-4, and those 2 rifles still in play for NAVI.
Absolutely massive that Kalusha the one to fall. If you'd imagine, like, Hero and Filu actually both won away from their ultimate. In theory, you would have expected one of them to go for it, but no, they're kind of playing this round. They know they're on the lower buy. They expect to die, and therefore get their ults online for the second round. But it looks like Navi, just off the back of that, going to be playing for this 11-6 scoreline. Nightfall does hit. It's a lot of decent kind of, or not the Nightfall, sorry, the Seas gives a lot of information. But it's not been utility that have been seeing Navi through. It's not been utility that has been the cause of these retakes. It's genuinely just been sheer mechanics, sheer overwhelming force that UCAM cannot currently keep up with. Olizera trying to get as cheeky an angle, as tricksy of a position as he can. But as soon as Filu spots him out, Hero able to take the frag, and Navi now chasing after you with a lot of ultimates looking to come online.
And it isn't a namesake. He is a hero, all right. That was a massive round to win for Navi, walking in with a weaker ball, starting off with a 4-on-4. Yet still, despite the Viper spit, it was so pivotal and to actually hold on to Showers in that round. And I guess the call that was made by UCAM, maybe it's not the best of ones, because they definitely could have tried to play it around with another kind of extension. They could have used the pit deeper into Lamps itself, and then they would have been entrenched into Lamps. But they just kind of got forced by Navi finding those kills and rotating as quick as they did. And now they're only 3 rounds behind. But Famsi, talk about being comfortable, Will, that is exactly the right kind of satchel. And now they get to handle the site itself, and even the opening onto the hero of the last round. And now Filu, under so much pressure, he's got the right idea, but he's forced to gate crash anyways.
Oh, Kalusha trying his best to force his life into his hands. Solo ulting Bold. I don't hate it.
Look at Olizera!
Oh no. Oh, Olizera. Oh, but it's only a classic. He does 50. Filu's hurt. The blind side into the gate crash, it's not enough even with the C's. So the spike ticking away. The molly from Jesse means Shao falls. Sociably the only one up. Gonna try and get the spike halved. But Bold standing tall, standing firm in Shires with the thrifty. That's UCAM answering back strong, and Navi emptied a lot of their wallets to try and make this round go their way.
What a round from UCAM. There in the end. Such a great call by Olizera as well.
Insane.
But like Navi should have really found more. And just like Shao was called with Yutan in his hand, this time it's Kalusha that got caught with a conversion path that denied that second kill. And that made things a lot more complicated for Navi than it should have been. They're the ones that are taking the timeout now. But unlike the past few rounds, it's a 0 margin for error kind of business that they're in right here.
I mean, it was really, you know, those kind of 2 rounds from Navi, we both said it seemed like a reflection, a mirror of Pearl, but not going to be the case this time. UCAM looking just so strong, so dominant. I mean, yeah, Olizera, that's a heads-up play and a half to get that level of control while everything else is going so crazy. And I mean, we talk about Olizera getting that position, but that was off the back of Bold and Famsi. Famsi's satchel movement, crisp, clean, gets right into the back of Lamps. Bold is there to support him, which gets the frag onto Hero. And it's a nice thing. It's such an obvious thing to say as a caster, but genuinely seeing the First Bloods actually being converted, it's such a basic fundamental skill of Valorant, but recently it does feel like some teams in particular have been giving that advantage away for free.
Yeah, but what an individual game from Bolt, to be honest. 24 kills for the IGL.
There.
Well, that is quite a game to be played. NAVI now entrenched heavily towards long B. The last few times they found damage, they found kills, but they could have slowed down the entire game. Not gonna be the case here. Minute 10 on the timer. Utility is present from the side of UCAM. If they invested the C's and the nade, they probably could have killed someone. But they've decided against it, and that has opened up some space for Bisk.
Is this now where Navi do get a little bit shaky? Because if they're scared to kind of commit utility, to commit that kind of setup, the orbital strike being used just to make sure Garden's absolutely clear. Maybe a little bit kind of overzealous, to be honest, just because there was no control out of Hookah there. Famsi having to just put the showstopper into the smoke, hope he can find Xiao. He does exactly that. And of course, the tour de force, the single strongest gun in the game, bar none. There is a reason you need to generate so many ult points to get it. Does the damage. Bisk, been a little bit hit and miss, but when he hits, he has basically been the reason UCAM take the round here. And with the... Oh. Olizera having to do a little bit of a double take onto Kalosha, but he does find him, gets the frag, and most importantly, match point for UCAM.
Couple of clean shots on the side of UCAM, and despite NAVI's best efforts, it's just them leaving Hookah completely open. That was the catalyst for that round. Bisk did great on the tour de force, and now he's got the full-on operator in his hands. And that will make the game a lot more complicated. I mean, that was a judgment call for Filu. And most likely you were never really going to peek with a flash or something in that kind of angle, but it was just then that double hold inside the smoke after from Navi. That was an unnecessary risk. They could have just tried to play and fish for an entry while they're getting themselves into the site on the side of UCAM, but decided against it. Olizera now waiting patiently as he's the one that's going to be picking up the spike. The rest of the team in the meanwhile have picked up the A side. They've taken showers, they've taken the ore. Bolt still got the Seekers, so if they want to, they can indeed pressure that pit with all kinds of utility.
I kind of just like the idea that UCAM are playing this patiently. Navi have been quite aggressive on their defense, right? I mean, as you just pointed out, Filu going for that swing on the previous round, getting punished by Bisk for it. You can kind of tell that this patient from UCAM is very much just a kind of scout this out. The Trailblazer is well committed into the Viper's pit. Not enough to cause any kind of rotates or anything just yet. In fact, Filu actually kind of sniffs something a little bit off. Gate crashes in just before it runs out. The Seeker's going to get popped here. Nightfall to maybe answer back for Sociably here. Yeah, sees the Viper's pit, or sees the Snakebite. Does exactly that. You kind of need to push W if you are UCAM. Only 30 seconds left. The Patience might actually shoot you in the back, but it's Xiao to shoot you right in the front.
Yeah, now it's one player remaining. Bold has been a hero for so long, but will not be able to contain that B-side play. Last time around, they died in the heart of the smoke. This time worked out in favor of Navi. And while they still need 4 to call this one an OT, and Haven seems to be heavily slated on the board, this game is not over just yet, and we're starting to see them struggle more and more, the more that they slow the game down. And Navi, the composition with a double duelist of all things, they're able to have great stability once they get out of that initial 10-15 seconds of the round.
Indeed, indeed. The ultimates, though, were a big sacrifice. You had to use the Viper's Pit. You had to get the Nightfall down from Sociably. So you've only got Xiao, who has been struggling both this map and last. It wasn't really as big a factor last map. Navi still taking the victory, but this time, Xiao required to be stepping up for the team, and so far just not been able to make it work. Been doing nothing terribly awful. The smokes have been good, but he's just not been able to get the frags. The mechanics just kind of failing him at moments where he potentially could be the showstopper for Navi. At the very least, the momentum's slower for UCAM, and this aggression, this push, but Filu not punished. It's Olizera that falls. The Viper is down. It's a beautiful distraction, meaning that Sociably not going to get checked. And he finds the timing onto Jesse as well, and now all of that effort, guess who's just going to reposition with the operator? Okay, pivots away. Filu doesn't want to give that frag away for free, but Navi's work here is done.
Yeah, pretty much, especially with Kalosha on the other extremity. So even them thinking about getting a kill on the other side is pretty much impossible. Short, handled passively by Hero as well. So it does feel like nothing for UCAM to do but save since their funds are as weak as they are right now. Any kill will be a welcome addition for the side of UCAM, but it feels like Kalosha should be happy enough with getting that orb a little bit closer to his own ultimate as well. The orbital strike is already there. On the contrary, though, you look at the side of UCAM, they're not going to have ultimates for the majority of those next 2 or 3 rounds. So, again, that doesn't change the game that much, since it's only a tour de force that we're charging here, and it's only 300 credits, but it still can mean that the economy for NAVI could be in pressure if they lose 4 or 5 players in the next round, even if they win.
Yeah, so at what point, I mean, UCAM obviously would rather just get the spike down and win, but if they do manage to just kind of kill the timer, at least get that first, or get that last frag down and a spike, then even if it gets defused, if there's only one person standing, it's not going to be as bountiful of a performance as Navi maybe need. And I mean, the economy, right? I want to go back to that time that Bold did an entire marathon around the map twice just to get the spike planted, because that's 300 credits per person. Like, it is the planter, but it is just per player. So all of these values, you know, Bold would be down at 50 credits right now. Bisk might be at 1100. These are the breakpoints that make life so strong. Bold, you are a optimistic individual. I'll give you that. But you are going to be punished accordingly for your sins.
For the kind of game that he's having, I'm not faulting him for having confidence, but that was overzealous for sure. And now UCAM might be pressured again off of their match point. It's delayed and delayed. But at least the spike plant is not going to be interrupted here. Numbers still in the favor of Navi. But for them to get the retake going, they will need to use those 2 players in showers. It's a late play from the side of UCAM, but they lose all these era. And that might be the entirety of the site out of their hands. They're only holding on to lamps. And while the spike is planted for them, time is running out of Navi. They're taking their sweet time. And now Famsi cleared out, but the Molotov is going to come in from Jesse, and that might be the guarantee that they need for that one. Someone needs to body block it, and it's not going to be sociably. Bisk with his second, and UCAM might just force this one all the way to its end. It's a quad kill that is not going to be. Shao may have found all the kills in the world, but in the end of the day, UCAM is going to finally take a map of a VCT team.
UCAM, very nicely done, very expertly held, especially when Navi started to kind of re-find their footing, right? They started to come back, and we were nervous, you know, is this going to be a recollection of Pearl? And instead, they hold fast, they hold firm, 13-9 against Navi. And we move on to Haven. This is the moment the underdog stories are made. Heroes are forged in moments like this. It's very exciting to see what UCAM could do in Haven.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that kind of performance, Bolt carried them over that line. Now it's up to the rest of the team to push it all the way through. And I feel like Haven is as good as a map as any to beat a team on. It is the map that is made for an upset, and all that we need to do now is see if that upset is going to be realized or not. But we'll leave it to Kim and MP to tell us if this was just a flash in the pan or if this is the real deal and UCAM can cause the upset.
Thank you so much, guys. They've done it. A challenger team actually managed to take one map from a tier 1 team. And it's UCAM.
Yeah, that's the first one. Hopefully not the last one for the challengers teams. But I think, Kim, you said something about the sky that you don't like it that much at the start of the last match. I think Bolt heard that. It was like, yeah, I can't have any of that sky slander, and absolutely demolishing that map. That was incredible for UCAM. And let's start from the first 4 rounds. Round 1, flawless. Round 2, flawless. Round 3, flawless. Round 4, can you guess it? Flawless. And if for some reason you're not familiar with the term flawless, it means that no one died. That means that Navi got their first kill in round 5. That is incredible to me. And the way it started from Bolt, that was a perfect counter for the double duelist. You know there's gonna be a double dive or at least a single dive. So playing shorty in lamps, incredible performance from UCAM.
It was really impressive actually. I did not expect it at all because it's the second time they win on Bind. Only I think just to say something on the side of Navy, they're not playing with the usual roster. As we speak before, it kind of messes up the comp that they're usually playing. So there was something new here, but still, I think Yukam were amazing and definitely Bold is the IGL, so usually not on top of the scoreboard, pretty much on the bottom. And here he stepped up for the team big time. So impressive performance.
That was incredible. Right now, you can see Bolt highlights. You saw them a little bit back there. Just absolutely smashing Navi from round 1, getting a 3k I think right there, another 4k, having ultimate on round 3 already. It's just incredible performance. Like you said, you don't usually see that in the IGLs, and especially when we look at the opposing side of IGL. Shaw, I think he had a pretty underwhelming performance, maybe around 5 to 6 kills or something like that. It's a great difference, and I think Bolt having that confidence in terms of the aim brought him the confidence in terms of the IGLing, and that was the key for them to win this bind. And that's a complete switch up from UCAM from what we've seen in bind from them. That was a second bind they won this whole year, and they
It's crazy.
7. Yeah, it's crazy, especially because they lost this 13-0 against Novo. But I think this new composition looks fresher for them when they changed from that Waylay to Chamber. Bisq has so much more freedom with the operator, and right here you see Bisq getting an incredible pick. That was the story throughout this map. Bisq being able to kind of push Navi outside of their comfort zone with the operator, finding multiple picks. Are you kidding? Another Bisq highlight there with the op.
I agree with you. I think when they switched it against Focus yesterday, 2 days ago it was, they had a great defensive side, and I think this is what changed from their previous comp, because they used to really struggle on the defense, but taking away this Waylay and bringing the Chamber really helps them gain more control on the defense side. And the defense side is really important in Bind. If you're losing defense, basically you will lose the map most of the time. So yeah, they really stepped it up there, and as you said, it was really impressive the beginning of the map on the defense. They were flawless rounds, and I was a bit scared when it came to attack, because I was scared we would have the same scenario. It was 4-8, so it looked like deja vu, but no, in the end they actually managed to take the round that they need to win the map this time and close this.
Yeah, and even when we look at the timeouts that happened in this game, we saw that UCAM had or were on the driving seat the whole time. Navi were the only team to take timeouts in round 8 and in the end round 19 as well. I think after those timeouts, Navi did have some improvements, especially round 8, squeezing that defensive side control and kind of switching up some tempos there, but it wasn't quite enough against UCAM's defensive side. And if we can see this from UCAM, especially in Haven, where Navi has had to force switch up their composition, I think it could be incredible. And no wonder MVP right here is Bold. Obviously on the other side it's sociable, but he's not quite reaching even numbers that Bisq has on the other side. And I love this story because last time when UCAM played against Focus in Bind, Bisq was the one on top. I think Bisq had 25 kills back then. Then Bolt was pretty much the supportive player, as kind of should be. But right now he was just absolutely popping off, getting all the kills, having the confidence, having the time of his life on the server.
Definitely. And before, in the previous map, I highlighted that Kolosha was playing with confidence and really fitting in, but on this bind it just did not happen. I don't know if it's the Waylay or if it was something else that didn't click on the side of NAVI, but it was pretty much absent from the game. Didn't have the impact Duelists should have at all, and it was not compensated by any other player on the team. Like Filu was not that great either. It was pretty much average around the board on the side of NAVI. Nobody to carry the team and bring this roster a little bit further.
Yeah, I do think you're correct there that Waylay wasn't quite the thing that they wanted. I think Colossia was kind of underperforming, and with this composition, I think it's quite hard for Waylay to perform. Usually you'd like to pair Waylay with maybe a Breach, have some more setup. I think Fade and Yoru being here as the setup for Waylay, and maybe even more Fade. I'm not sure how Filu actually was in that setup, sure providing some flashpoints, but I do think the Breach would have made tremendous difference for Colossia. He would have been able to get so much more ground on the side. Dashes usually would be so much better, and I think he was kind of suffocated here on the Waylay.
I think so. He didn't find the impact. Some teams in VCT EMEA are playing the Waylay on Bind, but yes, it's in a different setup, and I think the setup needed to make it work was not there for Colossia. And also props to them, because it's not that easy to play with a new player that is not part of your usual roster, especially when you're trying to switch up the comp. So huge work for Shao. I think this is definitely a test for the team, and also will improve how Shao is doing his IGL work, because I think it brings a lot of valuable experience. Having the opportunity to try new things in official doesn't came across that often.
Yeah, like you said, trying out those new things. I do love that they kind of actually forced into that situation now that Ruxic is on side because of the injury. I think you provided a great point in terms of VCT EMEA teams playing that Waylay as well on Bind, where usually, like you said, they have something else there as well. I think Sky is one of the most prominent agents paired with the Waylay. Then you have Gecko. Some of these teams maybe run the Yoru, Astra, Fade composition there. But yeah, I do feel like this Waylay and this composition, way they played this, kind of fell flat. And maybe it's because they haven't had time to prepare that much for this. Obviously, it's a new thing that Ruxic is on the side and Colossia is in here. They cannot prepare every map up to a T. I think some utility might be missing in the setups, and I think that's why kind of fell flat. But Haven, I think that's going to be such an interesting map, because it's a strong map for both of these teams. For the side of UCAM, they haven't lost a single Haven this year. They have 6-0. Even though NAVI is 1-3 on Haven, it's usually against these VCT teams that they lost. Actually, all of the times it's against these VCT teams that they lost. So I don't think we can say too much about that 1-3 ratio for them. One of the biggest things to me is that they've had to switch up composition. They cannot run the Viper, which was, I think, really strong for them.
On this Bind, we actually saw Hero on the Viper.
Yeah.
So they could technically run it, although I think the composition that they played with the Yoru, Neon, Astra, Cypher, Sova against Ulf is pretty decent on Haven right now, and you can definitely win some games with it. The issue there, I think, maybe is that their attack was missing some piece, because yes, the only initiator is Sova, so you don't have that strength that a Fade or Breach could bring. You really have to rely on the smokes creating some chaos, and the Duelists being very on point with what they're trying to do on the side. So I think the exec on the attack side were a bit weak, which is kind of a problem on Haven, because you have 3 sides, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we can see the stat line. NAVI only got 1 attacking side round. that's one of the biggest highlights. They have only the one initiator, and when you're playing against a team like UCAM, where you have a player like Bisk, who is such a strong operator player, he's one of the best, I think, in challengers. He's been one of the best in this tournament so far, at least for me. Bisk, dealing with that operator might become really hard when you have only Sova. You have only one drone that you can kinda push him out of a position. Sure, you have the recon dart, maybe Astra Smoke to kind of get some information, get some ground further, but I think with one initiator it's quite hard to get a player like Bisk to move out of position and deny that operator too much.
As to be fair, this is the comp that Gentle Mates are running, and we know that they're pretty strong overall and on this Haven also, but I think the main factor here is that they have Martin on Yoru, and Martin is such an incredible Yoru player, so maybe if you don't have this clutch factor from a star player, it's really hard to run. And that's what I'm fearing on the side of NAVI.
Oh yeah, and you have to have your duelist on point. You have to have your duelist comfortable, really confident when you are running this double duelist composition. Obviously, Gentlemates, one of the best teams in EMEA right now, could be the best team, who knows. Absolutely incredible players. Sure, Navi, they have incredible players as well, but Kolosha, you kind of puts in a situation that he hasn't been before in a tier 1 team. Sure, he's playing against these challenger teams that he's played throughout the last year and this year as well. That gives him some comfort, but I think UCAM right now, they're on a different level. Kolosha has to find that comfortability on the double duelist composition. I think the biggest struggle is if Navi cannot get the ball rolling. That is something where we can see some struggles from maybe Filu, maybe Kolosha, maybe this composition overall. And I'm wondering whether they're gonna switch anything, but nope. I think it's a good thing that they stick with this composition. They shouldn't jump too much around in different compositions. And Navi running this double duelist composition could absolutely make or break. You just need to have that good start that Navi has been missing in this match.
I think, yeah, I mean, it's too late, in my opinion, to change course. They already have so much to handle on the side of Navy. So maybe keep to what you've planned, but I'm a little bit scared because for me, Filu and Kolosha have not been up to the level you need from your double duelist comp to actually be explosive enough on Haven. So it could definitely be UCAM's map. I think it's highly possible that we see in this map the first challenger team taking down a VCT team. So buckle up, everybody, because it's gonna be amazing. Mike, to you, casters.
A big thank you to Kumquat, a big thank you to MP, and ladies and gentlemen, we could be in for an upset, but I am certainly not upset about this. I am hyped as hell. Myself, Mad Dante, joining me, the ever lovely Vol. Are you excited? I'm absolutely ready to get into this.
Look, I'm excited about anything that is not Gecko, okay? So, sorry, MP. I know that you want that to come back, but the nerfs aren't, sorry, the buffs rather aren't live yet. So maybe with the buffs, things could actually look on the up and up. I know that a lot of people, including myself, I've tried Gecko with the buffs. He's a lot smoother now. He's a lot easier, right? It's just about being more forgiving, I feel, is the important thing. And the big part is you can actually pick up the mosh pit, which is like crazy to me, right? My brain is exploding. But my brain might explode if this goes the way that I expect it to go. UCAM have done so well to actually put us to this third map. It was Bold that did all the effort in the world to push his team over to the mirror of that 13-line scoreline. This time UCAM in the lead. But on the defense, they'll need to find so much value. And right now, the value starting off really solid for Navi. They found Short, and Kolosha can speed up with his frenzy.
Oh, the fast lane coming through. We didn't really get to talk too much about the agent builds, all things considered. We've just gotten right into this, but you need a quick rundown. You've got that double duelist side from NAVI, as our wonderful analysts were saying. And then UCAM, they're just wanting to deal with this Killjoy. They want to have that setup maybe a little bit more reminiscent of Pearl. But this attack here from NAVI has actually worked out very, very clean here. UCAM committing themselves towards the A site. They've given this C site over without too much of a concern here. Bisk has to do it all here, and we've seen him do excellent work on the chamber. Will he be able to reflect that from this Yoru? Will he be able to make this work here? Hero on the logs. This crossfire angle out of Garage is very clean. 1 versus 3 now for Jesse to make this work. Shao just going to clean it up, and NAVI a very clean execute onto the C site and a very clean first pistol for them.
Try as they can, Hero continues to bail Na'Vi out. That was a heroic hold for sure. And it puts Na'Vi now in the driver's seat. On the win on the attack, Spike planted. They got the right read to pivot back into the C site, so everything is going so swimmingly for them. And that will put UCAM in a discomfortable position. Like, I mean, the discomfort will certainly show. First of all, the retake wasn't the best. This round is not going to be the easiest. They need to make a bit of a gambit, and their call is to stack 4 on the C site.
Why? I mean, that's the thing. If everything is a risk, if everything is that kind of a setup, then is anything going to be truly dangerous for you? It's a double swing, but C long, unless you've got those light shields, you're just not really going to be able to even fight the Marshal. That fire rate is just too clean when it functions as an operator, and especially, again, you cannot give Philo those frags. We've seen how quick the Dimensional Drift came online, how quick the Seekers came online, so any damage here that can do that is going to be an effective strategy. However, UCAM managing to take out 2 already out of the hands of NAVI, and they're in pretty decent recoverable positions to get those guns.
And I know that Kron said on the interview that, hey, this is the grounds for us to experiment, try new things, and of course for Na'Vi, there's always going to be the asterisk of Rucksack not being there, not being present, but it really still would be a shame for them if they end up bowing out this early. UCAM, of course, a lot weaker, but the Sheriff in the hand of all these era can definitely do some work. I mean, the Classic is the one to start off pretty well. Sociable is no more. But Philo and Kalosha will seal off that round. No more troubles, but they've already lost 3 on this second round, and the investment wasn't even that big from UCAM.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty comfortable full buys across the board. Near enough every piece of utility. The only real person struggling is, of course, the Viper from UCAM's side, but even still, very, very nice work to do this as comfortably as you did. Yeah, I mean, this is meant to go one way, and it is the way it did go, but UCAM's certainly not shying away from the fight, shying away from the engagement, which is fantastic to see. Bold now coming through as well. Trying the best. Bisk and Famsi just set up towards this A site, and NAVI have been really just trying to fight one of these sites so far. That's 3 rounds. We've basically been seeing a full stack towards one site. UCAM maybe getting a little bit wise to it, to be honest, especially with the way all the Zera's got the alarm bot and the nades all set up. UCAM wanting to take this control down under short. Hero, he'll meet them though. He wants to take this fight.
And not just Hero, Shao as well, and they definitely have the utility to try to make something happen. An Astra Star, a Silver Reveal, a Paranoia, all of which can be valuable tools, but for sure Jesse's going to be holding his off for an initial contact, and that high-low is waiting for someone to peek an angle that they are not really caring about. And I like this from UCAM. They understand that they need to hold, and they're playing it very similarly to Blind, where we see teams like to hold one side, leave the other for the contact. That is exactly what they're doing. And now that Jesse has put the smoke, they can, if they want to, aggress a little bit more towards short, but it seems like that they're floating heavier towards the A side, which is the right call. The contact comes in and is pressured, yet still he holds down from hell, but all the kills go the way of NAVI, not even Bisk to find any UCAM. And that just might have to be a call to save. Now even the tripwire standing in their way, and they know that they got a good bonus, that the weapons aren't the best for NAVI, but despite those light shields, UCAM unable to do anything. It's Bold that have to go and save with his tail tucked behind his back just because of how good of a round Na'Vi had there with that execute.
Yeah, that was very clean. The delayed gate crash from Filu as well, because he knew he was going to get pre-fired, and even with Kalosha's distraction, you're very much expecting like the immediate Yoru gate crash to back that up. So it's a delayed timing that sometimes could lead up to literally feeding your Neon, right? If sometimes there's a world where Kalosha maybe just does get gunned down by either Jesse or Bisk, but not going to be the case. Filu backs them up perfectly, and a flawless from Navi here. Every single gun saved, every single hope and dream they could have on their shoulders. And with the ults starting to come online as well, UCAM hopefully trying to answer back, but not really having the economy to do it just yet.
And we'll see now if, well, those hopes and dreams will continue working out as well as they did. For now, Na'Vi in a great position. There's still a single Phantom, of course, by both saves from the round prior. And I would have loved to see them actually leaning into that rifle, trying to get a kill with Bold, and then the rest of the team pick up the dropped guns if they do. But not going to be the case this time around. The numbers are on the side that is weaker in firepower, and it will not start off the best for Bisk, who gets sprayed down through a smoke. The rest of the team are at shore. There's good timing for Bold, but Hero's just better at that line of sight.
There.
Already the nerves starting to potentially come through here. UCAM, the first team to take a map off of a VCT eligible team, so that is a big achievement nonetheless, but wanting just a tiny bit more here. Navi just looking so damn comfortable at the moment. The executes are very clean. The Bandit doing a decent chunk of work. Kalosha, though, doing all the rest of it. These executes from him and Filu have been nothing short of perfection.
Yeah, they've been absolutely beautiful from the side of Na'Vi. On the attack, of course, the favorite on Haven, but it's very much the right call to be made by UCAM to decide to go on a timeout here, because realistically, when Bisk 1-4, that is when things are very wrong. Because on the Yoru, you're supposed to be getting a lot of, I wouldn't say freebies, but you're supposed to get the easier duels just because the gate crash and you can get free. And they're not utilizing those tools as well. They're not as aggressive, which is another thing that I'm really worried about UCAM for, because they should be more aggressive, but we're seeing a very reserved look on the defense.
Yeah, it's a very kind of reserved look, has to be said. And I mean, that's like the Viper wall all the way from Blue. It's not enough at the moment to really deter the opposition from Navi, and the timing of it's never really been just up to scratch. It's always as soon as it goes down that Navi don't have to worry about it anymore, that the executes come down. They've been playing their timers absolutely stunningly, to be honest, and because of that, Bold's not really been able to get the value we've seen off of him either. I mean, an absolutely show-stopping performance on that Sky, but not been able to see those kind of remnants come back through. However, the buy is now, the moment is now. We've had a chat with the coaches. Let's see what UCAM do.
And well, right now, UCAM starts off right off the back of that timeout. Bisk on the op should have a lot more value, and that's why Heroes trying to further, at least guaranteeing that space could open up the B sides for them. Jesse's posted on the elevation. Should beat him to the punch, but a great shot from Hero, and it's quickly traded by Aldi Zera. So UCAM still holding on strong. Timing's working out further in their way to make this one a 2-on-4 with the A site being the sole respite for Sal and Sociable.
Is there going to be, without Filu and Kalosha's entry, this A site might look a very, very big difference, especially if Sociable does just make a step there, tries to get the oil drone, but he's very much out in the open, caught with his pants down. Suddenly now a 1 versus 4 scenario. Xiao, not really been much of a playmaker for Navi, been there when he's been needed, but hasn't been doing anything kind of mind-blowing, it has to be said. A 1 versus 4 clutch would certainly not only blow my mind, but probably the eardrums of everyone watching, depending on the reaction. But the utility is just so overwhelming. Good for 1, but there's still so many angles you need to check, and a beautiful jump peek from Bold. The distraction to get all the Zera, not only that frag, but 1 point away from the lockdown, which will be completed with the defuse, as well as UCAM's first round.
Yeah, that was just such a good round there from the side of UCAM. A lot better with the op out, but They've already lost 4. So from here, there's very little room for error before Na'Vi starts snowballing this side if they want to make the best out of their composition. Their composition is built for defense. With a single duelist, their attack is not going to be as solid as Na'Vi's. But right now, Na'Vi actually getting caught in multiple places in that round. And if that continues to be the case, UCAM will get a couple of rounds, but eventually I'm pretty sure Na'Vi will adjust. It's just a question of how will they adjust. They're still leaning heavily on the A side. They're still leaning heavily on lobby. And Bisq didn't get any value of the AWP this time. So they get a lot more freedom. They got lobby. They've scaled up into long. Short is the one angle. And they'll face some troubles through. But Filu not scared whatsoever. If taking the fight to them, they know there are 2 players on A-Link, and they're trying to lean into the A-side for that one with a player entrenched in heaven and Hero finding that kill. UCAM is going to be struggling for a rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of a that's a big read to just kind of force all of the attention on towards the B site. And then you see Navi just lurk up the A site with those kind of 3 players. And speaking of a lurk, the patience is absolutely stunning from Hero. And yeah, off the back of that, 3 very big, very impactful ultimates. But you can't really afford to go for this retake, right? Hero's just doing too much. The angles will just be too overwhelming to clear. It's a nice, kind of exit frag. It's a nice little, consolation prize at least. Jesse now giving up the operator, though. So it's just down to Famsi to try and save this gun, which by all rights, he absolutely should.
Right spot for Na'Vi, back to where they wanted to be. The timeout only good for a single round, and unlike the earlier parts of both maps 1 and 2, Bisq is just completely shut down, and Bold is no more. Like, Jesse's on top of the scoreboard, and I was talking to you about this on the break.
Yep.
When the analysts were live, I said, if Jesse's on top of the scoreboard, something is going very wrong for the duelist pair. Not that Jesse is a bad player by any stretch of the imagination, is that this is not the role for Jesse for the team. He's not brought there to be leading in the scoreboard. He's not brought in the team to be a firepower workhouse. You're supposed to rely on Ollie, rely on Bisq, and Famsi is the one that actually stepped up very well in the VCL. Right now, Famsi is middling in his performance, and Bisq have gone completely missing for this map 3.
Does kind of just go to show sometimes the agent composition and just how that lineup works for you. Bold having to come off the initiator role from Sky, going towards that Viper for the double controller. It is meta, sure, but, that's kind of the difference, right? Tier 1 versus these kind of Tier 2 teams. You still need to play that more comfort pick, even if it isn't meta, because you will just get that much value out of your agent rather than just going for the best agent because the meta just says so. The reason the meta says that some agents are the best is just because the best players in the world can get all the value in the world. And speaking of the value, Bold only good for 1. Honestly, surprised at that. Thought Filu would fall as well. A bit of damage done though. 4 versus 3 for this retake. But as soon as Sociable gets this spike down, Hunter's Fury gonna be online. The post-plant scenario very much favoring Navi.
Case scenario now for Na'Vi, but UCAM starts off well on the retake, got the lockdown as well. But as I said, still a Hunter's Fury, still a lot of space for Sociable to be playing from. UCAM get the site itself, they know that it's off site, and there is a chance for that smoke to prove to be important. But Xiao, the first layer on that post, he can still play for the spray, but Jesse got blocked for a teammate, and they are none the wiser. Shenanigans erupted from UCAM, and they steal a second round out of nowhere.
Oh, that's absolutely filthy. Love that. I have been a
Can we get the replay? Is that a teammate pushing him into
it must be
the spike again, right?
I think it has to be because, I was about to say, as a proponent of a Sage myself, it's fantastic doing a Sage wall against an Astra star for that reason. The gravitational well attempts to pull you off and then you just slide against the wall, you don't move. We didn't get to see it on the replay there, but I would have to imagine that's what that setup was. And in fact, it was done so well. Absolutely genius. The Hunter's Fury finding nothing. Everyone walks away from UCAM basically undisturbed, completely healthy with an extra round on the board. Still, though, a decent economy for Navi to fight back.
Wouldn't be too fussed about that one. They got a conditional ult in the Neural Theft, but they've been so good at fighting those first bloods that I wouldn't even call it a condition. I would just call it an inevitable. They'll find something in this game. They're so smart and holding off Bisc. Blindside and a fake out for Fidu, who's holding that line headstrong. It's 3 players on that line of sight. They need to use something. Bisc trying to take the fight to them, almost finding a collateral there. Happy enough to find a 1, but they've scaled into the site. And Kolosha usually is so impactful with the lightning gun. This time the overdrive will not find anything, and Yukam holding strong onto the side. That was labored from Famsi, but still, Yukam entrenching themselves and freezing Navi at 5.
Do you want to try and set anything else up against us? Do you want to throw another ultimate at us, Navi? Because right now Yukam are just managing perfectly. The positioning is just a different beast than it was just a couple rounds ago. I don't know what it was. I believe that body block play that stopped Shao from using the gravitational well to stop the initial defuse, whatever that has done for Yukam, the mental suddenly shining, the positioning suddenly glowing, even the confidence from Bisc just to walk down with that operator and take that aggressive angle. Definitely good stuff. It's gonna have to be up for another beautifully fast execute, but Bold is a faster executioner.
Oh, that is an execution and a half. Still there on the platform. Spike not planted as of yet. They need to punch it down. They need to get themselves into the side, but they're thinking about perhaps regressing onto Garage. They know that the backside is not there, so just the tap of the spike is enough to entice UCAM to go for a peek, who themselves are very patient, knowing that their util is going to run out. They understand, look at the pings, they know that there's a player at Garage. They're just waiting for Navi to press the go button.
Fun fact, there is actually the Dimensional Drift online, and here's the go button. Crossfire, oh, excellent setup. The triple crossfire style. Jesse even playing with the team now. The C's not going to be enough. The Haunt is going to be a distraction. Actually forces Hero off of the angle, potentially saving his life from Bisc. Depending how that timing could have worked out. There's still so much more for Hero to do. It's in his name, but this should be a touch too far. Even if he doesn't refuse the call, this will be a journey that is cut very, very short. 15 seconds. The first shot's been found. The Cypher cage is thrown down, and with that, yeah, he will refuse the Hero's call. He will just back away, save his gun. Which, to be honest, very, very fair, very understandable. The economy for Navi has eventually been crippled by UCAM.
Some beautiful play from the side of UCAM in those couple of rounds, whether it is Bisc taking the initial point or now Bold rolling back the form of Bind for an immense double kill. And this time, it's Navi. Just might have to take another time out here. It's 3 strong here from the defense, and if they get 2 more, they wouldn't be too fussed about the result, considering how strong Navi were at the start. But it leads us back to the main point of this game. In the entirety of the best of 3, I feel like pistols really decide how this game is going to go for the 2 sides. So far, Navi has been in the lead. If the next pistol goes for UCAM, I will be a lot happier for the 6-6 scoreline. If not, at least they need to get a 7, so they end up the game on a tie even after losing that pistol.
Yeah, this, I think the most terrifying word to see on your screen if you're a UCAM fan at this moment would be thrifty. If Navi managed to steal this away from you, it would be excellently done by Navi, well deserved, because they have been playing decently. And the adaptation between these two teams, right, over the course of this entire series, sometimes the pace is just absolutely explosive, and in no way should Bold have gotten away with that, right? In no way should Bold have the time to 180 to get the kill that cleanly. And then, off the back of just mechanics, then the fundamentals come out. The crossfire between all 3 members there, Bold, Olazera, and Jesse, all at different angles, all making sure that at least one crossfire angle has been covered. And as you said, it's now up to Navi. 1 more round to make this work for them, but Kolosha immediately down to 1/3 of its HP.
Hard for them on the initial point of contact, but go deeper from there wouldn't be that complicated, especially if Bisc finds that kill. Now it's a full-on pivot, and Bold is in the best position to get away 1 for free. Checked by Sociable, but just a lazy clear. It makes it so much easier for him to hold the line. I'm not the biggest fan of the Viper's Pit, but it's enough of a distraction that Kalosha takes his eye off the prize. And NAVI just starstruck by that performance from UCAM. Now they're taking the fight to them. The Spanish champions puts down a 5th on the board, tying this first half.
Excuse me? Excusez-moi? I mean, yeah, Bold getting that frag. You have to imagine, because the Viper's Pit doesn't really have an audio cue, so you have to imagine that what happens there, exactly like you said, the eye off the prize, where you hear the Viper's Pit go down and you go, okay, it's coming onto the site. And then you look at the site. And then you look at the site some more. And then you look at the site one last time, and then you've been shot by the members of UCAM that are on site, because Bold has got his Viper's Pit in a completely different postcode. I did not hear it. To be honest, it was definitely a very fast use of it. Speaking of fast, Bisq just shutting down Kalosha. No chance for the overdrive there. Does get traded out Jesse. Going to sacrifice a gun towards Navi's attempted commit towards this C site. It's a very good complete exit and then recommit towards this differing site. But UCAM have been showing up fast here. These frags are everything.
Second one from Bold, and he's already locked down the side. The IGL leading the team by example. And Sociable is able to recover his shield. That takes him to a total of a measly 57 points of health. And a 150 from the op is going to be even more than enough. Bisq has been doing some magic for UCAM. He's back in full firing force. And with that defuse, well, now it's a full-on 9,000 credits for a few of those players that are alive, but funding is not a problem. The real problem for UCAM is that can they fend off that final round, because you're talking about a Cosmic Divide that's ready, a Hunter's Fury that's ready, and only one orb away from Dimensional Drift of Fidu.
And I mean, you gave the credit where it's due, right? I mean, Hero's basically going to get a frag, or at least a corpse, put in front of him, so that neural theft will get some value. At the very least, unless Hero does just get outgunned. I mean, you can't really say outgunned without just highlighting that double kill from Bold. Very nice shooting. Honestly, bit of a risky swing from Bisq there. Wouldn't have hated the Dimensional Drift just to guarantee Famzy an easier fight, but here we go. The ultimate's now online. Filu has gotten the orb to get this fourth ability online. And Bold, yeah, you know what? I don't hate this. I don't hate the disrespect, honestly. Just ready to meet his opposition here, because what we might actually see is Filu pop the gate crash, right? But he pops it to the back site, activates the Dimensional Drift, teleports, and then the rest of his team gets shot in the smoke by the shore.
I mean, they're ready for the call, right? They're already forced strong towards the C slide, but Filu can relay the information. So it's about, I would say, just disrespect the entire existence of the Yoru. Just take the fights head on, which is what UCAM are trying to do. Yoru stuck in the cubby, and Filu still able to find the kill regardless. And Bold not going to be able to do that much more, but UCAM holding down that C site. No spike plant needed. It's Hero against 3. Famzy lower on health, but there's a player on the other side, and now they got the full information and where the Moroccan is, and he's not going to live for so much longer. A hat-trick from Jesse. And a perfect recovery from UCAM. You're talking about 6 rounds in a row to make it 7 on their defense.
I honestly, with wall hacks, with a map that tells me where everyone is, I was losing track of the absolute chaos happening on that site. We'll get a full half breakdown here in these highlights. Just, yeah, the timing from UCAM occasionally just really finding these gaps, leaning on them. And NAVI with some excellent adaptation of their own, just not quite enough to keep it a comfortable half for them. And yeah, we got to talk about that execute. I mean, the Cosmic Divide used the immediate Dimensional Drift just to get on the back of the Cosmic Divide. The fact that UCAM have that sense of understanding to just pre-aim that corner, prevent the opposition, prevent Filu from getting that teleport strat. Absolutely beautiful, especially with how good him and Kalosha's executes have been as a duo.
Has been some beautiful work from the entirety of UCAM, but I'll say that NAVI, for me, in this half, at least in the few rounds that they've lost, they remind me of a very funny tale. There's this
Okay.
Native American tale that's called The Wolf and the Blade. And it basically goes as such. There is a hunter that wants to get rid of a wolf. So what the hunter does is that he puts inside the snow a blade that is laced with blood. So what the wolf does is that he starts licking on the blood thinking that it's the sheep. But little does he know, he not only licks the blood of the blade, he opens his own tongue and he keeps licking, thinking that there is more blood. And he just dies outright. And that is basically what the story of Navi have been, right? They smell the blood in the water of UCAM. They think that they're onto something, but it is a trap set by UCAM, much like the Pearl. And this time, UCAM put in a good position, but as we said, transitioning onto the attack, Madante, with a single duelist. Now, Navi have become the hunter, and they're ready to put the blade for the wolf. That might not even be as fast or as agile as the wolf of the half prior.
Do we need that agility, right? If we've got that time in the world, 100 seconds, just for Navi to potentially, again, smell that blood for a second time, get overzealous, over-eager. Hero gonna get not spotted out initially, but listen to the amount of bullets echoing out onto that C site to protect Hero, to make sure he doesn't get spotted out. But that's just a good calm. That's an excellent call just to say, okay, go for mid. Too many players set up on C. Olizera not quite able to get the lurk down. The spike actually being prevented on the B site. We've been doing loads of laps, loads of circuits. Kalusha and Hero trying to hold down this garage as best as possible. And if the spike keeps dropping, it doesn't matter what's going on that site.
I got the spike. Time has run too far low already. Just 20 seconds remaining.
One more
Back
time.
to the B side. It's going to be the final destination and sociable. He's looking at the right angle, but it's not going to be enough for Bisk. Even if he goes for the plant, Hero's in the right position. A shot straight to the head. It's an execution. And Navi now winning that pistol should theoretically fly up this match.
To B, to C, to B, Barry, to me, to C, to B. And back again for the last time. Just not able to get the spike plant as well. It's not quite the same strat that we've seen from Bold, right, on Bind. Doing 3 circuits of the map, 3 teleports, gets the spike down, and then steals a frag away from under the nose of Navi. Not going to be the same story at all, but very, very nice defense from Navi. The pistol rounds have been going their way so many times. UCAM just never able to withstand that kind of long pistol round that Navi really seem to adore playing. And with the Cypher set up towards the B site, it's usually the hit. The pre-fire on the Cypher trip is good, so Xiao's just going to have to spray down everyone. Good for 2 will fall, but that could be all the distraction necessary. Hero's good.
For how many? That's the question. Up close and personal. Hero finds the double. And that's 3 in total. At least for UCAM, a silver lining because they get the spike down. But outside of that, that is a rather competent second round. 4 players remaining alive. Still an outlaw. Even the Spectre is really good after the buffs, I'll say. So there's a real world where UCAM gets dealt a lot of damage. There's even a scary timeline where they lose this 3rd round and this game just spirals out of control.
I mean, that was kind of how Pearl went. Bind, though, I mean, you're seeing 2 13-9s there. I mean, it definitely was UCAM's credit just to hold their ground on that second map. So I'm not going to kind of make any calls or anything just yet here. I've got faith that UCAM can pivot away from this. If they cannot deal with this aggression, though, again, it's been Kalusha and Filu. May as well be the attackers, right? May as well be the aggressors trying to go for that A-long push, even getting backed up by Xiao down short. This is a lot of map control here, and it might still be a benefit for Navi, even if you have to sacrifice Kalusha, because the amount of information gathered, nothing short of pretty much guaranteeing Navi where UCAM are going to go.
Yeah, just the camera there from Hero. The right timing, and it wins in the round. There it is. You now know that it has to be at least some presence toward the C side. The rotation taking a sweet time though, but Hero doing the thing that he does. It's a double kill already. And with the spike down, the rotation have already made its way into Garage. Filu waiting to see if he can find a timing on the Garage take. They're going to be spending their sweet seconds setting up their retake. The smokes come down, the reveal to get them the information on the initial player, and with Xiao finding that kill, Still a 2-on-2, but it's very complicated for Fancy, who needed to stick the landing. And with him going down, now it's all onto Bold, who has been the hero. Is the IGL called upon to steal away this round, but he slows down. 2 players on Garage, working their way onto the side angles, window, and Bold sticking the landing, and he will clutch up the round. Yukam live to fight another day.
Oh, that's cheeky. That is bold. That is every word under the sun from UCAM's IGL there. Bisk, I mean, reliving the prophecy all the way back on Bind. If he gets the opening frag, if he is the one to get that initial shot, it does work out. However, it's not as if this wasn't expensive for them, right? NAVI putting them right to the brink. 1 player left standing, the only gun that is saved, so good for UCAM. They get the round, but they are nowhere near out of this danger zone. They are nowhere near in a position where they can get comfortable, especially if Bisk is the one this time to fall to Philo.
Yeah, it's a great start for sure, but a quick trade from the other side. The hero gone, and that keeps UCAM in a good position, Medante. Now, UCAM got the options. They still got lobby, and whenever you got lobby control, most likely you would see teams pivoting back towards the A side, and it seems that that is their call that they're making, but Navi are none the wiser. They're too strong on C, and there's no teleport. Now there is a gate crash, but you can tell that even Sociable doesn't really want to play strong on the side. They can hear the TP being procced, and they got more than enough time to go back to see if they want to.
This is very patient from them. Very patient from UCAM. They're just waiting, deciding. And this is the thing, right? Whenever Bold's still alive, at this point you trust this man with your life. He is your IGL, so of course you do already. But after that performance, you will never doubt a comm from Bold. So if Bold's the one sitting there till the last 15 seconds to make a decision, I do not hate it. It's a pre-aim for the molly. It's a pre-aim for the snake bite. Philo with potentially a better pre-aim. Does get caught out by the haunt. Able to gate crash, so no concerns there. We actually see a sharp bit of indecision, though. Yes, Fancy's able to get onto this basically himself and re-pivot back to the B site off of that double kill. That could have been very scary if Jesse had been a little bit deeper into Garage. Not going to be the case. Can Shell get his time, and he's being held very locked down. Bold, even with 30 HP, makes all the difference. Nice sidestep from Sociable. Has the recon dart online, but a 3 versus 1 with the spike already down on a B site. I don't really have my my hopes.
He's definitely going to try still to make this one a contest, but for Sociable, it's all about damage from this point onwards. They know where he is. They spotted him on that one. He's trying to defuse in a way that is safe from the players on the window, but they instantly figure out what is up, and they go for the wall bang. Now UCAM leading by 2. Navi, remember, used both of their timeouts in that first half, so now things actually, no, it was UCAM that used one of theirs in the first half, yeah. So they still got their timeout, and I wouldn't say that it's beyond them to use it, not in this next round since their economy is going to be weaker, but maybe the one after.
So it's funny you say that, because I have been a proponent pretty recently of just, if you've got like weird ultimates, you don't have enough really. You don't have like Kalosha for the overdrive or Philo for the dimensional drift, right? But sometimes just using those ultimates to kind of steal the thrifty round. Olazera is very happy that we're on that current patch, because that window could have been the absolute end of him had it gone slightly differently, had we been in that older patch. The Prowler as well, also doing a little bit of dancing at the top of that B window, but the rotate coming through, the Outlaw being shot. Shell has so much information here. The scan is huge. The Sova Dart is disgusting, but the refrag at least good immediately.
Not even just one, it's 3 players in total, and Fancy seems to be on a tear, not allowing Navi an inch of space. And while they still got the 2 ultimates that they started the round with, both players are down. And Philo trying to do his best to get any further frags, but even the 2 flashes are not going to be enough of an aid. It's double digits for UCAM, and we might be on the precipice of something that they talked about in the decks. The first time that a VCL team beating a VCT team outright here in Clash.
The first time. This is what the EMEA Clash was built for. These moments, these potential stories, and 3 rounds are all that separate UCAM from doing it. The first team to manage such an accomplishment, and it would be an accomplishment to knock NAVI out. For anyone that maybe missed it earlier, these are all elimination games, lower bracket style, so the setup has to be clean, it has to be perfect, and Jesse is exactly that. He does fall, but Bold with a very quick refrag, and the Dimensional Drift gaining all the information that you could ever hope for as a UCAM player. Kalusha still getting out though.
And now found eventually in the final. Shao try as he can, not gonna find more than the one. There's a chance for a multi-kill. That's a spike down, but thankfully Ollie saves that round for UCAM. That could have gone very wrong if there was an angle for 1v1s to be given. But UCAM still playing pretty strong as a unit, and I gotta say, they utilized the pace this round. That threw them off the loop. Now we were conditioned to slower rounds, and there is the timeout. Unfortunately, it didn't come on the gun round. It come in the round after. And you look at their funds, Madante, not really much that they can afford into this one.
Even the ultimates, right? I mean, yes, okay, you can maybe get Felu to get the Dimensional Drift, but what support is he really going to have, right? Kalusha runs in with a classic. I mean, we've seen some disgusting shots, and these players are certainly of that caliber, but you can't really bet everything on that, right? Especially if you do burn the ultimate. And then go on to that, or not able to convert that round, right? UCAM go on to 12, and then you're playing 5 match points with a lower ultimate economy, with a lower regular credit-based economy as well. So these decisions, this time out here, whatever NAVI go for, it's do or die.
Well, they did really well, but as he said, this is the do or die time indeed. It is already an elimination game in the lower bracket, but now the question for NAVI becomes the same question that we have asked of UCAM when they were losing. Where's the edge in the defense, right? Like for UCAM, the answer was the op when it was out for Bisq. For NAVI, we've seen them take early information, and it was a round that Hero was able to secure a win off the back of. But outside of that, really, when the guns are out for UCAM, they just seem to be dissecting the map better. It's such a good usage of the Viper util, but if Fido starts off well, there's the potential of pieces of the dominoes falling, but UCAM are aware of that. That's why they double down on the B side, not giving away the rifle for free, and still keeping that control on the map, at least for the time being. And NAVI are spreading themselves pretty thin, that even despite that 5-on-4, their A side is not going to be really the easiest. Sure, there are 2 players, but there are 4 players with full-on rifles coming into them.
They are playing these closer angles. The crossfire is going to be there, at least for some level of comfort. Prowler clears out Sociable, which could be enough to really give away his life. You see the double swing, though. Kalusha backing him up, running face first into Jesse, just to try and play any level of distraction. It costs him his life. UCAM deciding for the Viper's Pit now. They want to at least guarantee overtime. And the way this is going, certainly going to be a pretty foregone conclusion. Felu at 4 HP cannot find the shot onto Bisq. Bisq recovering the Vandal, I'd have to imagine. Is he going to stick with the Outlaw? No, okay, thankful. Okay, that was a bit shaky. I was surprised there, but yeah, good. He gets himself the upgrade. There it is. And he finally, match point for UCAM.
UCAM are on the precipice of doing something that you would think that would be impossible, especially with them losing to Focus, but I guess we've proved that Focus is not a weak team at all. It's just that Vitality are that good. NAVI right now struggling heavily, and they'll need to adjust. There was a world where a timing would have actually opened up for Felu. Now he's the one that's on the sniper, posted towards C, which is making their A side rotate a lot stronger. But Bold could be given a 1v1 in an angle that the operator will not be expecting.
This could be it. This could be the moment. This could be the moment. If Felu dies as well, he's got the Dimensional Drift. Like, for the retake coming through, that's the strongest piece of utility. Cosmic Divide's damn good, Neural Theft as well, but for sheer information, for sheer everything, the Pixel goes the way of Felu. The elbow just getting spotted out by Bold. It is an empty B site at the very least, though, while all this has happened. Full control being gained, the spike being tapped to force a little bit of an aggression, which means Xiao does fall. Hunter's Fury, a good tag onto 2 separate players, but everyone's standing strong right now. The regroup has come through. All other extremities given away. And UCAM are aware of that. They're pivoting towards the A site off the back.
The judgment call was made. But Hero now needs to stand strong, finds the reveal, good for one more with Sociable, and there's a world where things could go wrong for NAVI, but they are able to seal it down. Such an important hold on the A site. UCAM made the judgment call, but it just was not the right one. And while UCAM are still hunting for that match point, NAVI didn't really spend much of their ultimates there, so they still get to keep a few more in case things get dicey, and that is so good for them. Despite Hunter's Fury not finding the most value, it was that double there from Hero and then Sociable just finding the second at long that made sure that the A site was safe.
Yeah, the From the Shadows gambit was cute, but maybe just a little bit predictable, right? Jesse falls because of it, splits himself away from the team, and UCAM now doing something that you would kind of expect of a tier 2 team, but is no less a bit concerning, right? They just want to keep making A site. They want to keep playing this site. They want to push this, force this to work on their terms. Whether they can or not is a different story, but it's going to get predictable here. The lockdown does come through, gives the A site all towards UCAM. 2 players detained, but you're not going to really have the space to go off of that, so it's just going to be the spike planted and a 5v5 retake.
And very obviously, Navi wanted this. They got the Cosmic Divide, they got the Overdrive, and they even got the Neural Theft in case they find one of those kills. And right now, they're trying to use those tools. Yoru almost caught. It's actually going to be Biz going down. Neon dropping in. One more from Kolosha. And Navi are clearing house on this site. It's 3 for the youngsters, left in a 1v2. And he is going to bail out Navi, who live to continue their tale. They need 3 more to avoid elimination.
Everything, the kitchen sink included, thrown onto that A site. Navi understanding how pivotal every single round is. If a first blood especially goes to Bull or for Bisque, you might just have to kind of kiss Navi goodbye, kiss their hopes of further developments in the EMEA Clash. Just not going to be there for the moment, holding on by the skin of their teeth, fighting this till the very, very end. And yeah, UCAM now having to burn their last time out as well, Vol. I could not have asked for a better set thus far. And I just want to highlight, we have another one after this, which is looking into the future, undeservedly so, because this has been a series and a half. But if you think the Valorant ends after this, regardless of the outcome, ladies and gentlemen, we're only getting started.
Yeah, and Enterprise is a very tough team for Carmine Corp. I mean, and the pick of the ladder, like when we're thinking of the teams, like everyone is like thinking like it's Focus, Job Life, and Enterprise. Maybe it's like the big 3 that are coming out of the VCLs to contest the VCT teams here. Not a lot of teams actually counted on UCAM being as good as they are, especially because I think a lot of people expected Barca to be the one to end up winning the Spanish region. So they too are a bit of a surprise for a lot of people. I would say a very pleasant one with this team and what they've made. Well, I've talked about the ultimates before. I'll talk about it here again. Only the Neural Theft remain for Navi, so they cannot rely on the ultimates to get things rolling. They will need to shoot their way out. The good thing is they still got the Operator, and it's in the right position here at short.
Is it going to be enough, though, with that right position, with that angle? With the Cosmic Divide, with the Star, sorry, not the Cosmic Divide, but with the Astral Star. Just creating a little bit more space here. A pivot towards the C site. And Navi haven't quite read this as comfortably as I maybe would have predicted them to do so. But I mean, Hero has been great holding this down on his own. The Molly lineup just to clear out that back left corner. Yet again, though, a pivot from UCAM, really forcing Navi to be aware of every possible angle to adapt as easily as they can. The C's onto the backside, doesn't hit Social, but they do have a feeling there's someone there. They see the elbow, and this could be the beginning of the end, unless Hero does exactly that. The Team Paranoia not going to stop the spike being planted, and look at the 2 lurks all the way down at defender side spawn.
Oh, and the timing is so good here for Shao. Not going to be detected on the other side by Bold, and that should be a freebie on Ollie. Maybe even some more, but the heartbreak for Navi as they lose their captain.
Now he needs to lead from the shadow. Good call by Kolosha. But they're still trying to shoot their way through. Hero got the first half, but UCAM will knock Navi down. It's Fidu on 3, and it is not gonna be enough. Navi are out of the clash, and UCAM will be the victors against the VCT team.
Is there more of a story to tell? Is this not the entertainment that we demanded? We expected, nay, demanded from the EMEA Clash. That is a level of performance that I am absolutely exuberant to see. A very nicely well done from UCAM. A commiseration to Navi. They did not go down without a fight. But UCAM, the Spanish surprise that to take it all away from arguably one of the most decorated teams.
Yeah, a team that was just a step away from making Santiago. It's not like that they were a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. Navi beat all the right teams on their way to kickoff. It just was not enough at the end of the day. When you compare them to the teams that are at the top, what did Navi get, like a 6th place finish, I think?
Yep.
No, it was 7th. It was
Seven,
top
seven,
8.
seven.
Yeah, it was
Top
them
eight, top eight,
and GX at top 8. And we've seen how good GX were. We've seen how good Navi were. But it just really wasn't enough at the end.
It was not, and because of that, the first series is done, and who better to give you the rundown of all the specifics as well as what to look forward to? It is going to be MP and Kim. Take it away, squad.
Thank you so much, Dante and Volt. It has happened. It is done. A challenger teams actually took down a VCT EMEA team. Okay, it's a team with a sub, but still they have done it. We had doubted them, but we were wrong. UCAM were actually able to do it with an amazing performance from Bold. Incredible.
Oh yeah, not only the first map against VCT team, but the first match win against a VCT team. UCAM Esports, they were just the better team today. Dead to rights, incredible performance throughout all 3 maps. And even though this was this was the first map that Navi got the start that they were hoping for, they were up 5-1, won the bonus round, it looked incredible. I kind of felt like, okay, this is where UCAM is gonna slow down. They're not gonna get back into the game, but they absolutely did. They smashed Navi on the defensive side, and after that, they just needed to keep the ball going. Even though they couldn't get a single pistol round in this map, they won all the important rounds, and I think Bisk is one of the players to thank for. His operator did so much on the defensive side.
I must highlight that throughout this matchup, this whole matchup of 3 maps, UCAM actually had an amazing defensive side on Pearlbine and Haven. All maps were really controlled. I think there is some real strategy playbook there, because definitely their defense is on point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It seems like they are absolutely a defensive side team. Maybe in some maps the meta is kind of leaning forward for the defensive side as well, but that definitely seems to be the trend for UCAM. They love that defensive side. They're really comfortable there. And we saw that in round 12 as well. Navi coming into the attacking side on that round with 3 different ultimates. Also a neural theft as well. So 4 ultimates in total. They used 3 in the end. They used Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury and Cosmic Divide, and still didn't have a chance in the round against UCAM's defensive side. That tells me a lot. That tells me that UCAM are very confident, and in that moment they had so much momentum. They were so incredible on that C side, holding the back side, holding the side completely. There was no chance for Navi to enter there.
I think there were too many mistakes from Navi. There were several rounds where they had the numerical advantage and actually lost in the end. So with some trades, sometimes where they were kind of surprised from the back from UCAM players, I really felt like after the 4-5 first rounds, Navi was not there and really there anymore. They didn't played the good Valorant that we used to see Navi play, and I think just the spirit wasn't there anymore. Maybe it's because it doesn't click that well with Kolusha as a sub, or maybe they are tired, but definitely it's not the Navy that we are used to seeing.
Yeah, and I think definitely that Bind loss probably played a part there. They kind of lost that momentum there, and UCAM obviously gaining so much confidence, winning against Navi in Bind, continued into Haven. I think one of the biggest situations, or one of the key rounds that happened, was round 11. Navi, they were just so tired of Bisq opping in sewers, so they were like, we kind of want to counter that. Let's go for a full rush towards sewers, but still Bisq were able to find that op pick, and in the end that round went to UCAM's side. I think Navi were just kinda against, or in between rock and a hard place. It was really, really tough for them to get the round going, since UCAM were finding those entry picks time and time again.
It's interesting to see that on the Navy side, it's still Hero that has the MVP, because he actually did an incredible Haven against Ulf. He had over 300 ACS. So huge player, and still again on against UCAM is the first on the scoreboard. I think it's both good for him and sad for the comp, because as I said before the game started, this comp with Yoru and Neon on Haven really relies on a very strong duelist duo, and seeing that none of them is on top of the scoreboard tells us everything that we need to know and why they actually lost this game.
Yeah, and give Hero a Cypher, he will absolutely perform. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough here. I love to see Famsi, a fellow Finnish guy, on top of the scoreboard. I think Famsi has been in kinda a middle of being in tier 1 or playing a few matches in tier 1 and being in that tier 2 situation. He's one of those players that could absolutely break the tier 1 scene. I think there is just something that he needs to get filed down, and he will be ready for that, but he's not quite there at this moment. Winning against Navi, I think that's a great start for Famsi.
It's actually the first win. It was on Bind, it was the first map won by a challenger team, and now they actually took down Navy, so it's the first time in this tournament that a challenger team actually beats a VCT EMEA team. I was not sure it would happen, to be honest. I was kind of hoping, and also with the fact that the tournament doesn't have any impact on the VCT champion road, so maybe VCT EMEA teams are not playing as seriously as they do in the main circuit. We've seen them trying some stuff, but still, for me, the level, there is a gap there, and this is very good to see that it is possible. The upset can really happen, and we can have the show that we wanted.
Yeah, and how the casters highlighted, this is exactly why this Clash event was made, so the challengers teams can challenge the VCT teams and possibly get those wins, and UCAM absolutely did that. They proved that this is possible, this is feasible. And I think this is not the last time we see a challengers team win against VCT team.
I mean, there is a second chance later tonight, because there will be Carmine Corp against Enterprise Esport. But for now, we have a little interview with Bolt for you. Hello, Bold. Thank you so much for being here with us. Yay!
Yeah. Thank
well,
you as
I have
well.
a first question for you. Let's dive straight in. We saw that you changed the composition on Bind by switching the Waylay with a chamber, and since then it looks that you have a much stronger map. What was the thinking behind this change?
The thinking was that we were playing it really good on Prax actually with the old comp, but for some reason we were playing too aggressive, and since the aggression was not working, we couldn't find ourselves on the map, and we said, yeah, let's go for something more comfy. Let's put Bisq on the chamber. It's like super easy to put for me the best sniper in tier 2, to just put him on chamber, let him do the work, and let's play comforts, and it's gonna work. And it's actually working for us.
Oh yeah, it's working beautifully. Bisq is incredible. I want to kind of dive deeper into IGL and this tournament format. Do you think as an IGL for a challenger team, or how important do you think is that you get to play against these VCT teams and not just scrim them?
I mean, it is very important. It's obviously something you want to do. You want to play the best. And sometimes from this match experience, sometimes it's even a little bit easier than playing other tier 2 teams, because the tier 1 team is playing way more structured, and you a little bit expect more from them. So yeah, but for the first time, to be fair, playing the VCT on the, not for the first time, but like playing the VCT teams is really fun. I really enjoyed this match, to be fair, and I just hope that we're gonna win some more so we can play some more VCT teams.
Okay, yeah, I would love to see that as well. This is gonna be a two-pronged question. Do you feel like the gap between the Challengers teams and VCT teams are closing in? And what do you feel like is the biggest difference between these two?
I think the gap of like the top tier 2 teams from the Challengers and the top teams from the VCT is not that big, and I think if there were more tournaments like this, we could actually prove it. But the biggest difference between the tier 1 teams is first of all discipline, and second of all is the way of thinking. The tier 1 teams were thinking way faster. They are doing the things way faster, and this is that's what make them way better, because they are just doing things that are on the proper timing instead of for example 5-10 seconds late. So I think this is like really big difference.
Thank you so much for being here with us. You were amazing on your Sky as well. I wanted to highlight that before you go. Congrats on the win and on being the first challenger team to take down a tier 1 team. So I hope you continue on this road for the rest of the tournament. Have a good night. Thank you.
Incredible. I mean, I think it was incredible to hear from Bull the differences between the VCT teams, and discipline was one of the key parts. I think that was the thing that NAVI kind of had in Pearl. They were kind of disciplined there, but in the end, I think UCAM kind of turned that around. They were able to prove that not only discipline isn't the only thing that is worth in these kind of situations. They were able to kind of push the boundaries, do some aggressive stuff, and go for those picks, even though they were disciplined at times as well. I do love to see that shift from UCAM, and I think the performance today was incredible.
I think both tier can learn from these encounters, and there's gonna be 2 more teams that will learn, but before this, we're just gonna have a little break. Stay with us. It's right after.
Come easy, but this double swing should be difficult to do.
The EMEA season kicks off at full throttle in 2026. Right after the conclusion of VCT EMEA kickoff and before the start of Masters Santiago, a brand new competition enters the arena, VALORANT EMEA Clash. With 3 VCT EMEA slots on the line for Masters Santiago, 6 of the remaining 9 teams will earn a chance to battle the best teams from the Challengers regions. VALORANT EMEA Clash features 2 interconnected double elimination brackets, Alpha and Omega. Each of these brackets will then crown its own champion. The top 4 teams from VCT EMEA Kickoff will be seeded directly into the second round of these brackets, receiving a bye, and the remaining 2 VCT teams will join 6 Challengers teams in a shared pool. From there, a fully randomized draw will determine placements, with one rule only: the 2 VCT teams cannot land in the same bracket. Starting from round 2, a loss in the upper bracket of Alpha sends a team into the lower bracket of Omega, and vice versa. Every defeat reshapes the battlefield, forcing teams to clash across the two worlds as the tournament progresses. As the event unfolds, Alpha and Omega will continue to intertwine at every stage, keeping both teams and fans on edge. Are you ready for Clash? Tune in February 19th to the 25th and support your favorite team as two worlds collide for the very first time.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
Welcome back, everyone. You thought this was over, but no, no, no. We are just getting started with a second matchup on our hands, just arriving. But before that, there is something that we're dying to know, right, MP? who won
Yeah.
the first second clash of the day. So just a quick reminder, the second clash is a segment where we selected a clip of the best plays for each team's recent play. During each matchup, you will be able to vote and select the winner of the play. They advance in the bracket, and in the end, we elect a winner. And it's Team Vitality who won.
Let's go, Yumpy with the clip. I think UCAM, they had a great clip in terms of the utility usage, how you use Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury, but Yumpy with the Yoru plays was good enough to take the crown here. Honestly, it could have been a cleaner clip. Let's be honest. That last kill was kind of shaky, but Yumpy, I'm happy that you took it home.
I mean, I understand. I understand why people chose Vitality. It's the guns. That's what people like on the internet, right? You don't care about the strats and the ultimates. This is only to win tournaments, but not to shine on the internet. The next matchup is KC. So let's see what KC has to offer.
Well, I'm interested to see these clips. I think the first few clips that we saw in the second clash were okay, but they were not too flashy. Right here, we kind of have a Jet Loon, incredible player, and seems like an incredible performance here. A little bit of a drop as well. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I think that one out of these three clips at least, no?
I think this one is good, and I think the fall is actually the cherry on top. So, yeah, this is good. I like this. And I have to like it, because this is KC, I'm French, I have no choice.
Yeah,
I'm bound by contract to actually like it. This fall with the smoke is amazing. Okay, next, against Carmine, this is Foot, so let's see what we have for Foot.
I mean, it's quite hard to beat that clip, no? I do think it's not the easiest. Oh, I think we've seen this one. Yeah, I think we've seen this one. The frenzy goes brrr. This is incredible.
All the internet have seen this, I think.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this, where have you been?
Yeah, I mean, the frenzy ace, and I like his face is just barely smiling, like, yeah, okay, just another Tuesday. I mean, nothing special here. Just an ace with the frenzy, no problem. I mean, both of these are really good. So I would say that Focus maybe wins by a little bit, but I really like what Carmine did.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really close one. Good thing it's not up to us who gets to decide which one is the better clip, because honestly, I couldn't decide right there. Mr. Fallen, incredible. He had a tough performance prior to that map, prior in that map, and then drops a 5k. Good frenzy clip, but Loon, Jet clips always have a place in my heart. I wouldn't be able to decide there.
I mean, it's up to the chat to decide. Don't hesitate to vote. No matter where you are watching, we will look at who won at the end of the matchup. Because, yes, we have one match on our hands. And Job Life won against Stallions. Quick reminder that you guys can watch the match that we are not broadcasting on this channel on our partner streams. You can, so this is now Focus against Besiktas, and you can watch this amazing matchup on VALORANT Turkey and VALORANT DACH. So don't hesitate if you are interested. But for us, this is going to be Carmine Corp against Enterprise, and if Carmine win, they will face Job Life.
Yeah, I know you love that. And whether Focus is gonna win or Besiktas is gonna win on the other side there, we might have another Focus versus UCAM match as well. It's gonna be interesting, but what we have in hand here is gonna be the interesting matchup of Carmine Corp versus Enterprise Esports. I'm gonna be honest, two very strong teams, two very strong names as well. Enterprise Esports, they've been around, obviously with a different roster. This time it's around a little bit different, but they are stronger than ever, in my opinion.
They have been a very strong kickoff in Northeast. Definitely no map lost at all in the kickoff, and they're still undefeated in stage 1, so definitely strong. My I'm a little bit scared because it was very close against Stallions, and I think Stallions were maybe they are very strong individuals, but regarding the structure, that's what Bolt talked about. They don't have that much, and so maybe they're a little bit under the average level. So I don't know what Enterprise will give against KC, but on the side of KC, they struggled a lot on the kickoff. They brought 3 new players, so they're trying to rebuild, but definitely it's not working for now.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of struggling. The only game they were able to win was against Foot Esports, but even that, Foot Esports took that win back in this Clash tournament, and Carmine Corp, I think they've had a pretty rough start for this year. Obviously a really strong roster, especially when you look at the names. Some new names maybe coming in for some people. DOS9 coming from Boom. Interesting player. Shadows has been around for forever. Sigetsu also been around for forever. I think Aves had a great performance last year. I think that was one of the most interesting names for me last year. Aves playing for Nasr had a great year in Carmine Corp, even though they couldn't perform that well in last year. I think he still had really, really good performance, and honestly, a roster that I was kind of expecting more from.
I think everyone was, and also we can ally that Shadows is new to IGLing, so it's been around for a long time, but this is a new role for him, and I think with the new base and the new IGL, this is part of the reason why it's a bit difficult. On the side of Enterprise, as we said, they are very strong on the Challenger League, but can it be enough to actually beat the VCT team? I'm not sure, but I was doubting Yukam before, so I don't know anymore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most interesting things here is Iluri. He worked with Kundi for multiple years, I think 2 to 3 years together with him under Mouse, and now Iluri is under Itopata and Shadow in a maybe different type of coaching situation. It seems like the transition has been flawless to IGL under the new coaching staff, since they didn't lose a single game in that stage one. Only game they've lost this year was the previous game they played, and I think that speaks volumes to Enterprise. They've lost only once. That was against Stallions. That could have gone either way. It was a really close matchup, and if they can take Carmine Corp to 3 maps, if they can contest this, honestly, I do think Enterprise is going to be a heavy contender when we talk about the rest of the year as well, not only this tournament.
As I hope they will at least find some success against KC. I think KC are in a very bad mind state right now, so there may be something to find here, because they were really upset to lose against Foot Esport, I think, yesterday, partly because they actually beat them not that long ago. So losing in this kind of manner in a very close best of 3, where the last 2 maps were one overtime and one 13-10, I think they were upset, and maybe you can take advantage of this on the side of Enterprise.
Yeah, maybe Enterprise, although when you look at the roster, I think what you see is really cohesive, consistent group. You have a lot of talent that are really consistent in these games, and I'm gonna be honest, it's interesting to see what Saigetsu can do on the side of KC when you place Magnum against him. 2 really strong players. I think this is an incredible head-to-head that we have here. Saigetsu has been around forever. I think we said this already. When I think about the word reliable, Saigetsu comes to mind. He's always been the consistent part of every team that he plays for. I loved that he brought out the veto on Pearl. He had great performance with it. It's the 2nd official that he has played veto in, and the previous one was last year in Project Blender, where he already looked comfortable with it. I'm wondering if we see another one. Magnum, one of those players that has been around forever as well. He's been bouncing between Tier 1 and Tier 2, played under like Fnatic, Koi, Apex. Last year he was in BBL, but he's played he's played under KC as well, so
yeah,
he's playing against this old organization here, which is gonna be interesting.
Yes, he actually played the whole 2024 year with KC, so it's not like he jumped in for a stage. No, he was there for a long time and probably has a lot of ties with this team. So I think he's gonna give it all to try and take them down. It's not gonna be easy, but it's definitely gonna try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm most interested about the map veto. What is happening here? Can Enterprise maybe find some advantage just in the map veto? I think for Carmine Corp, yeah, Corrode is really safe ban right here, and no wonder they go for that because Enterprise, they are 6-0 there in this year. Bisbik, I think to me would have been really comfortable looking at Carmine's VCT performance, but they prefer to go to bind. For Enterprise, I think that Breeze band will make sense, or makes sense, since they banned it against Stallions, and Carmine Corp, they had a great performance yesterday in Breeze against Foot. And for me, Pearl and Split were kind of the places for Enterprise where they would go. Pearl, obviously a great pick for them, since KC, they've struggled kind of in that map, and they're kind of comfortable. Enterprise are kind of comfortable there. Haven, it's a classic decider map as well.
Yes, I think it happens a lot of the time. We had it just before. This map veto was a bit in favor of KC for me, because Enterprise has mandatory ban. They ban Breeze all the time. This means that KC can actually pick whatever first map they want to annoy Enterprise's bot, because they actually used to ban Breeze also, so it's not a problem for them. So I think they're really favored here, and as you said, it could have picked Abyss, but I think they chose Bind because this is a map that Enterprise don't like at all, and Enterprise are playing Abyss, so they have more edge, a better edge on Bind, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually interesting that Carmine goes for the bind, because they played it only once this year against Foot. Sure, I think that was a decent performance yesterday that could have gone either way. I think there was a chance Carmine Corp actually wins that and takes the whole match 2-0, but in the end it was Foot who got it on the overtime. I think why Carmine Corp is picking that is they feel sense of confidence still in bind, even though they lost. Enterprise, to me, like you said, I think they have a better shot, especially if we take recency bias in our counts, since they've won 4 out of their 7 games this year. Sure, they are against other challengers teams or teams that want to be challengers teams, so I think we have to take that record with a grain of salt, although it does look good for Enterprise.
Yes, definitely. It's still early in the season, and also when you play against VCT, it's not the same as against the Tier 2, and it's the same when you reverse. So, yes, take it with a grain of salt. In your opinion, is KC gonna stand on top, or will they find a surprise like NAVI just before?
I do think Enterprise have a shot here. KC, I think they are a strong team, especially when we put a VCT team against a challenger team. But when we look at the roster that Enterprise is fielding, they have that tier 1 experience, especially in Magnum. I think they have some incredible players. Proxa was really good in that matchup against Stallions. He actually did play a little bit for Gentlemates in Season 2 stage for, like, I think it was 5 games. He didn't get to face Carmine Corp back then, but he did get to face against Loon, and I think he's looking for that redemption. Proxa is like, I want that win, and he's had an absolutely incredible start in the Northeast. But I think we kind of still want to highlight, this is against challenger teams. Now they have to face against a VCT team, which they haven't done in this tournament quite yet, but this is gonna be the toughest place for them.
I think we can go back to what Bolt said in the interview before, that actually there is something really specific when you create a clash between Tier 1 and Tier 2, because in Tier 1 they're professional player with a lot of structure around them, a lot more than in Tier 2. Yes, they're professional also, but there is a lot less staff. so you have less strats, you have less management, and it's more on the players to actually make the play, and it's more hectic. So this could be the edge for Enterprise.
Yeah, I mean, to Enterprise's benefit, they do actually have a great staff backing them. Itopata was the head coach or assistant coach first, then head coach for Leviathan, has experience on global stage. Then you have Shadow, who has played for many years. He's played from the beginning of Valorant under Fabriken, then going to FPX, Team Vitality, Giants, everything. He's seen everything under the sun. So Iluri having all of that backing as an IGL, I think he is probably really comfortable, and he's really comfortable in this system that they've built around Iluri. Or maybe, I'm actually not quite sure whether it's built around Iluri or it's built for Iluri, but either way, it's been looking great for Enterprise Esports.
Definitely. I think one of the thing is that, so the coach from KC actually told in an interview that they were kind of struggling putting the fundamentals back in place with the new players, and that he was looking forward to EMEA Clash to help the team grow stronger. So I hope they find this here, and yesterday was a mess against Foot, but maybe they will take this new challenge against Enterprise to actually find a victory and how to set up a little bit more their gameplay. We are entering Bind and we have the map, the agent selection.
Yeah, no changes for either one of these teams, and no wonder. They're comfortable with these compositions. They're kind of running a similar or same composition rather, and I think these are always interesting because this plays completely into the situation of who is the better team right there. Who is the better team? You are running the same composition. All there is on the line is, can you play as a team? How well do your players perform against the same exact composition that your enemy has?
Let's find out with Volt and Dante.
Thank you so much, Kim, and we are back to the bind again. This time, however, Dante, you got a small twist to the tail. No more Sky, but basically the exact same situation. Elimination beckoning, this time for the French, not the Ukrainian. And the Blue Wall is a team that is dear to my heart, of course, having my Egyptian compatriot Alves in the team. I want to see them succeed on it. I was a little bit distraught to their level because I can't really make something out of KC. The exact same thing with Navi. Like, where do you put them in the picking order? They can win against anyone, but they can also lose against anyone. Fair.
I mean, hey, Kim did say it herself, right? You know, even the coaches are saying it. You take 3 players out of a core, you take the core out, you put in something new. You have the capacity for greatness, but you're going to have to really go back to square one. I mean, fundamentals of Valorant's one thing, okay, understanding the map, the space, and how your opponents are going to play, right? But let's look at an execute on Bind, for example. Let's go for, you're pushing out from Garden into B site as the attackers. Which person looks at elbow? Despite the fact that you have that smoked 99% of the time, you still got to have someone holding it. What if someone just pushes out of it? Who does that? Because if you run in, and all of a sudden, just because it's a new team, the communication isn't quite there, and just by happenstance, everyone is trying to take a different fight that maybe has nothing to do with elbow. One player will just take Swagzor, swings out of the smoke, gets 3 or 4, and that's your entire round gone, all because of a fundamental, in air quotes, that your team just don't quite have yet.
And like, make no mistake about it, much like UCAM, I'll definitely say that Enterprise is a very dangerous team in their own rights. And now we'll see how things will develop for them. Of course, KC starting off on the attack. Alves on the duelist, this time thankfully not on the Phoenix. I'm just gonna say it, I'm tired of trying the Phoenix this hard. Guys, just go back to the default, go back to the usual. Right now, the usual is good enough, and KC find themselves taken, but there's a 3-strong rotation all the way from Long B. They work their way from the fountain, and they're gonna take their sweet time, but so are KC taking their sweet time and putting that spike down.
Are we already going to see the half swap? First pistol round, and we might already see KC switch over to the defense and Enterprise onto the attack here, because it's one player on the backside. Magnum doesn't get cleared. Heaven was given all of the attention, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. 3 people swing, and look at Heaven. No one looked at the defender side spawn. Magnum gets one for free and is now a thorn right on this B site here. You cannot plant essentially for free, at least not without the concern of Magnum's presence. But DOS9 not going to care about that as much. The honk goes down and the retake about to begin.
Swagzor in a great spot. That is a mean shot and a half. And now they force that in the open. Illuri and Swagzor chopping down the wings of KC, and Evil 11 isn't gonna live for too long. It's a pristine level of a retake. But Swagzor just absolutely shutting down KC with that initial one.
Yeah, Swagzor's mechanics and then Magnum's just patience, right? Magnum he gets that frag and he just bunny hops all the way to the B site, because either KC 180 into the rest of his team, or they push him, he manages to just get the elbow control, and then at what point, you know, after that spike goes down, what do KC do? You can't really pivot towards Garden, you'll get shot by Magnum, you can't really do anything else. God, that is a nice shot to look back on. But you can't really do anything else, like... This is the thing. Just because you're not shooting, you're not actively taking the fight. Magnum did exactly what he needed to and then just pivoted away. And good patience like that will always be better, because you don't give your opposition to suddenly get a cheeky one-tap on you, get a refrag that can change the tides. So a very solid showing from Enterprise just on that pistol at least.
Yeah, and I've seen my fair share of Swagzor. I think the first time that I've met him is the first time that he played in a VCL, which is ironically enough also in meta. He played under the Occupy banner, looking pretty good, but KC are also looking better. That's the dangerous scale here. As they get into the side, they can easily overnumber the side on the side, but Magnum doing pretty well to start. Only the problem is that Levin has found one more. Now it's the 1-on-2. Swagzor with the Outlaw should have the pick of the bunch in terms of getting the one-shot kills, but even with a low HP on DOS, they've got the Spectres, they got the angles, the paint shells can be perfect here to route them out of elbow. But how much does Swagzor know, and where does he invest the paint shells?
There's your answer. And he even goes for the reposition there, but he's given away everything. The spike tap not going to be a bit late. The molly is... I love that again. Swagzor's coming after them. He's chasing after you. And one bullet. You cannot survive it. The moment that first bullet is shot, all Levin has to do is not swing with DOS. That's the only thing necessary, and that's exactly what is done. Very nice. Yeah, honestly, just a very smooth kind of push from KC there. Fair enough, if Enterprise want to play this ridiculously slow, ridiculously patient defense, we're going to just rush you down. We're not going to let you get comfortable.
And it makes all the sense in the world, you know, like, you're playing on a thrifty, you're always going to play for the numbers. That's exactly what they did. It's just a pivotal opener for sure. And I'll say, like, Illuri tried to play for the bait. He's like, maybe I can get an angle on them. But that's how thorough those VCT teams are. Don't really give you an angle to play for the game, and right now Alves is the one that's holding that line of sight, but maybe Enterprise can change back the equation, paying back the favor to the other side. Levin, thankfully though, doing some magic with that Outlaw to trade 2 back, but Swagzor still got the rifle at the end of that.
Definitely just a good upgrade at the very least for him, and I mean, I hope that that initial shot onto I believe it was Shados on Tube in the pistol round, I hope that wasn't just a one-off, because mechanics like that are definitely few and far between if you can make that consistently. So we'll have to see though, but KC just deciding to knock this back again. They need to play this patient, 45 seconds on the board, and in theory have the gun, potentially the position advantage as well. It's always the difficulty. Even when you're playing equal, it's always difficult for the defense just to cover all of these angles. There's a reason it's a 5v5 by default. Make it a 3v2 now, a beautiful headshot. Swagzor getting cut off entirely, and here is the smoke, here is the execute. It is being held, the timing is great! As Shados swings into Swagzor, and Levin caught with the blindside out. He is the one blindsided, and Swagzor immediately answering my call for some clean mechanics.
At 18 years of age, Swagzor proving himself, and it's the real titan here in Carmine Corp. And it was the thing that we were talking about, right? He said, like, who's going to be holding the smoke? Well, they were holding the smoke, but they were not good enough because they let that rifle go to waste. And that was that initial duel that Alves lost his life outside of hookah. That came back to by KC. Just sticking down the spray there was the most important thing. Carmine still competent enough to afford a purchase in that one. They got Dimensional Drift to 11. Who is going to take that one for the initial hit. That forces the paint shells. You can see 2 on B, but they're not aware of the player on hookah, which could be the biggest contention here.
Oh, if the Bucky's going to be doing work like that, okay, though. Okay. The Bucky does the teeniest bit of work imaginable. Magnum making sure that his opposition stays dead. I think you've done the job. And I mean, that's I don't think it really highlights how difficult attacking on bind is. I don't think there's more of a highlight of just, if you want to jump out of hookah, you've got, you know, it's only like, what, 0.2 seconds between jumping out of that window and hitting the ground, but it feels like an eternity, especially when Enterprise are ready to counter swing you that fast.
Yeah, and they were ready for all kinds of the push. And with Devin finding that kill, you would think that KC would be able to explode on the side, but again, Aved's just struggling a little bit to find the recovery there and find the pacing. And we were talking about that in the earlier bind, and how like some of the players that aren't really a primary duelist struggling on the raise. Swags are no stranger to the Brazilian. Aves, though, on the other hand, he's played with pretty much everything, which does leave a bit of a sour taste in their mouth. At least Lime is the one that's happy with that trade. 11 left on 10 points of health. Most likely that Guardian is going to be swapped over to someone else.
You would hope so. I really like, I think that might be the most micro decision so far to kind of highlight the difference between like the tier 2 and the tier 1 is just, he shot once with the Outlaw, and because of the economic buy from KC, he immediately just pulls out the utility, right? He doesn't expect anyone to be able to survive a single shot. He was hoping the outcome of the first bullet onto Levin would look like that. So the fact that Levin does survive with 10 HP, I mean, it's at least something, but the rest of his team have unfortunately basically all perished. Lime, but potentially on for this ace. Never mind, Proxite just holding down Showers and make sure Levin cannot get any space to work with here. Shados just think opts for the save.
Yeah, and they'll be really happy with the way that this round went for sure. On the side of Enterprise, starting off with a bang. The thrifty from KC kind of threw the round away for a haywire, I would say, of what could be the next 4 or 5 rounds, but stability from Enterprise, and they're playing very much like a unit. I mean, something that we have seen from UCAM as well. On the macro level, there are no slouches in KC. They're pretty much playing what they're used to, right? Alves on the secondary duelist. Everyone else on their comfort roles pretty much. Yet KC, outside of Levin, haven't really found much success.
I mean, when you say that out loud, I mean, because the pushes were really clean from like the smoke setups, right, on those initial rounds. It never really then kind of capitalized in anything more. Yeah, here we go. So that first shot comes through, the second shot as well. I thought we might get to see the beginning of the 140 damage that doesn't quite do the trick, but Shadows at least answering back with a good double here. Does get some amount of the ult orb online. Orbital Strike from DOS9 already on too, so KC at the very least, to their credit, been playing the orb game very well, and they're going for this Showers execute.
Well, the execute is on. Last time around, we have seen NAVI able to capitalize off that one to perfection. This time around, the orb at least given to the blue wall, but slowing down the pace. They've got this round to a halt. Still got a minute to play for. And it seems like an A-side split is the call that they're making, but the Outlaw here could have some real significant value, even more so the information that there are 2 in Showers, and including the spike. So KC try to speed up the play. Lime now is isolated, and as long as he doesn't find a kill, this is so good for KC, but that's not only the kill, that is the spike brought down. And with 45 seconds on the timer, they've lost the A-site again. There's a pincer coming through from Magnum, and oh, how that invisible dagger can come and stab them in the back.
This is, that's honestly, I don't think you can play Lime better there. The dimensional just to distract from all the time in the world. The Nightfall now being used to do the exact same thing just to kill all this time.
Magnum!
20 seconds left. Magnum still just catching up behind you. The showstopper coming through, but I think it might be Magnum who is the showstopper. The orbital strike gonna get used. Yeah, a little bit there of an overcommit, shall we say. Magnum had the frag, but hey, if you're gonna guarantee the round, do it 100% of the time. So Enterprise with their 5th.
Individually speaking, KC might be sharp, but right now they don't know what hit him. Enterprise came out the gate swinging, and from the outlaw to the bigger brother, Lime has been so good on those snipers that if it was anyone else but the spike carrier, this could have been a very different round. But credit where credit is due, it's not only Lime, it is not only some of those players, like everyone on the team, even Magnum, who we talked a little bit about how he wasn't his best self in his initial game with Enterprise, is now looking a lot sharper. Magnum again in the line of sight. Ave spots the one, but they're not aware of the player on the left side, which leaves Swagzor that could have found some real value. Now they know where the sniper is at too. But Lime is able to escape and maybe even find a kill with Sugetsu. Oh, he does that thing so well. Another opener on the flank, and now it's only Proxa to try to hold down the line of sight, and he finds the thing on a second. This could have been so dangerous, and it still is. They got showers back for that space.
Oh, the noise of the teleport there. The timing from Swagzor. The mechanics from Dose9. A little bit better. Sugetsu, the man, the myth, the patience incarnate, waiting in teleport, manages to meet his counterpart. Magnum has been outflanked. Eventually, his time has come, but Illuri at very least has picked up the operator from the cold dead hands of Lime, and imagine gonna be just hibernating in this cave. It's gonna be a long time though, at least it'll feel like, for that spike to go off.
And it's such a good timing as well for KC to get the round back in order. Their ultimates are all coming to line up now. So most likely, with good usage, they can probably win a round or two more, which will put them in a great position. But yeah, that's the round off the back of Sugetsu there. No two ways about it. And KC will be really happy about that one. 4 players dead. And, well, I mean, for Magnum, it's a story against his old team. But, I mean, old of quite a while. He played with BBL, I believe, in 2025. He was in KC until 2024.
Yep.
And ever since then, he's been trying to get back to the top tier. And as we see right now, you know, like, the team is definitely doing well. And I'm very pleasantly surprised with the level of the VCL teams that we've seen so far. How even the ones that we think are quote-unquote the weakest have been putting on good showing. Like, even Besiktas isn't really doing too bad against the Turkish teams when they played against them.
No, a credit to everyone. All very much been putting up shows, and yes, sometimes it has been a little bit one-sided. That is a little bit to be expected, but again, that is kind of by design off the Clash. You want to be doing as much damage as possible, and speaking of damage done, Illuri finds 2, cannot find the 3rd. Shadow's going to shut down the hopes and dreams, but an excellent piece of work done nonetheless. Hookah's a nightmare to push into. If you aren't absolutely drowning it in utility, whether we're talking about the Raisnades, the Prowlers, the Snake Bites even, everything just a bit difficult to push through. Illuri done more for his team than he could have been asked for, and because of that, Casey's attack looking very, very disjointed.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of nades from Aves. Like, it got caught in the corner, so it didn't clear the entirety of that left side of Hookah, which kind of put him in that position. But then again, just to add upon it, like, just finding a multi-kill from Illuri is so big right now. KC rotating back into that A side. They got advanced information, but Levin needs to be wary of Heaven. That is the first point of contact. 2 players on the line of sight, first of which is Swagzor. And it's been also impressive all day long, and he goes back to the bench where Lime is ready and waiting. Nobody's gonna bite on the fake. Instead, they bite on the cranium. Levin gone. The pit forced to be used, so that's both ultimates out. But Shadow's done pretty early, and it's Sugetsu against 4 on the clutch. Most likely a round to be forgotten. Sugetsu out of the pit. figured out in Lamps, and it's not gonna be too long until there's someone on the other side, so he just falls back, happy to play for the KD. But that's a 6th round for Enterprise on KC's map pick, no less.
I do love, I've loved watching Magnum and Sugetsu just going after each other. The who can lurk harder, who can flank harder, and it really does seem like Magnum's got the better flanks, but Sugetsu's, he's got that teleport control down. But it's not enough. You need the map control, you need the site control, especially once that spike is going down, because right now it doesn't really seem like Enterprise have really ever struggled for the retakes, to be honest. I mean, this double kill, basically, it's not going to seal the deal, but it is going to make life so difficult for the attackers. I do love just committing the Viper's Pit, honestly, making the round kind of work for you in one that you are not favored to win, but that's a double-edged sword, and the risk this time, it's Enterprise as the house, and they always seem to win.
Yeah, and they say that the house always wins. Right now, the house is definitely winning, for sure. And Enterprise put in Proxa in such a dangerous position. Lime as well on the sniper. Of course, KC are not really fighting for early information, which is something that they have actually not done for quite a while. They always go for showers late, but they always contest for at least one of the 2 lanes on B in the first 20 seconds or so. So it's catching Enterprise off guard. They have no information whatsoever. The only information that they have is those 2 players down short. And now that the re-clear have coming through B and the Prowler did not catch Sugetsu, there's the ground where they probably can actually find some value, but the second one catches the Viper. Getsu going even further, scaling deeper into that line of sight, and the rotation from B, onto B at least, will come in from EP, but it might be too little too late. KC are ready for a take.
They are, but 20 seconds, this basically means if you happen to lose the spike carrier, that could be the heartbreak, and we can see the satchels getting ready. The mollies are down. Garden is not going to be an entry point, and you might actually just run out of time. 5 players are on the side of both teams here. Aves and his own team's vulnerable. It's a complete bloodbath here. Shados just has to stick, and KC doing the best. He let go. He let go of the button. He couldn't hold it down, and because of that, despite a 4-1 numbers advantage, Enterprise are the ones to steal the round from under KC's noses.
And that is a round right out of NAVI's playbook. This is Angel's specialty, playing the round to the very final few seconds, something that KC are not comfortable with. And they got caught, as they say, nerves catching onto Carmine Core. And now they're 5 rounds down. Their attack is in shambles. And they'll need to recover 3 strong onto Showers. Straight into Swaxer, but that was such a perfect flash. Trades are solid from the Turk though. But still a lot of work to be done. This round win is a necessity for them to remain competitive. And they get the information on backside. They even get the information on Lime. And he's holding behind the wall. The shorty from Leffen is great for a hat trick. And while his Vandal is lighting up like it's a Christmas tree, it is not a time for celebrations just yet for KC.
Not a time of celebrations. Magnum and Dillery, though, they seem to respect the space given, and honestly, Enterprise, I mean, what a phenomenal round 2 to steal away, right? But I think we just seen the tier 2 jitters, is what I would kind of say, right? Like, the idea of, oh, they made a mistake, they didn't respect the timer, we're now going to play super aggressive into Showers and kind of take them down. Beautiful blindside into the satchel movement. The combination was very much there. The shots from Swagzor just not enough against, what, 3-4 members of KC. And that's a scary thing to consider, right? The Enterprise took a round they should not have gotten, just because Carmine Core disrespected the timer, and then they went, oh, we can just rush you down, we can just give you no respect. And Carmine Core are not going to let you away with that.
Yeah, and really lovely work from Enterprise there. Lime, despite being second highest on the scoreboard for Enterprise, given that there's a lot more to the Yoru than just the fragging. And right now, KC are still good economically speaking, Madante, but I feel like they're just way past the economy. A 7-5 wouldn't be the end of the world here for them, but course, the start for Enterprise usually good this time around. 11 finding the value and quick wits from Aves and Shadows and Sugetsu all hoard the value that there's only a single player that went down. But the main concern that's the spike. Lime alone against 4, but Aves low on HP, 11 on 46. And while he doesn't have his ultimate, he still got the gate crash. He uses it defensively. He thought that there might be a lurk. And KC are also outplaying themselves more than anything right now.
Well, I honestly, I commend it. I know they are maybe just playing this arguably too slow from some people's perspectives, right? But you've got the 50 seconds. Lime is the only person standing. You have this mega lurk coming through from Sugetsu. You don't need to really worry about the spike, because even if Sugetsu dies, you will then learn the exact position of Lime. You will then be able to capitalize onto him. As long as this doesn't happen in the next, 10 seconds again, which I doubt Lime is going to have the possibility to survive that long, Sugetsu manages to pick him up there. And Enterprise are just not respecting Carmine Core now, and that's being their downfall.
Well, thankfully for them, this round got clear guidelines. You got an orbital strike, you got a Viper spit, so it simplifies the way that they approach this round tremendously. The counter from Shados is that Nightfall, but outside of that, the ultimates are not going to be attainable in this round 12. So KC pretty much have to repeat what they've done in the round prior. They'll find success here, but look at how heavy Enterprise is stacking A short.
Yeah, this is a... Oh, I like the use of the Viper's Pit as well from Magnum. They're actually pushing this. They want to get this under control. The disrespect from Carmine Core, but the timing could be everything. 11 falls. DOS9 follows. 2 kills stolen away. Neither ultimate, though. Still Shados's potential with that Nightfall there, especially now Magnum to fall. You don't have to worry about the Viper's Pit anymore. Orbital Strike, though, still online for ProxH, so not looking easy for Carmine Core by any stretch of the imagination. But when has anything been easy for this team? And when have they ever crumbled under that kind of pressure? It's up to Enterprise to make them do so.
Someone on Enterprise. Swagzor has showed up his level. Aves doesn't have full health. Shados, any kind of damaging utility from the Rays will take him out. And they're trying to use the Nightfall, but it catches no one. One player behind the truck, the other got support now on Lamb, so Swagzor is not alone. The Outlaw could still find a kill on that line of sight. Didn't find much, and now Swagzor comes out. That's Shados and the Spike, and Aves is gone as well. Enterprise schooling KC, doubling their score at the end of this first half.
Squeaky clean. And because of that, Enterprise now 8-4. That's, to be honest, with how defender-sided Bind is, and if anyone doesn't know this, statistically it has been close enough since the release of this game, regardless of the metas, regardless of which agents get nerfed, regardless of which new lineups come through with agent selection. Bind has pretty much always been not only defender-sided, the most defender-sided map. So getting 8 on that defense is kind of necessary for Enterprise, and the sliver of hope that KC are going to have is they are now on that defense, and they could easily get 8 rounds to themselves.
I guess for KC right now, the devil has come to collect, and Enterprise are definitely a tough one to take. I mean, you look at most of those highlights, right? Like, KC are trying to catch some of the timings that maybe a team like a Focus, maybe a team like a Stallions, hell, maybe even a team like Job Life would have the confidence to take some of those duels. And they're not just not confident, they're playing into the tendencies of KC. We have seen KC. There's plenty of tape from Carmine Corp as a whole, as a team. And it just works so well for Enterprise. And I will definitely say that outside of a few good rounds that we've seen from them, KC have clearly been caught off guard. And one of the things that makes me really happy about that is that, hey, like, the VCL teams are no slouches, and people should really be looking here because the amount of talent that is present at the tier 2 level is scary. Swagzor is only 18. Lime, pretty young as well in his own right, but KC now on the defense. Have to say that this night is very young and start anew.
Gosh, This night is very young. We've already had a full series on our hands, so the fact this is only map 1 of that second one. Oh, we're in for a tree. Okay. KC certainly in for one as well. Loon with a beautiful double there. The Sheriff just absolutely in town on this A site, and a very fast-paced flank as well from Carmine Core. Means that Swagzor's kill gonna be a commiseration unless Magnum with the Ghost gets a 2k, gets the timing on the DOS9. He should know this second player. He should know where Sugetsu is. Who breaks first in this standoff? Who moves?
Time for Sugetsu, right? He's on the defense, but Magnum, he stands strong, but Sugetsu beats into the punch. Excellent recovery from Sugetsu. That's the round that KC so desperately need. Now it's all about not repeating the tragedy that happened in the opening sequence, because it was a topsy-turvy game with a pistol into 2 back-to-back 50s for either of the two teams, and that just cannot happen again. But that was filthy from Magnum, the lineup on the headshot there. Oh man, too cruel, too cruel.
Yeah, it's Sugetsu. I mean, those shots weren't, like, they were good enough, but they were not the crispy, clean shots that they could have been. And, I mean, again, one difference between a bullet now is the difference between VCL and VCT. Levin really highlighting that with the Outlaw. Shuts down Magnum. Kind of the star player for Enterprise. It's a beautiful corner lurk from Havez. He doesn't even need the crossfire. Guns down all of Enterprise. Picks up the orb for an additional bonus charge and drops out for free.
Massive from Havez there. Now Illuri, last one standing. In the judge, he is convicted. And he shall not even plead guilty. He has just been executed on the spot. KC now within 2. And with this round being a flawless, like, this is a purchase that not only can do damage, it can probably win a round still, but the big question becomes, can KC stick the landing with how shaky we've seen them on the attack? Their defense is looking like it's a lot less complicated, which is the thing that is boding well for their line.
Simplicity is sometimes the best medicine, right? Sometimes it is just that idea of the strats get a bit too complicated, the utility setup gets just a little bit too labored, right? And it can cause you certain issues. Levin going to the next round. Swagzor puts him down, 10 HP, still enough to shoot back and to do more damage. And the way this young, I'm not going to say prodigy yet, but who knows, maybe we see a bit more from him. That could be the word thrown around. Excellent opening frag, but again, you don't really care if you're a KC. I mean, 140 damage, you've got Bulldogs, Judges, as you said, Volt. You can easily capitalize off that.
Well, they're trying to do that, and especially for those guns, the 125 on Lime, Swagzor being on 10, hell, the Judge doesn't really care if you're close enough. And time now becoming of the element. Enterprise, very slow on their initial take, and they still do have significant amount of util. Of course, for Illuri, no more Prowlers means that taking the space comes at a significant cost for Enterprise, but DOS needs not to lose his own life. That is good enough for him that he has backed off. 30 seconds on the timer, and 4 players stuck behind here on the teleporter. They might just as well pivot back towards the A side because it feels like there's no other options.
And then, fortunately for them, there is still a bit of a setup towards this, and our Enterprise going to have the exact same struggle that Carmine Core did. Have you waited just too long to make this execute happen? The paint shell's going to make it pretty likely. Lime is so ready. Magnum as well looks up. A very rare occurrence to properly look up in a shooter like this, but he does. That presence of mind saves the frag, the round, and Enterprise's hopes here, unless they funnel into the tiniest tunnel in the entire game, and Dose9 somehow picks up 5 kills with 5 shots from his judge.
How many times do you see Sugetsu shaken off his sight without even a single kill to his name? Simon Alves that were deleted in that take, and some excellent work from Lime and Swagzor for sure in that round. Just finding the necessary kills, and despite time being so low, it wasn't enough to come to the 8 to KC. No kills means that Enterprise can start building their own economy. And that will bode so well for them, given that they are only 4 rounds away from finding their victory.
My knees are gonna kill after this.
To say the word only in a situation like this, in a clash between the EMEA squads, exactly, just to have that hope, have that chance again, would be a statement and a half. I mean, we've already seen one team kind of come in for the upset. It's a good stat as well to really kind of run it down. You know, language barriers are a big thing. If anyone follows VCT China and stuff as well, you do see kind of a big mix of the Chinese, the Mandarin, the English and such. So big credit to Carmine Core for having as a kind of a compact team as they do, but it might not be enough.
We've heard a bit of that on Heretic's side, right? Where they say, like, communication was a big problem for, like, comeback and bringing the team and its entirety and everything that they're trying to play with. And I would assume that it might be the same for DOS. I'm not really that sure. But anywho, Valorant is a language in of itself. 11 right now, playing a risky game, but with a tap like that, no wonder. This man can feel the confidence for that duel. Dimensional drift used by the defense. KC will get the information on short, but the Swagster clears out Sugetsu. Still might be too tall of an order. 11 just pulled their attention. 50 seconds on the timer. Short is the angle that they might go to, but they got a player deep in Hookah that might entice them to still take the TP and go back. But with DOS taking that one, they even break the high-low. Proxa single-handedly decimate the ranks of KC. An Enterprise slated for double digits unless DOS and Alves got some miracle in them.
I heard the little kind of text chat pop up. We obviously don't get to see it, but if it's a compliment, if that's a nice shot, very deservedly so. Oh, DOS9, do you get the timing? He gets it for one. The gun has to be swapped, and Swagzor, a little bit of panic. DOS9 takes down 2 as well. The Brims with the most impactful double kills you could ask. But it is Carmine Core to survive the brunt of Enterprise, get themselves a defuse the next round on the board. And can't quite shake the sweat off just yet, but every round, a little bit more comfort.
Hey, what can he say? If DOS brings the boom, then it is what it is for the side of Enterprise. And that's the timeout that I would assume would be from the side of KC still, despite winning that round. Yeah, so it was a premeditated timeout. It was called when we heard that chat message, but... Anywho, Dante, like, how do we feel about that one? Even with those wins... We definitely gotta say, not the cleanest of games. We said that about NAVI, we can also say that about Carmine Corp here. Like, their trading isn't even as good as, like, it says on paper, right? 70% trading is a good number, but that's now a high-low, a 2-angle crossfire, and even that, right? Like, Swagzor just finding the opening pick, so barely anything going the way of the French line.
I think you did kind of hit the nail on the head kind of earlier, where I think this is just down to not Carmine Core necessarily, okay, playing bad and what I'm about to say kind of do go hand in hand, but taken by surprise, like you said, right? Like, maybe just not expecting this kind of level from Enterprise, especially so early, because the confidence was there, right? And DOS9, confidence of his own to answer back. But you do have to find yourself a little bit surprised, right? I mean, you just watched as well. Like, you watched NAVI get eliminated, which is probably also just a teeny bit of a concern. So the idea that it will come through there, I mean, UCAM potentially spiriting on the other tier 2 teams here. Enterprise wanting to do something similar. Swagzor, though, trying to do what he can with the satchels. He's gonna get stopped. He's gonna get shot. Loon jumps out of the elevator, or the teleporter, says, what's all this? And gets a frag on for himself. Enterprise watching this scoreline slowly and surely equalize.
And that's some of the important ultimates that they weren't even that far off from. Gone. Illuri, no more. Swagzor deleted at the start, and not even an inkling of damage done to Aves or Levin. Off the back of that one, speaking of the Turkish duelist, is still posted on that line of sight. Proxa gets closer, but now they can hear the drop. They know where the step is coming from. Levin finds one more, and now he spots the Brimstone. So it becomes easy as the day. Clear intentions now from Enterprise, and it's all figured out by KC. And they claw their way back in, and I'm really happy about that one, because we haven't seen the game on the main stream. The game between KC and Foot, right? They started the game winning 13-4 in the best of 3 on map 1. And then they lost 2 slugfestive games. I think they lost, what, 13-10 and 14-12. Yeah, it's 14-12 on map 2 on Bind, 13-10 on Pearl. So the Bind has not been the cleanest. And they still pick into it, which is good, right? Because this is the kind of tournament that you would want to test your map. The VCL teams are no slouches, especially considering, guys, those are not any VCL team. This is the champion, right?
Yeah.
Like teams like Stallions, Job Life, UCAM, those are the champions of Northeast, Spain, France, and like they are big regions. Teams win Ascension. Don't let the Turkish Odyssey that we've seen in this year make any mistake for you. Job Life is definitely a very dangerous team. Enterprise is definitely a dangerous team in their own right. And right now, we're seeing Enterprise do their best, but KC definitely are finally displaying their true level.
Which is always good to see, right? You don't want to... You also never want that kind of excuse. I've never appreciated it as an excuse, but the idea of all the teams aren't fully trying. They need to kind of save their strats, right? Like, yes, okay. It's not as if Carmine Corps suddenly get relegated. You know, it's not as if either team, you know, suddenly gets kicked out of VCT or anything. But, you know, the money is, it's a prize pool of 25,000 euros as well. So, like, yes, these teams are going to be wanting to play for that prize pool. That is, you know, 5,000, I believe, per player by the end. And if you take that first spot, regardless if you're VCT or VCL, a big figure to take home for yourselves. So anyone wants to try and drop that argument, I would very much consider against it. But either way, a good execute from Enterprise and a very patient assessment of the situation from Carmine.
It's fortunate for Carmine that it's Levin, the one that got caught there, and unfortunate for Enterprise. As Swagzor is none the wiser to the antics, but good work from Lime. Spike still not put down, and that's a crisp shot from Sugetsu. He's looking for a little bit more, but the Viper is shut down this time, and they gotta be very careful inside of KC. They're overpicking a little bit into that one. They brought the game back to parity. Enterprise, time is the enemy, and KC still patient on the backside. The worlds might collide, but Illuri got the timing. The Sheriff shut down by Stratos, but the IGL will be tested by the one, shutting down the op, and now DOS knows what's up, and time is too little too late anyways for Proxa. So he might as well go for the save. He tries to contest for another exit, but it will not be enough. Oh, that got so dangerous, but thankfully for KC, they still keep their wits about them.
They do indeed. An Enterprise getting stuck with the spike at that awkward sort of angle. Illuri not able just to get the space to get the plant down. He really needed that double kill. One was just not going to be good enough there. Beautiful flick onto your opposing Viper, by the way, from Sugetsu. And like, I've been talking about the trigger discipline has seen the doom of a lot of players, a lot of teams recently. They see the first player. We've seen it. Not going to say exactly who it was. I'll keep that as a surprise. But we've seen it last series. Trigger discipline, actually the heartbreaker for the team that could have come back. So the fact that we might get to see that again, the fact we could have seen that again, it was a necessary evil, however, that KC were just, again, good to withstand.
Well, say evil. There's a Nightfall here, and it could be a nightmare of a round for KC because their B-side setup is weaker, but they identify a player on the back of Hookah, not stopping Enterprise from scaling. Right here. Stopping Avaz either from thinking about taking a peek. Thankfully enough, the Boombot is going to be enough of a distraction to buy some time. But Swagzer is already out. Avaz gone, and Swagzer still found a pair. Even one more from Magnum on DOS 9. And KC might just have to concede the round. It's a wrap already. It's double digits guaranteed for Enterprise.
Spike planted.
That might be the filthiest entry I've seen. That might be a filthy entry. Okay, it's not that it might be a filthy entry. That was a disgusting entry from Swagzor. I do love the attempt from Dose 9, right? Through the orbital strike right outside Hookah, just to kind of split off the push, right? Essentially, all of a sudden have it that Swagzor's stuck on his own in the site, right? An easy kill, unless he just walks forward and continues killing everyone, unless Magnum jumps out next to him and gets that frag as well. Do like Proxich going for the frag there. If anyone didn't notice, 7 ult points has now become 8, so his orbital strike comes online for that. So a worthy sacrifice, whether he dies or gets the kill. Could have kept the operator out of Shados's hands though, so obviously getting the frags better. But either way, as you said, Volt, double digits broken.
Yeah, and it's an important milestone for Enterprise because they didn't even need to use the Nightfall. They only really had to use the Showstopper. And for KC, the ultimates are still not really in the position that they would want it to be. I mean, KC are not a team to shy away from the grind. They've definitely brought teams like Liquid to their knees in kickoff, but most likely when the games gets messy, that's when they don't actually get the win. And right now, a win is necessary. 11 for Enterprise would be hell. The orbital strike doesn't find value, but Aves is trying hard to get advanced control. But he needs to be careful, leaving Sagetsu to the dust. Aves still finds 2, and he shuts down the entry. The paint shells separates 2 from each other, but Swagzor still stepping ahead into the embrace of Sagetsu, who's still alive at Lambs. He's the last line of defense, but now he's got some support. Him and Doss are in no trouble for what I can definitely, assuredly call a prodigy. Swagzor have taken KC by storm, and it's 11 to keep the dream alive for KC.
I love with a 3-person advantage, you still go for the TP. I love the fact that the molly is still set up. And this is, in my opinion, right, an aspect of Valorant that should never be overlooked. Oh, why are you using the molly? Why are you TPing? Like it's a 1 versus 3, surely? No, because just going for the obvious play, right? Just making it easier for Levin to maybe isolate those angles on the site that he's already prepped for. That is giving him more of an option, right? And even if it's only going from like a 1% win rate to a 2% win rate, competitive Valorant, competitive gaming, competitive anything at the highest level, those 1% are the difference makers, right? Those are the moments that suddenly decide whether you, let's just take, for example, Enterprise take this 13-9 versus a difference where KC equalize this scoreline and then run away with it. So is it overcomplicated? Arguably. Does it win you the round and does it give you the better chance of continuing this momentum? Definitely.
Right now, momentum are definitely working in the field of one team, and they'll be really happy about where this one is going. 2 more needed from Enterprise. Sure, they used the Nightfall, but they'll be really happy about still finding that victory. You know, they used the ultimates, and Aves definitely have a good round there, but couldn't close it out. And now it's him and Levin that are on top of the scoreboard. But I say on top of the scoreboard, then I gotta put a big asterisk on that one, because even Aves is only 12 and 14. Like Sugetsu's 12 and 10. Players that, you know, like MP talked highly about their individual level, and I'll definitely say like Sugetsu is supposed to be one of the best quote-unquote Sentinels, but we don't play Sentinel as much anymore. But yeah, he's supposed to be one of the best Sentinels in the world, adapting well to his new role in KC, but right now, really shell-shocked by that performance from Enterprise, and they are definitely making a name for themselves. And remember, all of those teams, they're setting themselves up for a stage where they eventually want to make it to the LCQ. They want to make it to champs. That is the chance for the VCL teams for this year.
Yeah, and it can be a pretty fleeting one, all things considered. I mean, again, we are in the losers bracket. Someone is going to be going home from this. We'll get a little bit of a chunk of change, but that kind of 7th, 8th spot, it'd be nice to have, even as a VCL team. Do not get me wrong, but again, you don't aim for silver, you don't aim for bronze, you aim for the gold. And if you don't aim for that, you're going to miss 100% of it. So it's nice to see that kind of level of focus come through from everyone. Even kind of, you know, NAVI, even the teams like Vitality and such that some people are kind of surprised to see at all, right? Whenever the Clash got announced, some people were a bit like, you know, what was this going to do? But to get to see the highlight, the talents of all of these players, to get to see the executes, to get to see potentially another timeout as Enterprise struggle to get themselves onto this A site without sacrificing their lives. Alluri been the bottom of the scoreboard for a lot of this, but managing to hold their ground, get the plant down, not making that same mistake before.
So much damage done to KC. Aves on 20 points of health, Levin on 44. Still got a lot of utility, But you're relying on DOS to start the round here, and I love that judgment call from EP. They don't have the most of the util, but they know that they can definitely take the duel forward. Aves is trying to expand his line on triple, his Swagzor, but he fails him. Levin and DOS clear house. That is concise from KC. Exactly what you'd like to see, and that is their double digits, but it doesn't break the economy of Enterprise, so they are still in the ringer indeed.
Very, very comfortable. Very, very happy with this still going. I mean, would it have been nice to just end it off there, of course. And to be honest, I wouldn't have hated seeing a timeout there from Enterprise. You might as well get the information from your coach. You might as well get the kind of support just there. Again, timeouts are a use or lose. Same with the ultimates, I've always said. If you've got one in your back pocket by the end of the game, you've probably made a mistake. There are some times where just the timeouts aren't necessary, you're just absolutely having a roll. But I mean, look at the scoreline, 11 and 10. These teams are not having a roll. These teams are fighting scrappy back and forth. The tug of war has been incredibly intense. So the fact that Enterprise are just going in off of this, it's either confidence or it's arrogance.
Well, sometimes confidence is arrogance. It's always about the amount of a thing, really. Right now, the amount of trust that I have in Sugetsu is infinite, but Levin goes down early. Sugetsu still stealing a second player, but he's walking right into the flames of his own teammate! Shados saving the day, DOS9 rectifying his errors! And he is gonna save KC. That one got messy, but the blue wall stands strong.
Someone timeout. Just someone use a timeout. I don't care who, but that level of insanity. Oh, thank whoever that is. Whoever that is. I thank you. Whoever did that timeout. I can't wait to see who that was because thank you. What the hell did we just see? I mean, I've seen one or two I've seen one or two team kills, right? We have seen that. It's nothing kind of new for the professional scene, but your Viper. Losing the Viper's pit there is one of the scariest moments that could ever happen, and especially with how good Shigetsu was doing. Oh, that got scary, but as you said, the rest of the team, Shados and DOS9. Shados9, I guess, is a good duo for those, a good duo name for the two of them, but either way, they do keep their form, and they managed to keep that round away from Enterprise, because that would have been a heartbreaking way to concede match point.
I guess, what would the other duel be called? Like Evetsu, since Sugetsu and Alvis have been playing together for a while?
I'll do that. I'll do Evetsu and Shados9. There we go.
Yeah, okay, guys. Like, I guess the Valorant shipping benefits can thrive. AO3 is definitely gonna have a field day with that one.
That'll be fun.
For what we have here, though, KC, not gonna be happy about that one. I'm pretty sure that Angan Zish are gonna be not feeling good about that one. It's one thing to get a close game against the VCT team, and I will say this, definitely as someone who casts the VCLs, I'm happy to see that kind of display, but KC just didn't look good. They looked messy in the first half. Sure, the defense is a lot better, but now we're relying on individuals. They're baiting for Levin, who can sneak away a shot. Still got the gate crash, and he will do just that.
Is that a bit of sloppiness from Enterprise? I really feel like it's getting to that point. I really feel like that was a bit of a, you've known how much Levin's been happy with these operators kind of placements. You know how aggressive he has been, especially off the back of the Prowler, to give that angle away. Okay. You do lose one, but this TP play from Aves immediately countered. Magnum finally actually able to walk out of that teleporter alive. Every time he's tried, Sugetsu's usually been there to kind of pat him on the back. Well, stab him in the back.
Oh.
This time a bit different.
They're rotating off. They're leaving the A-slot completely clean. Enterprise have just made the perfect call. But now, here comes the dimensional drift. The information needed by KC, who rotated back into that A-slot information. Not taken by the Yoru. Now they can go back towards B. Oh, this is a standing ovation moment from Enterprise. This is top tier in terms of awareness, in terms of understanding the game, and they got a pit, which will make this round also scary when you even add the Nightfall on top.
Oh, this is... And I've always kind of talked about, right, the operator, damn good gun, but how the hell do you use it in this type of scenario, right? How the hell do you really expect to swing into a Viper's Pit with it? You can't even really upgrade. You can maybe get Dose 9 there to kind of juggle the judge to you. The Nightfall, just another aspect, another time killer here. Dose 9 going for the molly, trying to clear out the backside. Again, Levin just really stuck, not able to do much. The shotguns come out to play. He might be able to get himself a proper gun. Does he have the time here? He doesn't able to get himself swapped out, so it's the upshot. This has to hit, it does! But no time. None at all.
Thrifty.
And take a bow. What a call from Magnum.
Yep. Genius.
Match point.
Just that little bit of awareness of hearing the ultimate and that teleport and then the choice from Levin to not go back to B and instead pivot with the rest of his team. It was a step away, by the way. If Levin took one more step to check the staircase, they would have won the round even if Levin died because they would have rotated. And that is the experience of an ex-VCT player just coming up to the forefront. Now it's overtime or bust for Karmine Corp. And while Levin still got the operator, and we've seen it find value before, Avis has got to be very careful. Enterprise, that is an intentional decision, by the way. They can see that there's a gap in that smoke, playing around it, Magnum in the heart, Lime in the back with the operator, and they're waiting for KC to make a mistake. They know that the pressure is onto them.
We've seen it before. You talked about it. If they do not do this smooth, it's difficult for KC to do it at all. And at any point here, Aves could decide to go for the showstopper, but the gate crash will essentially nullify it. It is still active, and Lime, the way he's been shooting, he might just not care. Beautiful use of the position in there. Magnum gets away, the teleport for free. The most highest impact ultimate, maybe aside from Dose 9, has been taken out, and the highest impact fragger for Karmine Corp has just been taken out.
And so rotation back towards the B side. Dose 9 and Aves now have to be the two heroes. Aves before found a hat trick from that line of sight, but he was deep in the TP. This time is in the other line of sight. The rocket's coming in from one side. The flash is great. Align with the ult. We'll hold that one down. It's all onto Dos. Deep into the tunnel he goes, and Proxa clears him out. And that might be wraps for KC. It's 10 seconds, now become 40 with a spike planted. Sugetsu and Shados to try to unwrap a 2-on-5.
If they do this, if Sugetsu and Shados do this, this will be heard throughout the ages. This will be clipped, shipped, and sorted. But Shados is known. Sugetsu has already fallen. A flawless round 24 to the bitter end, not including an overtime, but it's Enterprise on Karmine Corp's map pick to seal the deal.
And what a beauty of a game that we have seen here from EP. Karmine Corp, if their defensive side was any, if their attacking side was any better, we would have had a very different game, but just didn't bail them out. Enterprise got a good lead early on, and they made sure to deliver blow after blow from that point onwards.
It really was just this war of attrition, and you always see that whenever you kind of get to like the 12-8s, the 12-9s, even like the 12-11-7s, those types of score differentials, right? At that point, you see the ultimates kind of come back and forth. You see that capacity to kind of get the ults back, but who better to run you through that than our very own analysts, MP and Kumquat. Take it away.
Thank you, Dante and Volt. It has happened again. A challenger team won a map against a VCT EMEA team once again on their own map pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I think UCAM set the stage here. Okay, we can actually win against these VCT teams, and Enterprise has done it. We kind of question Karmine Corp going into this bind because they have had only one bind in this year. That was against Foot Esports yesterday, and well, it was a decent, but they still lost against them. Enterprise usually being decent in this map, especially against the challenger teams. Well, I have to say, Enterprise Esports, watching them, they have one of the best protocols of challenger teams, maybe the best protocols and fundamentals what I've seen. Even on that round 24, the last round, how Magnum knew exactly what the opposition was doing. They were waiting for that showstopper, for the orb tap in B long. So Magnum went for the orb tap and instantly after that jump to the TP, and that's a showstopper gone from KC. That's a round-winning condition gone from the KC side, and in the end, Enterprise were the one to take it. Usually, they've gone to overtime in bind. Out of the 7 games they played previously, 4 of them have gone to overtime, but this time it's a little bit different. Barely missing that OT and winning the map.
I mean, we have to talk about this crazy round where I think Enterprise actually won the map. The map where they baited the ultimate dimensional drift from 11 and they used that to their advantage and come back on the side and put the Viper spit. It was incredible.
Oh yeah, I did love that round. I think was second to last round or something like that. Yeah, just barely missing the dimensional drift. I think that was a brilliant call from them, and like you highlighted, that was the game winner, or the map winner rather. Yeah, sure, you have a lot of rounds behind that. You have Enterprise starting with a really strong showing on the first half already. I think it was round 6, Lime had a great confidence with the operator, just pulling out dimensional drift, going behind the enemy lines to showers and challenging with the operator against 2 players and actually finding a pick there. I think right there, Enterprise kind of set the pace for this match. They said, we're not going to be afraid, we're going to go full in, and that's exactly what they did.
I mean, I was already scared after the first half because against Foot, Carmine actually had 7-5 at the end of their attack side, and they still lost. So when I saw that they were down 4-8, I was like, okay, this is absolutely over. Never in hell they will come back. But they actually managed to pull off a decent defense side, but it was just not enough. I think they were missing some impact. They were missing some struts, a lot of errors. That's the same as we've seen on the side of NAVI. Also, there were some timings that were not on their side, to be honest. But still, I think they're not playing as clean as we would have thought. And maybe this is partly part of the mental toss that they've taken yesterday, losing against Foot.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if Carmine actually were ready for Enterprise to be this good. To me, this was an incredible performance, and if they played like this against Thalian's Esports, I'm not quite sure how they lost. I have to go back and watch that game, I think, because Enterprise, like I said, they had one of the best protocols. Every time Carmine Core had an ult or something, I think Enterprise had a clear plan on how to counter that ultimate. They were doing a lot of this bait and switch. I think it was Illuria and Lime, and also Illuria and Lime perfect utility in perfect unison. The Swaxer as well was brilliant to see. I think something that I kind of want to take away from the interview that Bolt had, he talked about that discipline. And even from round 8, Enterprise were showing that discipline. When they got the advantage in a 4 versus 3 situation, they kind of fell back on the other side where they didn't have the numbers. And on the other side where they had 3 players, they were playing aggressive. So they were kind of keeping those numbers up. And I do love to see that.
I agree. I think every player from Enterprise was on top today. The scoreboard, maybe some players are a little bit behind, but still, we've seen some great actions from Illury as well as all the other players. Like each round, you had at least one player who was able to step up and take the winning play for Enterprise. And for me, that this win is not a coincidence at all. It's not by chance that they actually took the win. I think they were clearly better than Carmine today. They played a better Valorant.
Yeah, and to me, I think the scoreline could have even been more on the side of Enterprise. Maybe I'm a bit biased to a challenger team and a challenger team that has a Finnish player there, but to me it looked like Enterprise Esports were actually on the driving seat. Obviously, Levn had a great match as well. I think a lot of great picks. Great headshot percentage, 44 is incredible, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Swagzer, a youngster, really young player showing up in this match as well. I think that is one of the key parts that we want to take away from matches like this. Enterprise Esports, Swagzer especially, getting to play against a VCT team at such a young age in an official, and being able to find a map, being able to maybe find a series here is crazy to me.
I agree. I think they can really do something, some interesting thing in the tournament. And what is actually interesting is that they lost against Stallions. And I'm pretty surprised about this. I think maybe they were not really prepared. Like, they had to warm up, play one game to be actually there in the moment. And now against KC, they have this right mindset to actually be able to play the best Valorant that they know.
Yeah, and obviously against Stallions it was a close game. It could have gone either way. In the end, they were able to come back. They started really rough on the defensive side. They were able to come back, bring that to OT, but the overtime wasn't quite enough. Right here, it was the same story. When we look at the numbers, especially 11-13, this could have gone either way. If that the second to last round went a little bit different, if the Diamond Zone Drift spotted the players for Enterprise Esports, it could have been a whole different story. So small little margins definitely matter here, and I think that's really good to remember, because when we talk about challenger teams that are on top of the list and VCT teams that are kind of on the bottom tier of the VCT circuit, I think the margins are quite low in there, and those little things just will make or break the game.
And there is one more step for them to pass if they actually want to take down Carmine, because there is still one game to win, and the next one is gonna be Pearl. Enterprise actually have a pretty decent scoreboard on this map. When they win it this year, they won it 4 times out of 5. Obviously, it's against better teams, but one thing that I directly see is that they also have a very strong defense side on this map.
Oh yeah, it seems like it's kind of tradition for Enterprise Esports to get a lot of defensive side rounds here. So the side of Carmine Corp, they haven't played that many Pearls this year, and only Pearls they have actually played was against Foot Esports, one in VCT EMEA Kickoff and one in this tournament yesterday. They switched composition during that match. They went for the Neon and Veto instead of Teho and Killjoy rather, which is gonna be interesting to see whether they're gonna stick with the composition that they played in this tournament, or they're gonna go back to the composition that they played previously. I feel like Teho is kind of going out of meta, but we've already seen today Teho being a really strong contender in this map. So definitely, if you are comfortable with the utility, you could stick up with the Teho.
Yeah, I think Teho can be played on Pearl.
Yeah.
It's maybe not really meta right now, but Abyss and Pearl are definitely 2 maps where it can have a lot of value. I don't know. I think if they come back to their previous comp, it kind of looks like they're not confident, and I'm not sure it would be the right mindset for the player. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe they were just trying something new for the tournament, and it was not meant to stay for the long run. I would still love to see this new composition from them, and we're gonna have the answer right now. So they actually keep the Neon veto, so yes, they want to move forward with this comp.
Okay, Zigetse. Like I said on the pre-show, Zigetse already had a decent performance, or actually I would call it a great performance with this veto. The first one he played was last year, and this is the second one yesterday against Foot, 23 and 17. And a small fun fact here, the both first maps that Carmine Corp plays in this series, they've only played against Foot Esports this year. Once on Bind and twice on Pearl, and they have not faced any other teams in these first two maps.
No, and Enterprise is not playing the same lineup as well, so it's going to be a very different matchup, but we're going to follow the game with our lovely casters Volt and Dante.
Thank you yet again, Kim and MP. Welcome to potentially the last map of the series. Don't say that lightly, but this is the way the cookie crumbles. We are jumping over to Pearl, Mad Dante, the ever-lovely Volt. And how excited are you for potentially what could be the second upset of the night?
I'm gonna look you in the eye and tell you, why do you hate vetoes this much? Just tell me, why? What's going on? What's the agenda with veto? Why are you like, oh, I see a veto, I don't like the comp here from KC. Like, he's such a good Asian. I know that we can have the talk of like, oh, but everybody lost utility, especially the initiator, so the interceptor becomes less valuable because it stops less volume, but it's a higher percentage now. So it's like that battle. I will just say though, I'm a very big fan of Tejo on this map.
Yep.
And I'm not a fan of Aves on Phoenix, so I'm really happy that we're actually back to something normal as in the Neon.
Yeah, something a bit more kind of reasonable. Again, the Phoenix for me is just a... We've been seeing teams, right, go against Phoenix, and I say this with all love. Phoenix players, just there isn't enough strategy with the curveball to, like, make it a difficult flash to dodge. At the highest level, it's just so easy to dodge. Like, people are dodging blind sides from weird angles and such, so, like, curveball is nothing. Curveball is irrelevant. Why I hate veto? We'll discuss it a little bit more, but for the meantime, the pistol round has started. KC are already all the way up B long, so the amount of information gained is absolutely stunning for them, but it does mean they've given up a decent bit of space here towards the B site as well. So another circle may be made, and in the first pistol round, KC and EP might already be changing sides.
Yeah, and starting strong for Levin. The Swagzor shut down. Aves finding his own spoil too. Oh, that is exactly the kind of start that you would want if you're on the side of KC. Magnum might cast him off guard. There's a chance for a multi-kill here, but does quickly. Not only finds the kill, but he knows where the last two are. So I'm a little bit surprised that KC still wanting to grapple the bull by the horns, given that this bull have already tackled them off bind. And they wisen up, but not before losing a few players.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough call for them as well. KC, just for anyone that doesn't know as well, I'm pretty sure Kim and if he did say it, I just want to confirm that Carmine Corp are running the same comp, so this should be something that's a little bit more expected of them. Since EMEA Clash started for this year, Enterprise haven't actually run this Pearl much at all, or at least there's very little kind of stats on them for this tournament specifically, so yeah, oh yeah. So it is a little bit of a surprise, all things considered, but what might even be more of a surprise is Alluri just coming around behind you, Shados. You're going to have to jump off the spike. You're going to have to try and do something. Nothing will save you from Alluri's wrath.
Very smart from Enterprise, the double wraparound. This catches things off from the other side. And Enterprise starting off well on the pistol, despite KC really finding the trades well. Dawson Aves, of course, 11 as well, all finding their pieces, but it was just that duel on the A side that is the question of, it's either an all or nothing, at least for me, right? Like, if you're taking that duel, I would have loved everyone to just swing off art as wide as they can to take the fight, or just wait and try to play together. They did something in between, and that gave Enterprise the space. And now KC are punished for it. Back on Classics, of course, them being on the defense, they don't get the luxury of maybe upgrading to the Sheriff, so they plan to spike themselves. So, tough luck for KC, because I don't think that they're going to get the same luck of the Thrifty as they got on the bind.
No, it would be very difficult to kind of make this for them. And a last thing, just kind of big point out for Enterprise here. Their second highest composition, their pick rate, it is actually running the Harbor Viper. And I'm sad that we're not seeing that because I'm a big sucker for Harbor. I hate Veto. I'm a big sucker for Harbor, but again, can chat more about that whenever the entire site is not being blown to smithereens. And Enterprise, they've just given this away, though. The fake kind of gate crash, it doesn't give away too much here, and that's a lot of utility that Carmine Corps have had to sacrifice. Entirely empty pockets here, except for the guns. So with 35 seconds left still on the board, Enterprise moving to the bigger site with no utility. Carmine Corps gonna have to hope their pistol game is on another level.
30 seconds left.
And I gotta say, Sugetsu almost starts off really well. It's good to finish off Illuri. And now it's the retreat back into A from Enterprise. They're gonna got it short, but they just got the right read, right? Because it was a B stack from KC. And it was the right read to get the B stack all the way until Sugetsu loses his life. Sugetsu wins here. They were gonna be walking into the stack. Now, it's just very simple for EP. If I'm KC here, even if I know Illuri is low, it's just a question of, do you contend against this round and try to take a few fights in hopes of dropping some of those rifles, or do you just not give them the orbs but live with the fact that this round 3 is gonna have 3 Bulldogs and a Phantom?
Yeah, do you play it like it's Abyss or not? And it seems like we're playing this like it's Abyss. There's no edge of the map to jump off, but I mean, hey, Spike basically is the end of the map, but Swagzor, because of the fact he didn't really go for the full buy-up, at the very least he's dropped the gun to someone else if he did, you do get to see that he's able to just get a lot more of this control, try and go for any of the exits, but everyone from Carmine Corps all the way in art, so they're going to at least get away from that. Nothing concerning at all. A lot of ultimate points, though, for anyone that maybe doesn't know, you do not get the ultimate point yourself if you die to the spike either, so it is a bit of more of a double-edged sword than some people, I think, at least initially were giving it credit for. The discussion, obviously, a lot more relevant in Abyss, but still relevant here.
Yeah, but it's still, like, it's all about the denial of the enemy more than giving yourself the orb, if anything, and yeah, that is the fun little bit of a tidbit of the day that Magnum used to play for KC.
Oh, yes.
Of course. It's not like KC did any better or any worse than Magnum around. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Just gotta be real about it. But yeah, like, KC is one of the teams with the biggest fan bases in the entirety of the VCT, so I really hope to see them improve a little bit. Shadows 11 got the right read, but not the shots though. 1 for 2. Enterprise happy about that one, and the bonus round could go very wrong for KC.
Already kind of is, right? And I mean, hey, give another big credit to Magnum, right, on that last round. The amount of repositioning that Enterprise have been doing on this and Bind, it really is, you know, Magnum's just belief in his call and the team's trust in him. Even when he's dead, you know, I can imagine Magnum still giving a lot of information, still trying to tell his team a lot of useful inputs. And again, this timing for Enterprise, just the way they've been playing this clock. Carmine Corps are, I think it's fair to say, they are playing with the hearts on their sleeves, and they do look a little bit nervous, which is why this push-up is happening the way it is. You've got 2 players all the way down there, but Sugetsu still all the way back down on the B site. The timing's just worked out perfectly for Enterprise yet again.
Yeah, they get the site. 3 on 4 on the plant, 2 stars on DOS, but it's become a question of can Avis win that duel, and with the answer being an emphatic no there from Proxa. Maybe it's just time to save up for Sugetsu and Dawson. Seems that's the call that they've made. So now 3 rounds straight for Enterprise, and KC pretty bit much the exact same thing that we have seen on the Bind. The slow start that will come back to bite them if they don't get the ball rolling quickly enough.
This ball might not have any chance to roll down. There may not be a hill except the one that KC fall down. Enterprise just looking so clean right now, and again, what I do just have to point out, and this is no disrespect to the man himself, but after having a look back on Bind, the round lost just due to that, the spike defuse mishap, nothing pushed him off of it. It was just a slight error in either holding the keyboard or something simple, but that will be living in his head. That will be something that you have to, with either the help of your coach, with your team, a mixture of both, just move on from, because if that starts to get to you, if that starts to impact this second map, well, the hopes of a third one just get ever and ever distant.
Right now, KC, though, outside of those 2 saved rifles, not gonna have the best of boys. This is a round about getting damage, getting orbs for KC. More than anything else. Right now, Sagetsu couldn't actually get back his TP, but still got the interceptor. Not the worst of angles in the world for a veto to play, but just then becomes a question of what KC are gaining on the other part of the map, because they're still posturing defensively on R. They won't get the space control. It's Aves on one side, and now DOS9 on the other on the A side, so they strengthen the defense on B, and they get information on mid with that Prowler, but they're still a minute on the time, and Enterprise feels like they got all the options in the world themselves too.
Feels like there's just so much of this map they can work with, right? I mean, I do like the fact that Carmine Core are playing this super patient, right? Like, let the opposition walk into you. Oh, but the opposition dodges your Prowler. Magnum manages to schmoove his way through it yet again. If Lewin decides to just pop in at any point here, he goes for that swing. He's trying to find that angle, but he doesn't know where the Killjoy is tucked. And the moment the execution starts here, the moment the fight for this site begins, the interceptor is shot, the salvos will go down, and then this Killjoy lurk from the top of Double Doors should be everything Enterprise need.
Chokehold gives the information for Levin. Screens, it's such a dangerous angle. They might not clear it off the rib, but the reveal is just perfect. Enterprise played so well off the back of the haunt. And they clear the site completely. Aves, the late rotator. Fast lane and the relay bolt, but the spray down is good enough from Swagzor. They shut him down. And now KC have to pretty much repeat the exact same finale of the last round, except this time it's only DOS to save. So, timeout? Maybe? Just take the timeout here, get the win, get the ball rolling. I feel like for KC, that's the most important thing. Just getting the ball rolling was probably the thing that would have won them the game if they started winning on 4 instead of 5 or 6 rounds against EP.
There was that kind of initial showing that looked a bit shaky, right? I mean, again, 13-11 was how Bind went on Carmine Core's map pick on Bind. So, like, you do have to consider that just any micro decision, right? Like a pixel swing difference, you know, the reposition, that's the level that we're getting to. And that's, again, how much of a small difference there are between these tier 2 and these tier 1 teams, right? They really are starting to catch up. They are starting to learn off of each other maybe a bit, but the tier 2 teams in particular really learning off of the tier 1s, really focusing, really understanding what they can do. And when you put them in a bracket like this, when you put them in a series like the EMEA Clash, they're showing themselves, right? And we've already had NAVI eliminated, and Carmine Core are now facing it down. It is coming to them very fast if they cannot keep if they cannot break Enterprise's momentum.
And of course, Levin and Magnum's yesterday's allies, but today, I wouldn't say bitter foes, but I would say that this would be a tough pill to swallow for KC if they also follow the footsteps of NAVI. And mind you, at least NAVI had a hard-fought battle in 3 maps. Right now, it might be a 2-mapper. Enterprise shutting down KC on all fronts. So it gets down already, and DOS9. The one soul stopper. Yeah, see, that's the value of the interceptor that I'm telling you about.
Don't you dare. No. That, oh my.
Yes, I will. Oh, yes, I will. Oh, yes, DOS will. He's got a pairing, and now we're back in business. Aves 11 can try to break this round apart. The operator finds value. Last time around, Aves got caught in the fast lane. This time around, they slow down the pace quite a bit. Levin is the one that is tasked with finding the opener. There's a player close by on the left side, waiting to see the barrels. 35 seconds. They need to plan the spike, and it might open up some space for Aves to take a duel that Magnum is ready for, but the Egyptian is better. And now it's all about Proxa, who deletes Aves on this jump, leaving Levin, who drops himself, but he will get the job done. Finally, someone to give some support for KC. It will be after 4, but that was a costly round.
I mean, that was everything, right? No, the reason we were having that argument, I'm sure everyone knows. No, that was not enough to say that Veto is worth it, because no one heard that sound cue. I refuse to accept that, because so far Sugetsu has been really struggling. Enterprise have been dealing with this interceptor really nicely. Just for whatever reason, this angle wasn't held, and DOS9 ripped apart the opposition. absolutely taking Enterprise away despite that shot, despite the filthiness that was. Levin keeps calm, keeps composed, and keeps himself violent.
I feel bad for Abbas in that one. What is he even supposed to do?
Yeah, that's true. That's
At
very
this
true.
point.
That's very true.
Well, I mean, Magnum, right now, supposed to be put in the same position. A lot of util. A stun that is perfect. A Proxa again. No more Soigetsu. No more Abbas. And while Shados is going to use the Prowler, DOS9 might have to be worried about a player in the window, but the rotation is too little too late from Lime. And this is much better from KC. Of course, a new team now under the lead of Shados, not SadHack anymore, but pretty well done by Enterprise. Oh, this would have been disastrous still. DOS is down on a 1v2. How did Enterprise get in so many good positions? So many gaps in the defense, and all of it because they tried to press Art, and now DOS have to repeat a multi-kill, except this time he needs to find 3.
I mean, yeah, he basically does, right? He's got 1 at least, so the last 2, but that's an Armageddon, that's a salvo, that's a special delivery. Every piece of utility that Lime could possibly have to make a post-plant hell is exactly what he's got in his pocket. Let's not forget the fact that just currently sitting at double doors is Swagzor. And there we go, the gun barrel's been spotted. The Astra Star will not save you from this. The salvo comes down, does give away Limes' position, but that means that all that needs to be done here is Swagzor just kind of chilling. Special delivery, does some damage, sees the barrel through the smoke, but it's Lime to take the frag. It's Lime to put DOS9 down. And Carmine Core, a good first round for them. But Enterprise hoping to break that streak before it ever starts.
I think a lot of people have seen the initial showing for the VCL teams in the first day that we've seen them against the VCT lineups and thought that they might have write them off, but right now we're seeing why we are making this one a reality. And credit where credit is due to Vitality and GX. I mean, more so Vitality than GX, because I say Stallions could have had a real chance at actually making it a 2-1. But like Vitality just showing the caliber of players that they have. Like, you know, like for goodness sake, you got Derka, you got Yampi, you got Kron. Like, you're really supposed to be one of the best in the world. Vitality was steps away from Santiago as well. So it makes a lot of sense for them to not really be that bothered. They went down to Liquid in the penultimate game that eventually Liquid themselves got to Santiago through Fnatic for. And I mean, I don't know if you've seen that monologue from Nats onto Boaster, but that would be my villain origin story. If I'm Boaster and I go home after that best of 3, just in grief, I don't even know what to do. Said that about me on stream.
Potentially the better. Oh, but a little less said from Swagzor. Levin answering back with the Outlaw, but only 100 HP here. That's going to be a really difficult, HP pool to survive off of. Magnum taking his team into this engagement here. The lower buy might convince Enterprise to not pop ultimates. I would love to still see them used. We can see the salvos coming through. DOS9 not going to be concerned immediately. The double swing being held beautifully by Alluri. Magnum with all the support from his team. The needs just to stop. Carmine Core regressing onto the site immediately. I love that. It's always a shame sometimes where Killjoys do just sacrifice the utility for the post plant. It's a good idea, but sometimes you've got better ways to use the nades, and that was certainly one of them.
Well, Shados has spotted the barrel of Proxa. Knowing where Proxa is and getting rid of Proxa from the position that he's in are two completely different beasts. Shados waiting for the timing. Now denied by the Nebula, and pretty much that's the round over. Levin will probably just still give that one a go, hope that he can find another kill. Magnum in a good position to still trade back from underneath with the shotgun. A spoken at the devil. He's tooting his own horn with that kill. And they'll be really happy about that outcome. 6 rounds for Enterprise. And KC, just a bump in the road for Northeast champions.
Timeout. KC, please. KC, please. You've got 4 ultimates. Basically 5. Enterprise also have 5. This kind of needs to be a moment for a timeout if the fact that Carmine Core have been scared to use the ultimates. They've charged all of them up, and yet even those haven't been the difference makers, right? The fact that usually at least just by this stage you would hope that Carmine Core have the second round just because they throw ultimates at Enterprise, and if Enterprise, yeah, they see 5 ultimates, they go great. So much has been committed. Sugetsu, just complete muscle memory, turns the flash that he is invulnerable to. If anyone doesn't know the mutation from Veto, basically anything that isn't just a straight bullet from a Vandal, Phantom, or equivalent, he's immune to. So Sugetsu showing off just the reaction times, even if unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution is one strong ultimate, but this high-low, probably the strongest thing that I've seen in a while. Players moving in unison, and they're gonna destroy 11. That means that those players that might thought about contesting Sugetsu now find it easy to pivot back into that B side where Aves is gonna be the one tested. Great rotation from Dawes, but you can't see Magnum behind the veil of the door. And Enterprise still keeping their options open. I'd like that from Swagzor, and if you find the kill, that would have been one thing. Now, with that duel lost, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a triple rotation into B with it already being 2 players strong, basically.
It's an interesting thing because you don't have to deal with the interceptor, right? You know where that Veto's set up here. Okay, Doss, I love this showing, but the shorty's not gonna be enough. The overdrive not gonna be enough, but the rest of Enterprise certainly will be. The Aves losing that is big. This will be 2 ultimates committed. Unless Sugetsu can get his 3, he can only get his 2. Proxich the one with that tally mark. 2 ultimates from Carmine Core. After all of that effort building them up, Enterprise match. And they're the ones to still emerge victorious.
And I mean, if Doja and Levin are leading the scoreboard, it's not really going to be an easy game. Of course, you want the Astra to do well, but Sugetsu just suffering here in this game. I mean, he did so well to find that pair, but just didn't find the value on A main. The team needs to switch around, and I wouldn't be surprised if KC try to start fighting for that middle control. And Shados still got a Prowler. Gotta be careful. That's one of EPs, and while the smoke nets some good value, it is just all about holding on for that line for now. He's trying to anchor Art as an angle. The Nightfall came in at the right time, but they're still pressuring on. And the pressure that's piled is too much for KC's defense. Aves still finds Lime. And Aves actually backed off. Now they give them Art, but they're trying to tunnel them into that position.
You should run.
Oh, yeah, the Nightfall into Nightfall, the fire back here. DOS9, I believe, can get the angle. Not going to go for the shots, at least initially. Yeah, he could have, but he's wanting just to back out entirely. The Killjoy is going to give a decent bit of control. The big disco ball, the biggest, in fact, all to push KC into Proxich. But he just can't quite get the angles. He can't quite get anything. And Magnum yet again calling another rotate. Take a shot every time, Magnum. Play that game. Keep yourself hydrated with some water. Take a drink every time Magnum calls for the rotate. And you will be the most hydrated person on this planet. It's a beautiful double from Dose9 at the very least. The spike is down with 20 seconds left. EP looking like Casey.
Well, I mean, still a chance to rescue it. Iluri captures a spike, but now they're trying to buy the time. Levin can save the day. Doja have done so much here today, and they're trying to hold the line. The spike is to be planted, but it's too little too late for Iluri. KC able to double their tally, but this is still a long and arduous road for them. They need at least 2 more for me to think that there is still a real contest in this one.
I mean, I would certainly hope so. I would hope that this is not enough, at least on its own, to just kind of knock KC out of this, but every ultimate has been expended. Every piece of utility that you could think of has been thrown at Enterprise to get them to break, to get something started for KC. We've got the timeout come through. KC with a round win into the timeout. Don't mind it at all. Let's really discuss, refocus on what worked for us there. Let the coaches explain exactly what they would expect from you. Because honestly, right now, with the way Enterprise are playing, Magnum's feeling like a coach in and of his own. But when you've got a coach on the server with you, giving you the live comms, it's a different beast.
For Now, solid work in totality from AP. It was that sequence there that just ships in the night, really. They sail past each other and could have gone so wrong for KC. And I mean, in reality, it did go wrong. There were a few times where perhaps with better reads from the team, Shados would have led them into a more comfortable position, but that is not going to be the case. That we are N4 here today at least. Enterprise should be very happy about the outcome of this game regardless. That is definitely still a battle. And there's still a decider to play for. Like, there's still another Haven that we could see here today. And I'll be very real with you. I wanted to go the distance, and right now KC are doing their damnedest to make sure that it also does.
I mean, that's you don't want to sacrifice, you don't want to lose anything here. The answer back, but Prox, it just kills them all. All of his team fall, and he decides to take one extra tax onto KC. Magnum and Lime get themselves set up again. The Armageddon gonna be online. DOS cannot find everything. Sugetsu gonna give away his information, gonna give away his positioning. He has cut off the Armageddon, so at the very least he can just make this fight go down. The Interceptor potentially showing its value, but Sugetsu really has to clear out this Flyers angle, but it's Magnum doing a complete full ring around the rosies to the point that Sugetsu, the timer has just been dragged out. The Interceptor did a little bit of damage to the utility, but there's not enough time here. He has to go back and hunt for Magnum. He gets the headshot, but 18 HP, taps the spike. Not gonna be enough, despite how close it was. Proxic with a beautiful 4K, ripping it away from Shados and Avis, who did such a big amount of effort on that A main to start.
And Proxa is living the dream right now. How many multi-kills have he found only in this map, by the way? And despite it starting pretty solid for KC, it is them just being adamant and holding A main that did cost them significantly. Aves dashed back and then they decided to re-aggress as a unit. And fortunately enough, Proxa, to man of his word, right now Armageddon coming in. You have to rush into them, and Lime and Swagzor have made sure that it will be a flawless one. Of course, it's pistols only for KC, so really not an expectation of them to win the round, but at least some damage would have been good. Right now, it feels like it just might be a flawless.
But unless something like that happens. It looks like Dossier just saved though from the knife. I think Swagzor, realizing the magazine running a little bit low, had to pull out the well, man's oldest weapon. Doesn't get the frag though, taken away from him. And Enterprise maybe, I don't want to say like in any disrespect, them maybe forgetting it's not the last round, committing both the Armageddon and the Dimensional Drift on Carmine Core's lower buy. Either one of those ultimates could be the difference between, you know, a 3-9 and a 2-10, but I don't think both of those ultimates are the difference maker between what we currently see, right? Between a 2-9 or a 3-8.
And definitely you can say that for AP, it's just about getting the 9th on the board. I mean, a 9-3 in itself is still a really good outcome for them. They wouldn't be too fussed about it anyways. And KC is the team that you would say the onus is on them. They are in dire need, really, of a third. Sugetsu now trying to play the site again on the screens is the Interceptor. It will help him if they toss Util into him, but if he takes it all head on, he's got to be careful. Down to low HP as well. 20 points of health remain. And Sugetsu will be flashed and forced in. The TP working its way through. Swagzor now in the line of sight. That's the fake out that he's holding out for. Magnum and Swagzor clear out Havetsu out of that line of sight, and it leaves KC with 3 players, but they will need to use all of them to find 3 rounds. The good part is the silver lining, still a Dimensional Drift, but they need to kill 2 more players in the numbers that they have.
Got both blind sides. Can't use it out of the ultimate anymore though, so Levin not going to be as strong as he maybe could have been. And yeah, we got to see exactly how good the gate crash is. Swagzor just running in. 1 Prowler down, 1 Flash down. Shados with nothing left but the gun in his hands, and it'll be nothing found. A beautiful hold from Enterprise, a 10-2 half for them. Lovely for them, a nightmare if you are Carmine Core right now.
You take your nameplates off, you would think that AP is the VCT team.
Honestly, yes.
And credit where credit is due to them. They are exploiting the gaps in KC, but I mean, the gaps in KC are well known at this point. Even they keep saying, we know what's wrong with the team. We know that we don't like those compositions. They pivoted away from the Phoenix.
Yep.
But it's clear that maybe the call just isn't to play for the double duelist. And I know the double duelist is the meta, but I will definitely say that we're, for the first time ever, in a state of Valorant where you can play whatever you want and everything is viable. Not everything is the meta, but everything is viable. That we have seen, for example, like Demon 1, you know, he can play the Chamber, which is not the meta, but it can be pretty successful. C9 already played the Chamber before. And there are teams that play the Waylay, teams that don't play the Waylay. For KC, the real problem is they're a bit stubborn about a few things. Phoenix being one of them.
Yeah, the stubbornness is showing, and I do really have to agree with you. I mean, I think you can't really explain how flexible a lot of Valorant is right now, other than like double duelist, double controller, double initiator are basically all aspects of composition that you will see, right? We're seeing lots of people trade out, and it's not just two duelists, right? It's not just Yoru and Neon. It's sometimes Neon and Waylay, Yoru and Waylay, Yoru and Neon. Like, you get this mix and match, even with the initiators. Teho suddenly coming back. My personal feelings on Veto aside, people are running him on like Abyss, on Pearl. So you are getting this massive level of flexibility in the agent pools that, if anything, is going to make it difficult for some of these teams, right? One-trick ponies are probably in the least demand they have ever been for the game state of Valorant because of just how flexible you can be with these rosters.
Yeah, and I would say, actually, one-trick ponies are also in the best state that they can be if the teams are not that prepared, but
that's true.
Enterprise is that prepared. Things are a bit cold, but not too hard on 11. That is the beauty of a shot. But as much of as a blinder this one is, Swag sort of blindsided Doja. And he's taking all that space, and now he's running behind them. And even if they're going to the A site, the rotations have already been called. Doja is still alive in the end. But now they're completely telegraphed, and it's not going to be that difficult for Enterprise to plan a retake. And if Lime finds a kill here early, things can go wrong. They give him a multi-kill opportunity, and it's Proxa to step up through the platter once again. He has found a hat trick, ready for the quad kill, but instead 11 won him up, and now it's duelist on duelist from a man that was once touted as a Turkish prodigy with PBL to a Russian prodigy now in the hands of Enterprise. 15 points of health in the hands of Swagzor. Time in his element, and he takes a peek to give Enterprise its 11th.
Oh, and the double tap, the triple tap. Make sure that Levin does not stand up after that. What a back and forth for a pistol round. We've seen 2Ks answered back with 3Ks, answered back with 1 taps. Look at how this round started. The triple jump commit to clear dugout and secret. Proxic, who's just been making a name for himself round and round again. And when it all came down to it, the chips on the table. 2 players left standing, but only 1 to tell the tale. 2 extra ones for Enterprise, 11 on the board, and a difference between them and victory is KC's total scoreline.
It's a double or nothing for KC here. They got the Waker by. Doja starts off well, but Proxa holds him in down. Oh, Magnum. Oh, this is so cheeky. He's in the edge of the smoke. Still can play the angle of the other side of the flowers. He could catch Avis off guard, who's entrenched in a solid position. But EMEA now becomes a problem again. Proxa scores a kill. Lime catching Levin none the wiser. And Sagetsu is caught in the elevation. And Avis, who's the man that have carried KC before, will not be able to do a single damn thing as Enterprise truly school Carmine Core.
1 more round for Enterprise. It's not about how you start in Valorant. It is about how you finish. It doesn't matter if you win 12 rounds in a row. If you cannot get that 13th, it's all for nothing. But the way Enterprise are playing, they look basically guaranteed to put the 13th on the board, and that's not in an overtime scenario here. Do also want to just give a quick shout out. We have been giving Magnum all the love in the world. He does deserve it. It has been Alluri on the IGL there, so wanted to correct that statement just to make sure that Alluri is getting the love he deserves, because Enterprise would not be in the position they are without the god tier IGLing. And whether it's from Magnum or Alluri, now that we've corrected those statements, Enterprise look ready to kick Carmine Core out of this clash.
And Alluri, historically, a Dark Purist, right? Whether it's Focus or Mouse, those were his teams. But right now, KC holding on for dear life. But who better than Proxa to shot their dreams to rest? Shados is gone. It's his era no more. New kids are on the block, and the IGL up to the platter. Doja and Sugetsu left in a 1v2, but they're not ready for Alluri's position, both of which are chipped down slightly, which works wonders for that Spectre, but they leave the site open. Alluri got Prowlers and a Seas, but he needs to find them both.
I'd love to just see the Seas thrown, because there's no way. You know this corner gets held, right? You know basically someone's always there. But the Astra Star, the gravitational well, means that you can't really deal with it. The jump spot is really nice from Dosia as well. Doesn't use the gravitational pull until absolutely necessary. Alluri kind of understanding the assignment here, just wanting to rotate out, keeping an eye on A main to see if he can get something. Sugetsu just a little bit faster. Neither player though saving the guns. Yeah, all 10 players dead as an entire showing here. So again, Carmine Core, they can't really afford to be losing any guns. The economy is not built up.
Yeah, I wanted to see though what KC are doing, and I love that from their side. They understand that now with the economy in shambles, the Outlaws are gonna hold the utmost importance. So instead of springing for light shields and phantoms or vandals, like what we're seeing from Proxa and Lime, they go for heavy shields for the most part, even if that means downgrading to a Bulldog. It's smart, but the real problem now for KC is that while we have seen miracle comebacks before, it's not really gonna be something that anyone is gonna put on the books. KC can definitely do it, make no mistake about it. The individual level is there, but right now, hell, even players that we usually say like their household names like Sugetsu and Aves have done such good work for KC at times. They're just unable to find form. Like Proxa is on 23-5. So I don't know what is it today. First it was Bold on the first game. Now it's Proxa on this one. Some people are literally having career-defining games in Clash.
Yeah, there is a demon going around, and whatever that possession's doing, certainly making numbers for these players in particular. Enterprise, and I mean Proxa was showing up as well on map number one, on the first map too, doing so much damage, and Enterprise show up on the A main site on the mid shop angle. KC down their entry. Could this be the way they fall out of the clash?
Cash KC shaking in their boots, Madante, and well, now it's a bit of a calm before the storm. Eventuality is gonna be to the B side, but this is it. Like there's 2 nails in Swagzor, and he's ready to entrench KC in a new coffin. Magnum is also there if needed. And as much as we've touted the veto and how good he can be, realistically speaking, Sugetsu haven't done the best of work, but it's back to a 4-on-3. Still, time is the enemy, and they will have to stick the landing here in the B side in the end.
And with the way they're looking, basically the legs would need to be taken out from under Enterprise if this landing isn't stuck, if this is not clean. Oh, Sugetsu falls. Dosia is only on 10 HP, 20 seconds left. Spike not planted. Everyone that's a fan of KC, get your salutes ready. Get your sayonaras said. In 8 seconds or less, they are going out of the clash. 3, 2, and 1. Lime with the last kill. A 13-3 statement from Enterprise after a grueling bind. Whatever your map pick is, Enterprise, certainly Pearl is a dangerous beast for you.
Oh, to take KC down like that, make no mistake about it, KC is a very solid team, but Enterprise absolutely came to play here today. Proxa with a performance of a lifetime for sure, but you gotta say, KC, again, much like the bind. On a bind, I would say that they were slow starters. Here, it's a non-starter, actually, is what we've seen.
Yeah, no, it really is. You couldn't get that move, and Proxa on that Swagzor doing so solid, and then just, I mean, yeah, that composition. Look, I'm still not sold on Veto, but if there is anyone to kind of tell you what you want to be sold on and how Enterprise did that so decisively, you know where to look for. It's the desk, the beloved Kim and MP. We'll see them next.
Thank you so much again, Volt and Dante. It has happened again. The challenger rose today and shocked the scene. They actually managed to take down both VCT EMEA teams. I think we are cursed with this French derby.
I mean, I started the day with the words somewhere alongside of this. We haven't seen any real upsets so far in this tournament. I wonder if today is the time. It absolutely was the time. Both of the challenger teams win their respective matches, and 2 VCT teams, they're gone out of the tournament. They have no chance on coming back into this tournament because these were elimination matches. 13-0 to end it all right here. I mean, 13-0, it's not a surprise, but when a challenger team wins a VCT team 13-0, you can just question yourself. How does this happen? How does KC lose against the challenger team? But today, Enterprise, I do believe that they played on the VCT level. I think their discipline was incredible. Fundamentals were so good. They knew exactly how to play Valorant in a level that you usually don't see in challenger tier teams. Perfectly played with the teammates, very disciplined and challenged together as a team. I loved how they were looking in this match.
I mean, three rounds, only 3 on the side of KC. It's unbelievable. Yes, maybe Pearl is not their best map, but still, I think we're on the same mental that it was on the previous map. I think the loss, the kickoff, the loss against Foot yesterday, it's too much for them. I think they need some mental reset as a team before coming back to stage 1, because the signal we got today it's very concerning for the future of this team this year. I think they really need some changes, because NAVI lost, but it was closer. Here, 13-3 is, I think it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I'm completely there with you. A good thing for Carmine Corp is that they have some time before the next season, before the next games for them. But I'm gonna be honest, I think Enterprise Esports, they are ready for the rest of this tournament. They look really solid here. And where it started, we have to go all the way back to round 1. Enterprise Esports, they won a 2 versus 4 situation on pistol round. Carmine Corp, they kinda let their pack slip a little bit, and that's where Enterprise Esports punishes. They absolutely got those kills, evened it out to 2 versus 2, and in the end took out that round. From there, they went on a 4-round win streak and absolutely setting KC back.
They were so confident. I really loved what Enterprise showed today, and I agree with you. I think they can offer a lot. One thing that is even a bit sad is that they're not gonna face another VCT EMEA team. They're gonna go against Job Life tomorrow, so maybe it will bring the energy down a bit, but I really hope they keep on the level we've seen today. It was really incredible to watch. they've been so good both individually and strategically. So it was, yes, it was an amazing Pearl, but I also think KC was globally underplaying. So it was also a bit easier for them.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think when they face against Job Life, Job Life is probably gonna be a tougher matchup that KC was today. They're a really formidable enemy. They have strong names on their roster. Enzo leading the pack there. Enterprise Esports, they cannot just go open their jackets and be like, okay, we are the kings of Valorant Clash. I don't think they will. I think they're kind of humble. They have a really good coaching staff there to keep them humble. I think they have to just focus on the next game instantly. They cannot celebrate this too much. Obviously, get some confidence out of this. Like the casters highlighted, Proxa.
Crazy.
I don't know.
Is this Astra?
Are insane. What? Like, I don't know what happened there. Proxa, we kind of highlighted him a bit before the show. He had a great season in the start of this year in Northeast. He's already had that experience in the VCT stage for a few games with Gentlemates and very strong performance against Stallions, but I think this was something different. He just dominated the server.
It was unleashed. There's no other words to say it. He played completely out of his mind. I think it was his game, right? And that's we said this a little bit in between the games, but that's really one thing that is really good about Enterprise, is that each player is able to have this kind of game. They have a lot of very strong individuals that can carry a game, and here it's the Astra. I don't know how you do it as an Astra, but it did, and it did it brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, Proxa is an incredible player. It's amazing to wonder that he's only had his first official game 2 years ago. Most of these players, they played since the start of Valorant. They played on this level, on Challenger, maybe VCT level. Some of these KC players have been around for that long time, especially when you compare the Saigetsu. And now these new players, these young guns, Proxa even not being that young, not being like under 18 or anything, still being able to just come into this roster, show up in this way in a match against VCT team is incredible.
Incredible indeed. And to top it off, we have an interview with Ellery, the captain of Enterprise Esports.
Yo, hello guys.
Hello Ellery, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us. Congrats on taking down KC. You are the second challenger team to do it, so congratulations. I hope you're feeling well. To start it up, I have a bit of personal question. So you moved region recently. You went from Tach when you spent several years and moved to Northeast. I was wondering, was this relocation difficult for you, or did you adapt very well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you were talking about the young guns. So young guns like me, we still have like opportunities to change change to different leagues, and I feel like Dach was nice, but the Northeast League has also been really good for us, and we have had good games there. So yeah, all good.
Morjes munkin puolesta. You have two coaches with vast experience from the VCT circuit. Are there some things that you learned as an IGL and maybe some systems you've implemented in your IGLing after you started working with Itopata and Shadow?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like beginning of when we built this team, we have kind of worked a lot on the game style and kind of system we want to play, and for me it's been actually really different, and I have really enjoyed it. And I feel like when I played in Mouse for many years and we worked with Kundi together, I feel like we were kind of in our own German league bubble as well. We played against teams like CGN who like to contact and stuff like this, so it kind of forced us into also like a different style. And but yeah, I feel like already on this like first 2 months, I've learned so much from Ito and also from Shadow. But yeah, it's just nice to change kind of the team environment so I can learn more.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like your systems are really good. You're really disciplined, and you went undefeated in stage 1 of the Northeast and absolutely had no trouble against KC, especially on the second map. I wonder what you think is the difference between you and the other teams in Challengers. What makes you so successful?
I mean, I just feel like we have insane core of players and insane coaching staff. Like, I feel like that's the main thing. Like, I'm really blessed to be in this team, to be honest. Like, and like I have a team that's everyone wants to go to tier 1 and go beyond, and like we're just all working very hard to do this. And I don't know, it's just a mixture of things. And like today, Swagser, this guy is a sub for us, and he's putting insane stats, insane performance against tier 1 teams. Just shows like his potential as well. Like he's not even full-time scrimming with us. Like we are half the time playing with him, half the time playing with Kosi, and like he's still like performing like this. Like it's just incredible. Prox also putting insane stats, and honestly, like we won Bind because of Magnum. Like some of the calls he was doing on the mid round and clutches, like I don't know, I'm just blessed to be in this team, and yeah, I'm just waiting to see what we can do this year.
It's very nice to hear that you guys are having a good time as a team. One last question for you. You started the tournament by losing against Stallions. What was your strategy and your mindset while trying to take down Carmine after that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a lot just about the mindset and kind of the mentality. I feel like when you play against teams like Stallions, they are kind of playing full ranked and just swinging, and like you kind of have to be on your edge all the time, and like pressure is kind of on you to play. But then you play against tier 1 teams, and especially like this is like off-season tournament for Carmine Corp, so they're just testing stuff and stuff like this. So I wouldn't take this into like, I don't think it's a big deal or anything, but like I just feel like the pressure is then on them, and it's just so easy for us to perform when you're kind of the underdog. So I feel like that's one of the main things.
I understand. Thank you very much for being here with us again, Iluri, and congrats on the win. See you tomorrow for a new game. Have a nice night.
Perfect. Thank you very much. See ya.
Wow.
It's funny because he said kind of the same thing as Ball.
Yeah. And one of the things I love to hear from Iluri is like everyone loves to play in that team. I mean, obviously that's the ideal. Everyone loves to play in that system, and it's crazy to think the thing that Iluri highlighted, that Swagser, yeah, obviously he's the substitute player in that roster. He's not playing full time in that roster. He's not screaming full time, but still he's performing really well there. And obviously it's crazy good for this team to have such an amazing coaching staff and the players that Iluri has alongside him, like he highlighted, Magnum in Bind, making a lot of those calls. And I think the casters kind of mistook as well at some point that Magnum might be the IGL. I think he's doing some of the mid-rounding right there, like Iluri highlighted, which is great. He obviously has the expertise, he has the experience. So I do love that for Iluri, I do love that for Enterprise, and they are definitely gonna be one of those names to watch this year.
Definitely, and to watch, we have several games today, so let's take a look at the bracket because there has been so intertwining again.
Oh yeah, I think this is gonna be interesting. It's shaping up for the final days. Unfortunately, we're not quite there quite yet. UCAM going against Besiktas. I think UCAM, if they continue the way they played against NAVI, they shouldn't have too much of a problem. Enterprise going against Job Life. I do love to see this because Enterprise, obviously a great showing against Carmine Corp, but now you're going against Job Life, another very formidable challenger tier team. Job Life is, in my opinion, one of the better teams in Challenger. Sure, Enterprise Esports, I think both of them are kind of on the same level, and tomorrow will be the day we get to see that game. And I do think on the main broadcast we're going to be looking at the upper bracket, but I think it's going to be such an interesting day tomorrow as well. And right here we do see the schedule for the next broadcast for tomorrow.
And the only sad thing I have to say is that it's tier 2 against tier 2 and tier 1 against tier 1.
Oh,
Why did you
yeah.
lose, Carmine and Navy? Please, we wanted some struggle, some clash, inter-tier clash, and we will not have it tomorrow, but matches will still be very much entertaining, and we will follow 2 of them on the main broadcast. The rest will be on our partner stream, Valorant Turkey, DACH and France. So clock in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I
mean,
think
One of the positive things about having VCT team versus VCT team and Challenger team versus Challenger team is that we're gonna see VCT versus Challenger team at least one more in this tournament, or at least twice actually, because there's 2 of those matches. I think that's a great thing to see, and I hope we're gonna see interesting matches there as well.
I think, yes, we're gonna take pleasure into watching these intra-tier matches before we see the inter-tier matches later. And before closing the night, we have one more thing to check. This is the result of the second clash. So did the Frenzy beat Carmine, or did Carmine manage to dethrone? And yes, the fans from Carmine were there. The Kunai clutch? Was it a clutch? I don't remember. Maybe it was just a play.
Yeah, it was a great 4K from Levin. Unfortunately, KC will not continue in this tournament in the first clash, but in the second clash they go against Team Vitality.
It's
They're
the most
still
important.
in. Exactly. This is the eternal glory.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much to win for the second clash, but for the first clash. But for the second clash, eternal glory, this is definitely what you want. So props to Carmine, they're still in the run for the throne in this second clash. Well, it has been a good day, right?
Yeah, it's been incredible day. It's been the day we've been waiting for in EMEA Clash.
Yes.
The Challenger teams, they take on the VCT teams and they win both of the matches shown on main broadcast. I mean, what anything more you can hope from that day? No, I don't think so. I think that was exactly what we wanted.
Definitely. I think it's exactly why this tournament was created, and we had the best entertainment today, but it's gonna be the same tomorrow. So stay with us. You can go and sleep for tonight, but come back tomorrow at 7 p.m. CET or GMT +1, because we will be there with 2 amazing matchups. Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना गरीब तू बेटे चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप better believe you're gonna bleed pick up a seat get your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realms to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना